They waited a while and made sure that everything worth taking had been collected, including any possible hidden treasures that might have been in the dungeon itself, and not on the monsters. There was an unspoken agreement that they wouldn't leave immediately so that their actions didn't arouse the attention of the guards outside. Plus, the beasts were enjoying their time frolicking in their natural forms for a while. It would be a shame to make them rush back to their spaces just because they were too efficient at clearing the dungeon. "Did we all get enough coin to cover our expenses?" Carl asked once the beasts had gotten bored and returned to their spaces. Lotus did quick mental math and nodded. This should be enough for 2 weeks of afternoon cake and coffee. That mostly covered her priorities, as she had a place to stay and could make her own food if necessary. Tessa nodded. It split the coins evenly, so we all got about 6 gold coins. That's pretty impressive, far more than the guard said that we would get, and it doesn't even include these mediocre magical items. I think that I saw a wholesale vendor for them just across the street, so we should be able to make at least a little bit more. Carl nodded in understanding. That works out perfectly. We will ask them about the trash items, in case they want them for raw materials, but we won't bring them this time, just in case they don't want them at all. Then, we can return here every day or two and let the team stretch their wings. The magical trash loot was transferred to Tessa, as she had just nominated herself as their spokesperson to deal with the shopkeeper, and then the war cleric led the group back out. That was a quick trip. Just testing the waters? The guard outside the portal asked. Quick, I suppose it's just due to our combat power with 2 summoners. We cleared all 3 bosses. Tessa informed the man, then handed him her gold coin fee. One after another, they handed over their portion of the fee, while the guards stared at them in doubt. This group didn't look that tough, and they were much faster than expected for a full clear. Could they have really eliminated all 3 bosses? They were headed for the wholesaler for common magic weapons and trash drops in the dungeon, though, so they didn't miss out too badly. The guards would just have to ask the vendor once they finished their sale. Tessa smiled at the dainty lizardfolk girl who was working the counter. The woman looked like a gecko in a dress, standing upright, and even shorter than Lotus. But she had a professional smile, so she wasn't just someone's kid let loose in the shop. Telling the age of lizardfolk women was very difficult for most humans, as unlike the men, they were unlikely to amass combat scars. So, every time they shed their skin, they looked as good as the day they reached full growth. She was only ascended rank, though. Not a high-ranking person in the city, which appeared to prioritize power. But well-dressed in what was likely a shop uniform. "Good morning. Did you finish the dungeon already?" she asked as Tessa took a seat on a high stool across from her. "Indeed we did. I am informed that your shop buys the magical items we are willing to part with," Tessa replied. "Exactly right. Everything that comes from the dungeon is a commodity. Magical items, trash items, magical plants if they happen to spawn. We will purchase it all and find buyers for a modest markup." Tessa laid out the stack of magical weapons of uncommon quality, all things they didn't want. "Oh, wow. You really had good luck. Did you clean it out entirely, or just these items?" she asked. "Just these. We left the rest laying where it fell. If we couldn't find a buyer for common trash items, we didn't want to litter or have to barter with a smelter to get rid of them," Tessa explained. "That's quite all right. Many teams go in specifically for the higher quality items and don't bother with the rest. The money goes straight to your inventory if your system is fully active. It looks like yours is, anyhow. Now, we have a standard rate chart up on the wall, so you know that I'm not being arbitrary." Carl looked over, and while the rates were not great, they offered 3 gold for a royal rank uncommon quality weapon, 2 for an armor piece, and progressively less for other items. There was a note that higher quality items or accessories would be individually appraised by the proprietor. So, it was a simple matter of counting the loot. 17 weapons. Well, I think that's a weapon, the 4 rings thing. Then 8 pieces of armor. The girl didn't appear to be too bright, or perhaps she was very young, Carl decided. It was hard to tell, with her only vaguely bipedal form and petite stature. Her method of payment was to stack coins beside each item, then pick them up. It would have been much faster just to do the mental math and hand them all the money at once. As she finished and put the last of the items, a set of brass knuckles with a slight increase to stun effects, into the bin of received items, Tessa shook her hand and rose to her feet. "It was a pleasure doing business with you," the cleric informed her in a gentle tone. "Thank you for the business, please come back soon." Carl's group headed for the boardwalk for a little after breakfast treat, and one of the guards went over to talk to the wholesaler. "Hey Moira. Is your dad still sleeping?" the guard asked. The girl nodded happily. "Yep, passed out drunk from last night. Did you want to buy something?" The guard shook his head, and pulled a cookie out of his inventory. "How many items did they trade to you?" Moira stole the cookie with a rapid flick of her extendable tongue. 13 and 8. All the uncommon magic drops. "Look at this one. It's pretty like Rain's." She pulled out the brass knuckles, which had skulls engraved on them, and slid it on her hand with a smile. "Just don't hit your dad too hard with those. They'll put him right back to sleep," the guard laughed. "Work is more fun when he's sleeping anyhow. Look how clean it is." As they walked down the boardwalk, Carl analyzed the changes in Dana's aura. As a mage, it was easier to guess her power level than anyone else just by touch, and there was a noticeable change from this morning. The trip to the dungeon had done them all a lot of good, and if that sort of progress kept up, it might only be a few weeks or a month of regular visits for her to level up. Their trip down the boardwalk brought them to a small restaurant operated by gnolls, a form of beastkin that looked like hyenas, and tended to bark at each other to accentuate their shouted orders. This one was closer to the docks, and seemed more popular with sailors than locals. But the smell of fried seafood had drawn Lotus in, and even if the wine was cheap, the food was excellent. Likely, they should have ordered a bottle of rum, as it was likely to be drinkable. At the other tables, the smell of the ale was somewhere between stagnant seawater and pickle juice. The wine had seemed like a better option at the time. They had a whole platter of fried food and a bowl of peeled prawns on the table, along with the bowl of spicy mixed pretzels and nuts that was on every table. Maybe they were the secret to making that ale drinkable? As they were deciding whether to switch to rum or go looking for better beverages, a whole ship full of sailors stumbled through the door, still getting their land legs and cracking jokes with pouches of coin in their hands. "Drink up lads, we've got 2 days, and then we're out again before the Cop-G fleet gets here," one of the men shouted to his fellows. Carl turned to one of the sailors. "There's a Cop-G fleet coming?" The sailor picked up someone else's drink and drained it. "Better believe it. After the beating that the Ghoul Regiment put on their Shirakza port, they're out for blood. Had it coming to them, they did. What sort of fools tried to blockade a demon fleet in port for ransom? But that doesn't matter one way or another if they show up here," the sailor replied. Carl threw a silver coin to the waitress and motioned to the man and his friends. She brought them a whole tray full of rum bottles, and the sailors raised a toast to Carl. One of the other sailors in the restaurant laughed. "It's just a Cop-G fleet. The lizards will put on a good show out in the bay, then go away after they have proven to whoever hired them that they made some effort to attack the city. They're both the best and worst mercenaries in the world. Great fighters, but the laziest bunch of louts you'll ever meet." One of the men in the back spat on the floor and gave a bitter laugh. "Perhaps they'll do us a favor and burn down the slums in the Black Shade. The captain put us at the North Dock, and I can smell their filth from the mast watch." The man beside him gave him a disgusted look. "And where do you think we'd get deck hands from if it wasn't for the Black Shade? Half the bloody crew comes from the slums." The sailor shrugged, clearly drunk and not noticing the other man's anger. "At least get them from the sprawl. Closer to the river, they will at least know about bathing." The waitress laughed. "Didn't you get the undead rot from the ladies of the sprawl last time you were in?" The drunken sailor threw his mug at her. The other sailors burst into laughter, and started to tease him about his poor judgment. "Come now, you've got to tell us. How did you not notice it was a zombie? Or did you go for a plague demon?" Carl was worried that there was going to be a fight, but the sailor at the next table shook his head when Carl tensed. "Don't worry, even drunk, he knows that he won't be let back in next trip if he starts a fight inside. They're just having a bit of fun with him. Most of these lads are from the worst slums of their hometowns. Wouldn't have ended up as deckhands on a trade vessel if they had any other choices at all." Sure enough, the drunk staggered outside, swearing at everyone and everything, including the sun in the sky. Lotus looked over at the sailor, then poked him in the side when she realized he was still looking at Carl over her head. "How bad is it on the other side of the river? Redwood Sprawl, they called it, right? Then the Black Shade." The sailor gave her a sad look. "The sprawl isn't too bad, all things considered. It's just the poor side of town. You know how that goes, even cheaper taverns, brothels that the succubi won't accredit, and countless crowded apartments. The Shade, outside the North Wall, is one of the worst sorts of slums anywhere in the Dragon Isles. You see, the west side of the river is on a hill, and they seal the wall when the river floods to keep the city dry. So the shade is always a swampy mass of clapboard shacks that survives mostly by day labor and scrounging the scraps that fall from the docks. That question felt a lot like a mission question from her goddess, Carl thought. The determined look on the green dragon cleric's usually carefree face said the same. Lotus looked up at Carl. I think we should take a trip there this afternoon. Maybe not all of us, but me and you for sure. Ophelia smiled. How about the three of us head to the inn after a bit of shopping? We will meet you there later. Bringing 4 young women to the slums was practically begging for trouble. But bringing one nature cleric with a strong bodyguard shouldn't make anyone feel too brave. The sailor seemed to understand what Lotus was planning, and he patted her gently on the shoulder. I recommend that you go back toward the ocean, then take Daggerwind Bridge across the river. That road leads straight to the only gate into the shade. You don't want to get lost in the maze of the sprawl. It wasn't planned when it was built, so there are many dead ends, and no guarantee that even the guard patrols are safe from ambush if they've angered someone. The group split, with Ray following the ladies, on the off chance that someone would attack them, and she would get to play within the city. She had been carefully observing, and as far as she could tell, the aggressor was always in the wrong. It was never some misguided soul-playing hero, at least, not here. Carl led Lotus across the bridge, and found that the front row of buildings was actually well maintained, but immediately behind it were crude earth magic-built apartments with poorly fitted wooden doors and bars over windows with no glass in them. There were people everywhere, crowded into the available space. Multiple children lounged on nearly every balcony, which made Carl wonder if this was an off day, or whether there was no mandatory schooling here. But they were staying on the main street, which was busy but moving smoothly. The crowd gave them a fairly wide berth. Or, they gave Carl a fairly wide berth, while many people shouted out attempts to lure Lotus off into alleys or particularly dilapidated apartments. Lotus rolled her eyes and sighed at Carl. You know, I think that they don't understand about nature clerics. We're not just the greatest appreciators of fluffy things and cake. We also understand the dark side of human nature. Do they really think that I would follow them alone into a basement to help their friend, morons? Carl chuckled. You know, cake is also a fluffy thing. Lotus laughed, the musical tone drawing the attention of everyone nearby. All of the adults' eyes here looked either exhausted from long hours at work or malicious. They might normally prey on locals to a smaller extent, but a pair of moderately powerful obvious outsiders was a payday in the making for the local criminals. Then they stepped across a line of red paint on the street, and the whole vibe of the sprawl changed. The streets were still full of the same exhausted workers, but the ones in the shadows were less slender and sinister, and more muscular. Plus, they were better dressed. Not well dressed, but Carl saw an orc in a cheap suit guarding the door to a brothel, and a 3-meter-tall winged demon in a partially buttoned silk shirt at the door to what sounded like a casino. They must have moved between the territories of 2 gangs, and Carl could already see the outer wall from where he was standing. The whole sprawl was only maybe 500 meters long, merely a short walk in the Golden Dragon capital. But with the people packed so tightly, he guessed that close to a third of the city's 200,000 official residents were crammed in here. They got to the gate to the Black Shade, which was open, but guarded by a pair of royal rank orcs in full armor. Given that this whole area was awakened and ascended rank, that was an impressive show of force. Carl nodded to the guards. The priestess deity calls her to the shade for the good of the people. The orc frowned at Carl. It's a silver piece each to come back in, he insisted. Carl nodded. We will see you soon. Lotus led the way into the slums, and wrinkled her nose at the smell of rot and filth. Then she pointed at an open spot where an old stone building had crumbled, and whatever was built there afterwards had burned, leaving only some charcoal and ash on the pile of stone in a roughly square pattern. Lotus walked carefully, keeping her feet dry. Eternal lightning would protect them, but it was a force of habit for the priestesses, who spent much of their time in the woods. Can you get people for me? She asked. Carl nodded. In this form, he could roar, and his voice would carry quite a distance through the slums, which were built in rows around the standing water. Carl raised his voice. Royal High Priestess Lotus, servant of the Green Dragon God, has arrived to provide free healing. Those with the ability, bring those in need to the shade of her branches for treatment. The deep feline voice rumbled through the slums, and Carl saw a few heads poke out through the door into the city. It might cost them a couple of silvers for the trip, But even in the sprawl, there were those in need of healers. The city likely had free clinics, but even in the Golden Dragon Nation's capital they were always packed, and the truly ill couldn't wait in line for hours to get treatment. Here, it was certainly worse, as he had still yet to see a cleric that was not part of his group, and even the shamans were uncommon. Lotus transformed into the Tree of Life, and a rich green glow began to emanate from her trunk, mingling with the golden dust of her healing spell. Quickly, the slum residents began to run, walk or stumble over, pox marks and various small injuries visibly fading from their bodies under the effect of a royal rank epic healing spell. From one of the hovels, an old demon woman was carried out on a litter by two younger lizardfolk women who hadn't bothered to even put on clothes to cover their scaled bodies, as they were so covered in filth. As they approached, the demon on the litter became visibly younger. The wrinkles on her face faded, and vitality returned to her body. She was still filthy and exhausted, but no longer dying of whatever curse or disease had been afflicting her. "Put out a large cloth," Lotus insisted in a message to Carl. Carl used a large piece of ascended rank silk, one of Ray's oldest blankets, as the ground cloth. It was immediately covered by a mountain of dry rice and beans, which Carl motioned to. "The gift of sustenance from the dragon gods. Take enough for your family," he told the desperate crowd. Many fell to their knees, bowing down to worship the Tree of Life and the nature goddess. In return, Lotus shook her branches, sending a shower of golden dust down over them, and making the illusionary birds circle in the air. From the city gates, a massively injured and dying orc stumbled out. He held a bandage around himself to hold his insides in, and he was visibly bleeding from every limb, with only one eye remaining. The guards didn't stop him, but they did sneer at the stumbling man, who was struggling to cross the ground to Lotus. Carl was about to move, but Lotus stopped him. "Don't. If the goddess wills it, he will make it to me. If she doesn't, he will die on the way." That was surprisingly brutal for the soft-hearted cleric, but the orc's soul was nearly as black as Carl's aura when viewed through soul sight. It might be a chance at redemption if he could make it under his own power. Carl knew it was better not to question the will of the gods. The questions without answers would just make his head hurt. The orc collapsed with a smile as he reached the golden dust, and one of the blue illusionary birds dove into his body, giving him a burst of extra healing. The orc lay there on the ground for a few more minutes, absorbing the healing, while the locals walked around his body. Then, he pulled a small bag from his inventory and crawled over to fill it with rice and beans. But when he got to his feet, he didn't turn back to the city, he simply walked away, north out of the slums. That was the orcish way. He would accept food and healing, but he wouldn't go back to the city and beg for charity, even if they would let him back in. He would go find his own way to rebuild his life. The crowd was only growing as the word that there was food spread. Lotus had already topped off the mountain of dry food once, and hundreds more people were still coming their way. "We have 10 minutes left before the spell wears off. I could refresh it, but I think that's enough for one day," Lotus informed Carl. 10 minutes remain in our visit. If you wish for the blessing of the nature god, be here before then," Carl shouted over the noise of the crowd. That encouraged them to pack around the tree, and anyone who had already gotten food and healing was dragged away by the crowd. A few more severely ill people had come from the city, and Carl could hear running as those inside realized that the tree would only be up for a total of 1 hour. Still, 1 hour of free food and royal rank healing was far more than anyone else had done for the slums in years. There was a rumor that the dragon nations did this much more regularly. But the demon gods were not so altruistic. They believed much more strongly in the survival of the fittest. Once Lotus had transformed back, Carl lifted the corners of the blanket and poured out the last of the food onto a cloak that one of the residents had brought. "That's it for the day, everyone. If the gods will it, we will be back again," Carl informed them. That was enough for them. Most of the residents of the slums had their diseases cured today. Now that they were healthier, and had a few days' worth of food, they had a fresh chance to change their fortunes. Maybe even get a few tips at the docks doing day labor. They might not be able to put on a presentable front, as they couldn't pay the gate fee and had to swim around the wall, where it extended into the ocean. But once they made it to the docks, a healthy body would get them a bit more appreciation. Carl led Lotus back to the gate, where the orcs waved them back in with a sly wink. No payment needed for the healing tree. Carl noticed that the streets felt much more friendly as they passed through the territory of the first group or gang. Whatever they called themselves. But when he got to the territory of the demons between them and the river, there was an increased sense of hostility. The word had spread to them that Lotus had gone to the Black Shade to heal and feed the people, but had completely passed them by like they were invisible. The group closer to the wall had been able to send their seriously ill out for treatment, even if it cost them to get back in. But many in this zone couldn't pass through that territory thanks to their known allegiance. Carl saw a market square down a side street on their right, and turned Lotus off the main road. The street wandered a bit, but it looked like the market was a neutral zone between the territories of 5 different factions. Possibly more, but Carl was only going by the color of bandanas hung from pockets or tied around limbs. As they approached, a thug stepped from the shadows between 2 buildings. "This isn't a spot for outsiders. Flag up if you want to enter," he insisted. Carl shrugged and activated bestial armor, which formed with his usual gold-trimmed dark light host tabard. The demon took 2 steps backwards and raised his hands in surrender. "Sorry, I misunderstood." Carl just nodded and led a confused Lotus into the market. "Put up the tree again, and make some food. It will make you incredibly popular with all the baristas and ice cream stands in town." Carl knew all the magic words. Lotus moved to a grassy area in the middle of the square, where a statue used to stand. She didn't know who or what it was dedicated to, but some of the nearby buildings showed signs of having used it as repair materials. Her tree of life formed again, and Carl laid out the blanket for her to make a mountain of rice and beans on. "By the will of the Green Dragon Goddess, free healing and basic nutrition will be provided for the next hour. Bring your ill and wounded. All are welcome under the light of the Tree of Life," Carl shouted, his words amplified by some unseen magic to echo through the market. The vendors nearest the green space inwardly celebrated. The light extended past the first 3 stalls around the green space, so visitors could shop for their wares and still gain the benefit of the healing. Many would be too proud to openly approach for the alms from the Dragon Church, as even an impoverished demon still had their pride. But many noticed that the orcs, lizardfolk and beastkin had far fewer reservations about politely approaching with a bowl or pot to scoop up a measure of food. Many even left small gifts for Lotus. Handmade dolls, knitted socks, things that cost very little but time to make. All were perfect in the eyes of Lotus and the nature god. They could even be redistributed on a holiday if they were in passable or better condition. Half an hour in, a large procession of people on stretchers, escorted by a group of demons in white coats and nurses, arrived around the tree. These were the ones that basic healing and medicine couldn't cure. The magical diseases and cursed wounds that were resistant to low-level healing magic. One after another, the birds flocked down to the patients. The diseases retreated from where the birds landed, and while a few needed a second bird, they were all beginning to recover. Carl's silent presence kept the locals under control, even when the number of seriously ill on the grass made it hard for others to get to the pile of food or to get through the outer rings of the stalls where the healing was active. It wasn't clear whether closer was better, but those with lingering illness and injury weren't taking any chances. There was only one group that was visibly upset about the situation. The plague demons couldn't approach. Lotus' healing effect was an epic grade damage spell when applied to them, and even walking down the street too close to the tree might kill them. When the hour was up, Carl did the same as last time, and dumped the remaining food into the cloak of the closest person who had one, then bowed politely to the crowd as Lotus transformed back. "That is all for today, God is willing. We will be back again," he informed the crowd. With an entire hour of healing, almost all of the most seriously ill in the Redwood sprawl had been treated, and even the clinic doctors had stopped bringing patients to them for treatment. Carl could see the river down one of the side streets, so that was the direction that he led Lotus after she picked up the donations from the ground. They ended up walking some distance west down the river to the nearest bridge, which conveniently put them in front of the bakery where they had stopped yesterday. "Go ahead, you've earned it. I won't even tell you not to get caffeine," Carl agreed after Lotus gave him a pleading look. They returned to the maid cafe copyright and Lotus was instantly swarmed by the staff. She was passed around between the hugs of a half-dozen workers, and Carl did his best not to laugh as he was completely forgotten. Again, even when he took the seat across from her, everyone was gushing about how she had helped all the people across the river as Carl sipped on a matcha latte that had been placed in front of Lotus. "What possessed you to go to the sprawl on your own to heal the masses? Weren't you worried that someone would try to abduct you as their personal healer?" one of the servers asked. Lotus laughed and gestured across the table. There aren't many people in the city that could take me away with Carl there. But everyone was so happy to have me show up and heal that they didn't even try to make trouble. The staff seemed to finally notice that Carl was sitting right across from her, then did a double take as they noticed his armor. Wow, that's something. No wonder you're not afraid of being stolen. Carl chuckled. I take it that you've seen something like this before? The server nodded. Yeah, I don't know that pattern, but Guild War champions all have the same sort of design to their tabards. Silver for regular and gold for elites. But, you're a monarch. Doesn't that mean that you defeated an overlord in battle? Many more than one, actually. But Carl just winked at the server and made a shushing gesture. That made her laugh, and turned the conversation back to Lotus' healing skills. While everyone was distracted, Carl quietly changed back into regular day clothes, pants and a buttoned shirt, but kept Eternal Lightning active on both himself and Lotus, just in case someone from outside the cafe copyright tried something stupid. I got a message from my mom earlier. Dad's leg grew back in only 15 minutes after he started sitting under your tree. Now, he'll be able to go back to work, and Mom won't have to stay home to care for him, one of the girls mentioned. Carl remembered the one, as the man looked a lot like her. They had arrived just after the second location had been picked, so they must have lived nearby. Carl sipped the sweet beverage and watched as Lotus held up a cup to her hair before changing the hair color to match the pale shade of the iced coffee, but with green tips. What are you doing? He asked. I've had the same for too long. It's the pleasant appearance spell, one of the early ones that all nature cleric acolytes learn from the senior students. Mostly it's used to do our makeup, as the sisters don't let the acolytes have such luxuries, she explained around a mouthful of cake. Carl slipped a few slices into the beast spaces for Kara and Remy, then nodded in understanding. I wondered why your hair color continues to change, but if it's a common spell for nature clerics, it makes sense. Lotus laughed. Oh, it's all priestesses, and most of the priests as well. Even Tessa knows it, but she never uses it anymore. Once she picked the war goddess, she said that she didn't have to worry about it anymore, and she just went for the same boring brown braid every day with no makeup. Carl smiled at the thought of Tessa with actual makeup on. It would be completely out of character. Even Lotus rarely had visible makeup, she just randomly changed her hair color. Why not try to link the spell to your mood? You could have hair color that perfectly suited your day, Carl suggested. Lotus shook her head vigorously. That's been tried. Our hair just fades back and forth between forest green and bubblegum pink, depending on what we're doing. The emotional link doesn't work at all. No, that sounded like it worked perfectly. It just didn't match any outfit that they would wear. Once Lotus was wired and too full to eat anymore, they got up to go, and were escorted to the door by the servers, who were insistent that they didn't need to pay today after helping so many people, including family members of the staff. So, they were in a great mood as they made their way back to the inn, where everyone else would be waiting for them. Including a number of the people that Lotus had healed, as they learned the moment the crowd in the tavern began to cheer for her. The rest of the group came down when they heard the commotion, and took a table in the back corner closest to the kitchen, where they could chat with everyone at the same time. You know, you could get properly wealthy with a skill like that, one of the sailors pointed out. Lotus shook her head. I'm a priestess, remember? We take a vow of poverty. Plus, Carl is properly wealthy, and he's my security, so it all works out in the end. The sailor laughed. Properly wealthy, but staying at the Laughing Dragon and not at one of the royal inns in the Stone Chapel district. Lotus scrunched up her face into an overly dramatic disgusted expression. Ew, pretentious nobles and harp melodies about chaste handholding under the moonlight. The whole room burst into laughter. There were certainly no songs about chaste handholding in a bar full of sailors, that was for sure. The next morning, when they came down for breakfast, the city felt unnaturally silent and empty. Tense, as if it was waiting for something that Carl had missed the signal for. What happened last night? The city feels different. Carl asked as an unfamiliar barmaid brought over their breakfast, a scramble of eggs, potatoes and onions sprinkled with cheese. The fleet deployed 3 hours ago. They're going to engage in a sea battle against the incoming fleet. The governor decided that it was too much of a risk to let them storm the docks with the Lord otherwise engaged, she explained. Carl looked around at the rough wooden walls of the tavern, well-worn everywhere that saw regular contact after decades of use. Surely, they wouldn't have sent someone at that level to the city by ship? Carl asked. The barmaid shrugged. Beth and the boss both took the morning off, and even old Jared is geared up and waiting at the docks, so this time might be something serious. I know you're travelers, but are you going to stay for the fight if the fleet lands, or are you going to head out of town? I'm that grumpy old bastard's sister-in-law. I can check you out of your room if needed. Carl shook his head. We were originally going to take a short trip to the dungeon today, but we wouldn't want to come out to find a fight in the middle of the city, so we should likely hold off. Maybe we'll go visit Jared at the docks. If nothing else, I can stand on his blind side so nothing sneaks up on him. The replacement barmaid laughed at Carl and shook her head. I wouldn't worry too much about him. He can handle himself in a fight. But the militia bonus will cover his overdue tab, so if you could keep him alive, I wouldn't complain. Tessa smiled at the woman, who obviously had some personal attachment to not only the regular staff, but to old Jared the sailor. Well, then that settles it. After breakfast, we will go wait by the docks and have a cookout. Keep everyone's spirits up while they wait, Carl decided. The barmaid smiled. There is a butcher 3 doors down the main street towards the docks. Tell them that the Laughing Dragon sent you to them, and they'll get you a proper discount on meat for a cookout. The parties traditionally come after the battle, but we've had more than enough warning this time, and they might not make it to shore anyhow. Carl stopped in at the butcher, who was about to close up the shop for the day first thing in the morning, in case the attack did make it into the city. They were on a main road from the gates to the docks, and it would be a priority for an invasion force to take and hold, so they could block the gates and prevent reinforcements. Butcher, can we get 100 kilos of meat before you close? I want to have a cookout on the docks while we wait for the invasion fleet. A morale boost for the militia. Carl called, stopping him from locking the shop. That's not a bad plan. I will bring the barbecue wagon. It's made for special events. The butcher agreed, a joyous smile wrinkling his leathery face. Carl grabbed the wagon when the demon pulled it into the street, then Thor came out in Sero form with an expectant look. You're right. If there are wagons to be pulled, you definitely get first dibs. Carl agreed before hooking the massive scaled beast to the leads. That's quite the skill. He looks like he would be a brute in a dock charge as well, the butcher joked. Tessa smiled as she hopped up on Thor's back. Between the two of us, I doubt that any enemy could remain on the dock if we charge. Thor's initiative served as motivation for the others, and they all came out of their spaces in beast form, though Ray was using Night Haunter to be invisible and incorporeal. If they got the people at the dock used to their presence early, there wouldn't be any misunderstandings if the fight really did reach land. The beasts got some strange looks when they arrived, but some of that had to do with the barbecue wagon that Thor set up in the cargo staging area by the Port Authority building. The wagon was 10 meters long and had a large black barbecue drum on each side, making it an easily identifiable sight. Carl reached into the pits and wrote a fire rune in the ashes of the charcoal that had been burnt for the last roast. There was more in the bottom of the wagon, but the magic brought the drums up to temperature immediately. Just adjust the spell power to set the temperature. It should last until you move the cart or mess with the ash, Carl explained. The butcher smiled and adjusted the temperature, then began to load the racks with meat. Someone is confident. An aging soldier with a cutlass on either hip chuckled. Preparations for the victory roast need to be made in advance, or we'll get hungry. Is there some sort of order here? I have a ghost fire thunderbird in the sky, and I would like everyone to know he's friendly, Carl replied. I'll see to it that the dock master understands. He's responsible for the defense of this section. Don't worry about the locals, they'll figure out that your friends didn't come off a boat quickly enough. A few of the locals, demons in partial armor over casual clothes, laughed at the assertion. It was hard to miss a massive Sero in the crowd. But there also wasn't likely to be a Naga queen among the attackers, and they would probably all be in uniform anyhow. The morning wind blew the smell of roasting meat from the staging area across the docks, and the tension began to leave the militia on the docks. If someone was already preparing for victory, they must know something that the others didn't, or so the common logic went. Hawk, what do you see offshore? Carl asked once the roasting was tuned for a late lunch. It might not be as tender as an all-day roast, but by the time that the ships could get back, it should be good. Besides, the butcher had brought sausages as well, and one of the bakers said he had plenty of buns. Those could be cooked quickly if the timing were off. The two fleets have engaged. The locals are outnumbered at 3-1, but they're stronger, and the evil invaders can't break their barriers. Evil invaders? Carl asked. They use water cannons. Hawk replied, as if that explained everything. It made sense. It was a naval fleet, of course it would use water magic at sea, where the water element was strongest. Hawk continued to circle far overhead, tracking the battle, where the two sides clashed with broadside magical attacks, instead of technological weapons. With Overlord-ranked barriers, technological weapons wouldn't do much anyhow. The first ship is down, one of theirs, Hawk updated. They were still so far over the horizon that even Hawk, thousands of meters above them, was out of sight. The battle was taking them straight south, parallel to the coast, so the fleet was no longer approaching as a vicious naval battle took place out of sight of the waiting militia. Carl felt Hawk's motivation as he decided to intervene and bombard the invading ships with meteors of ghost fire. As an Overlord-rank skill, the flames battered the already strained shields over the ships even as they were engaged in a brutal battle with the Droid defense fleet. As the stacks of rampage built up, the battle was rapidly swinging in Hawk's favor, with the flames of the demons forcing the invaders into a defensive position until their fleet turned and began to flee back north. They had only lost one vessel, but the others were in bad shape. The only real advantage they had left was stronger wind and water magic, which let them flee while slowing the Droid fleet. But once they were a few dozen kilometers away, they stopped and began to regroup. With their faster vessels, they had a level of safety from the Droid defensive fleet that let them engage and flee repeatedly, with the hope of sinking some of the defenders' ships, with a proportionately larger impact on their combat capability. There are more ships on the horizon. I don't think that the ships from our dock see them, they're close to land, Hawk updated. What do the sails and flags look like? Carl asked. White sails. The flag is black with a diagonal white stripe with 3 red dots. Carl relayed the message to the dock master, who was standing nearby, waiting for updates, as Hawk was furthest out of the flying scouts they had active. Many demons could fly, but not nearly as fast as Hawk, so they stayed closer to shore in case there was an attack. The demon ran up a set of stairs outside his office, then rang a bell in a staccato pattern, sending a message down the docks for whoever understood. It would ring through much of the city, and the word would spread quickly, but Carl wasn't sure what the issue was yet. It might be reinforcements, a foreign envoy that might be in danger from the situation, or even enemy reinforcements. That's the Bomgon flag, the undead fleet. I don't know what they're doing here, but they're pirates, not known to be friendly to anyone, and they're a scourge in the straits between the southeast island and the northeast. Carl nodded in understanding. Those new ships are fast. Far too fast for ships, Hawk updated. Only minutes later, the ships came over the horizon, and Carl could see what Hawk was talking about. The ships appeared to be ethereal, gliding through the water with no resistance at the sort of speeds that a bus on a smooth road could only hope for downhill. And the occupants really were undead. Carl could see the damaged souls on the ships. The lead ship had an immensely powerful being on the deck, most likely a mythic rank undead of some sort. But beside him was an overlord or totem-ranked undead who looked like nothing more than a human mage, if you didn't have soul sight. The mass of undead energy crowded into the vessels made it difficult to tell precise power levels from this distance. The dock master ran back up to his elevated platform and took out a sight glass to get a better view of the incoming fleet. Guards, get the Lord. Lord Bomgon is here with the fleet. Tell him that he's riding with Captain Kamolos the Lich Lord. A team of 3 squires in castle guard livery ran off, and the demon shook his head. This is guaranteed to get messy. The whites don't die easily, and even if we eliminate them entirely, they'll just be born again in their home fortress. You're new here, but we have a process for this. They're linked to the ships, they can't go this far from their home without them. Teams will aim to destroy the ships while we hold them on the shore. If they break through, they'll loot the city, and it will go back with them when they respawn. Bloody evil bastards. Carl focused more closely on the incoming undead, and saw that the rank and file royal rank fighters on the deck all had the same placard over their names in the system interface. White, royal rank. Enslaved to the Bomgon fleet. Carl wasn't sure what the powers of a white were, but just the fact that they were undead and difficult to truly kill would give them a major advantage in most encounters. Like raiding a city. But the fleet was not small. Droid City had 20 dock spurs, capable of accommodating nearly 80 ships for unloading. But the undead fleet would take up almost all of them. Compared to that, the attacking fleet offshore was a joke. Not only was it weaker per ship, it was also significantly smaller. The dock master came down from his perch with a grim look on his face. Regretting your choice to stay yet, traveler? He asked Carl. Carl shook his head, and Ophelia gave a toothy werebear smile to the demon. Just wait until the fighting starts. The undead don't feel pain, so there is no such thing as too violent of a way to kill them. The nearby militiamen laughed. That was certainly one way of looking at it. The Bomgon fleet turned when they were 5 kilometers offshore of the city, and spread out in a wide line, 2 rows deep. They're lining up on the docks, Carl noted. The demon beside him, who Carl was nearly certain was a prostitute with a baseball bat, nodded grimly. They do that because they're undead. They can just charge the docks. Water magic won't slow them down, and they don't rely on the wind. She took her ridiculously high heels off and carefully placed them on the porch of the dock master's warehouse. Then she equipped a patchwork set of stiffened leather armor and a wide-brimmed hat with a large purple feather in the hatband. Remy looked over at her. That's a pretty good hat. The demoness smiled at her. Thank you. I'm quite proud of this hat. I don't know what possessed me to volunteer for the militia instead of running, but if there is such a thing as a perfect time for a good hat, this is it. Ray gained a great insight from this odd demoness. She was right, today was a great day for hats. Unfortunately, she hadn't made custom hats. She would have to fix that for next time. That was when Carl realized they might have an issue. Are there any plague demons in the crowd? Mateem uses a lot of area effects that are holy or healing based. Deadly lethal to the undead, but also to the plague demons. Carl asked the demoness. She shook her head. They won't come across the river, so they're all at the north docks. You can feel free to use your area effects. None of the rest of us should suffer from them. Well, some might, if you cast a consecration spell, but that's just based on their personality. The ships weren't slowing at all as they approached the docks, and Carl realized that was part of the strategy. The front row was planning to run aground and use the momentum to throw an army of whites into the defenders. The other defenders had realized that as well, and they were backing up while raising a pike line to impale the first wave of bodies. The pikes glowed with golden energy as Tessa cast a holy weapon enchantment over the entire militia. It wouldn't last forever, but it would make a difference at the start of the battle when the odds were at their worst. The second rank of ships abruptly slowed, as the first rammed into the shore, hurling agile undead into the air with blades at the ready. Dana stepped up into the air to engage the undead while they couldn't do anything but continue flying past, enabling her to slice them apart from above while they were mostly helpless. Carl looked left to see Tessa glowing with red light as she sat on Thor, marking the attention of the god of war on this conflict. If that was the case, this should be a serious battle, and he might as well go all out. Carl took out the Sword of Champions, then quickly created a half-dozen ghost fire-imbued hellstorm vortexes along the shore as the whites flew over. Then, when they managed to partially dissipate them, he cast 6 more, and another 6 to cover all 3 docks and their section of the shore. Hundreds of other spells flew from the defenders, while the whites hurled black balls and arcs of magical power in return. But the vortexes had the desired result, and the undead did not fly over the pike line, but landed on it or between it and the vortexes. The entire deck of the ships had been covered in undead when they hit the beach, and more were pouring out of the lower levels of the ships now, along with the occupants of the second rank of vessels. One after another, the larger vortexes were destroyed by the more powerful undead on the ships, but the smaller ones lingered until they too were destroyed by skills from the undead horde. But massive damage had been done, and the epic guard was practically glowing with power. Or more correctly, the haint claw that it was equipped with was glowing with soul power siphoned from dozens of sacrificed undead in the immediate vicinity. Carl created repeated waves of the vortexes, forcing the enemy leaders to focus on getting rid of them before they duplicated. It also pulled the undead off balance with the suction of the vortex, and the front line of pikes pushed forward, driving the undead back into the wall of swirling flames. But the whites didn't care. They hacked and slashed at the pikes, cutting them to pieces as they pushed forward. The battle was quickly turning into a melee battle, and Carl could see dozens of golems, including Ray and Dana's, being ordered into the fight. The timing of this attack was immaculate. Even if the army won the battle offshore right now, they still wouldn't be able to make it back to the port for well over an hour, giving the undead fleet more than enough time to battle the defenders who had been left behind. Magic crackled and clashed all over the battlefield, with demonic spellcasters and undead competing for superiority. Few spells were completely forming at this point, Only those by the strongest monarchs and overlords could force their way through before being collapsed by contact with a hostile spell effect. That too was part of the undead fleet's battle strategy. If the target was not a group of physically powerful demons and monsters, but humans or another species, they would be largely defenseless without the ability to activate ranged attacks. The undead were beginning to push a breach on his right, at the southern dock of their section. So, Karl shifted to push into the surging mass of bodies with the Blade of Champions in his hands, and his dark light host tabard glowing around the edges with golden light. Tessa and Thor were right behind him, as was the Epic Guard, while Ray had gone to the north edge by the river to hunt, and the others were holding position by the barbecue pit with Dana overhead among the flying demons with ranged magic. Karl's blade flashed with fire as it cleanly hacked through the armor and bodies of the undead, and then the souls were grabbed by the Haint Claw and forcibly ripped from their eternal prisons. From one of the rear boats, a massive roar of rage sounded, and a demonic bellow replied from the castle, as the city's governor took action, along with the Lord of Drode. Hopefully, they could all fly, because the city wouldn't fare well in a battle between the two groups' leaders. As Karl hacked his way through the undead, the crowd in front of him parted, and a group of black-armored undead knights joined the fray. Thor's joy at getting to fight against real knights, even if they were undead knights, was infectious, and Karl found himself smiling behind the visor of his helmet. They were all strong monarchs except the leader of the squad, who was clearly an overlord. Karl pointed his sword at the leader, and saluted him with the hope to signal a duel and give them some space to fight. The gesture worked remarkably well, and the whites simply ran away, creating a 20-meter circle for their duel. The Epic Guard went to assist Thor, who had been blocked by the whites, with Tessa on his back spearing the creatures, using her new shield to guard Thor's flank. The squad of undead knights fell in around Karl and their leader, waiting for the outcome with unnatural stillness, a pond of calm in the chaos of battle. The knight used a broadsword as well, and when Karl lunged forward, shattering the air with the speed of his attack, the knight managed to parry, knocking his attack up and away. Karl followed up with a knee, and the knight spun to the right, then launched his own attack at Karl's neck. Flames met unholy light as the two blades met again, and the circle shifted so that they remained in the center. That appeared to be a tactical decision, as Karl noticed that the aftermath of their basic attacks was stopping half a meter from the encirclement. Those shockwaves were nothing major to either of them, but if they hit the royal rank whites, there would be casualties. Both blades danced in a flurry of strikes, probing for weakness, and a sound like rapid-fire thunder rolled over the battlefield as the two champions tested each other. Karl saw the trick to the undead knight's defense. It wasn't that he could keep up with Karl. He had a skill that let him automatically parry with a certain level of success. A few strikes made it through, and if Karl followed with a secondary attack, it almost always landed. But the knight's counterattacks were not nearly as fast as his parry. So, when they engaged again, Karl coded his fist in Nullify and Ghostfire body, and the moment that the knight's blade was out of the way, he simply punched it in the face, collapsing its mask and causing the undead to collapse to the ground as a pile of inanimate armor. Then, the others were on him, but Karl knew how to deal with them now. With the duel ended, Thor and Tessa moved back to Karl's side, letting the Epic Guard protect the other flank. Karl noticed that they had a system worked out, and Tessa was watching Thor's back, telling him when to swipe, when to smash, and when to use Gravity Slam with his tail to keep enemies off them. That let Thor fight violently with his front feet and horns, while Tessa's long spear defended his vulnerable areas. Karl dropped two of the monarch-ranked knights, and noticed that the undead were pulling away from the front line. Not in defeat but because Lotus had transformed, and the holy light of the Tree of Life was anathema to the undead. They could not stand within the light to hold this position any longer, so they shifted the lines out of her range. But that also made Lotus a target. Hundreds of attacks flew her way, only to be shot down by the militia, Remy and Dana. Demon fire, lightning and waves of arcane energy met balls and arcs of black unholy energy, creating a crackling storm of energy overhead. The flying defenders were forced to either place themselves in between the horde and Lotus or retreat further into the air, which made it harder for them to effectively block, as aiming down was at their own troops if they missed. For the troops on the ground, now that there was a safe spot to retreat and recover, the defenders began to cycle the wounded to the back. They moved into Lotus Light to recover for a minute or two, then traded with someone at the front, and let them catch their breath and get healed. It made the whole battlefield fluid and constantly shifting, but casualties were very low, and the ones retreating were dragging the severely wounded with them for treatment. Karl held his position with Tessa and Thor, letting the defenders surge forward past him. That gave them a moment to recover and take stock of how the battle was going. The city governor and the undead mage, a lich lord named Kamolos, according to his system information, were fighting a few hundred meters out to sea, while the lord and the undead known as Bomgon, after whom the fleet appeared to be named, were holding a massive battle thousands of meters overhead. It was still shaking the city, and Karl wondered how the lower-ranked residents were doing. That sort of magical backlash and shockwaves could be incredibly dangerous to an average body. Karl could see that the Lord was trying to move the battle, but the undead leader was dead set on fighting directly over the city. Likely so that he was close when it came time for the final strike. The battle overhead was getting more fierce by the second, but the undead horde on the shores did not appear to care at all. Watching the two sides fight at the docks, one thing was becoming abundantly clear. While the ranks of the militia and the undead were easy enough to sense, the species difference could make a massive difference, even with the same maximum energy output. For example, there was one huge demon over by Ray at the river. He was shirtless and simply shrugging off anything that hit him. He didn't have a barrier active that Karl could detect, but the blades of the whites didn't even penetrate his skin, and he was just smashing his way through the undead with a massive club. So, while he was royal rank, and the whites were royal rank, they were nowhere near his match in combat. It was an issue that was much more obvious here than it had been in the Golden Dragon Nation, where the giants didn't really use much magic. When both sides were using similarly powerful magic, and one side simply didn't take damage, the whole equation changed. That reminded him. Where was Kara? Kara, uninterested in the horde of undead, had made her way down the docks to the rear rank of ships which had not rammed into the shore. The whites had much greater concerns than some sort of furry creature wandering between their feet as they charged at the docks, and none of them even tried to stop her advance as the curious void badger hunted for something interesting to do. After entering through one of the open cannon flaps on the side, Kara found herself in the bowels of the ship, where huge piles of shiny things had been stored for her to find. This was much better than fighting against the undead. Not everything here was good stuff. Someone had put large rocks in here for no reason that she could tell, but there were coins and gems and even fancy pillows. One after another, items were piled into her space, and then Kara hopped out the port and went to see what the other boats had. This second hold wasn't empty, there was a pair of guards standing at the ladder to the upper levels. Kara hit them with Nullify to take down their barriers, then stared in confusion as the undead collapsed. That was strange. But it was also not too important, unless the undead got back up again. There was a fancy coffin in here, covered in human bones, but made of solid silver with red velvet and pillows inside. Kara flipped the lid open and climbed in to test the experience. The pillows were comfortable, so Kara pulled it into her space and went about inspecting the rest of the free treasures. She found a bunch of cursed magic weapons, soaked in void and death energy. Those went straight into her space. Once all the interesting things were gone from the ship's hold, Kara went over to inspect the bodies of the undead. Strangely, they were just piles of bones with equipment. The spell must have hit them hard enough that it dispelled the spell that was keeping them active. But that meant they weren't undead, right? They should be summoned undead. Sister Remy would know for sure. Kara moved on to the ships at the front, but there was nothing in them. So, she moved along to another dock. On shore, the battle near the warehouse was beginning to turn against the undead horde, and they were quickly being pushed back to the water. Karl couldn't tell if the other portions of the shore defense were doing as well, but in his portion, it was all but over. Dana's swarm of magical blades were shredding the undead who got too close to her section, while Ray and the big demon who may have limited invulnerability had pushed the northern edge of their section all the way from the river back to the first dock. The deciding factor of the battle would mostly be the other fronts and the battle over their heads, which the undead lord was pushing closer to the surface by the second. Karl vaguely noticed that something was changing in Kara's space, but he was busy firing arrows into the whites, keeping them pushed back from the lines as the militia worked to contain the attack. He took a short break, and Loras ran over with an armload of water bottles. "Here, grab a drink. I gave all the jewelry to your friend the spider just a minute ago. You know, in case something happens," the pale-skinned little demoness announced. "Thanks. No matter what, You can't be accused of not following through on your word, Karl agreed. It wasn't being killed she was too worried about, but the city was taking increasingly large amounts of damage, and the stone carvings were rather fragile before Karl enhanced them. Then, a blinding golden light changed everything. Thor and Tessa began to glow, and the undead began to disintegrate to ash, blown away on the wind as their ships faded from sight at the 3 central Drode docks. Kara grumbled in annoyance as she nearly fell into the water when her final target vanished, but she made it to the dock without getting wet and carefully made her way across a drop line between the 2 docks to go see what Thor was doing that was so bright. Skill. Circle of Protection has advanced 1 tier, Monarch rank skill, Consecrated Ground, has been learned. Consecrated Ground, Epic Grade Holy Defensive Ability. Reduces damage taken by 30%. Increases all damage done by holy attacks by 30%. Deals constant holy damage to targets in range. The light faded after a few seconds, and no undead within 50 meters of Thor remained on the battlefield. Karl winked at Loras as the few remaining demons on the south end of their section of the battlefield began to flee in fear. Thor charged south at a full run, not even waiting to see if the undead he trampled were actually dead as he ran. Consecrated Ground was still active around him, and they would burn soon enough. The southern dock area had 7 docks at it, and therefore many more attackers, but also more defenders, including almost all of the castle guard and city defenders who weren't deployed on the ships. Karl hopped down from his perch atop the warehouse to follow Thor, then leapt onto the back of one of Ray's golems as they rushed past. Standing on the spider golem, Karl could fire skill freely into the undead at the south docks. Karl had expected Ray to join them, but he could feel her headed north with Dana on her back, aiming to clear the other set of docks in the redwood sprawl. That left Lotus a bit confused. There were no more injured nearby, now that the undead were dealt with in their immediate vicinity, but she was needed in 2 opposing directions at the same time. After a few seconds, she gestured north. Remy, let's go join Sister Ray. The sprawl is short on healers all the time. Remy picked up the healer and headed for the park. The streets here were narrow and winding, a maze that would make it nearly impossible to find them otherwise, and the battle was no longer on the shore. The undead had pushed at least a block or 2 into the city, but everyone who lived in the sprawl would know where the park was. Her bodyguards accompanied them, clearing the way as Remy raced over the ground faster than Lotus could run, thanks to her larger body. Healing Tree is back in the market. Remy shouted as she deposited Lotus on the grass where Karl had set them up last time. Lotus transformed, and immediately, a flood of wounded came their way from the alleys and rooftops, appearing from everywhere, or sliding down fire escapes. Ray should have left the Dana mage with them, Remy thought. She was going to have way too much fun chasing undead through buildings and alleys to be carrying a mage instead of going incorporeal. But Dana had thought the same thing, and she was already flying overhead, just above the rooftops, so she didn't become too much of a target. That left Ray free to hunt now that her cargo had been delivered. Next to the barbecue pit, Ophelia transformed back into her usual-sized werebear form. It looks like I get to watch the food while they're gone, she laughed. Someone had to make sure that nothing tried to circle their position from the other landing points. Overhead, the main battle was coming to a crescendo of violence, and the buildings of the Redwood Sprawl and the Fool's Walk district by the river, which were closest to the combatants, were beginning to crumble under the backlash of the massive attacks that were lighting up the sky halfway to the horizon. As the sprawl collapsed, the residents ran for the few open areas in the district, which was so heavily overbuilt that the market and a few collapsed buildings were the only places that were large enough not to have rubble land on them. Fortunately, that put many people in the range of Lotus healing effects, which she was working to extend over the whole market, at the expense of peak healing power. There were only a few higher-ranking guards here anyhow, and most of them were still fighting the undead, which left a lot of wounded ascended rank workers, who didn't need royal rank healing to deal with their injuries. Commander rank, cast over twice as much area, would work just fine. With one final surge of power, many buildings in the sprawl collapsed, and the undead lord vanished, along with the remnants of his fleet. Ray was greatly disappointed, as she had just gotten into a rhythm, hunting them through buildings and alleys. But battles ended when they ended, and now it was time to check in and see how Thor had done at his end of the battlefield. That new area damage skill of his made him one of their better combatants. At least against the undead, who were extra vulnerable to holy magic. "Is everyone alright?" Carl asked as a system message, as he couldn't see most of the team. The messages all came back in the affirmative, but both Remy and Dana detailed heavy damage to the Redwood Sprawl region. So Lotus would be staying in tree form for a while, treating non-combatants who were injured when their homes collapsed. The Lord, looking battered and weary, returned to the castle without a word, while from the ocean, the city governor returned after his battle, also looking battle-scarred, but with a victorious smile. He landed near the barbecue pit, where Thor was returning with Carl and Tessa, and where the leaders of the dock district had gathered. Thank you all for the excellent work defending the city from invasion. As you may have already noticed, this time we did take some significant damage, but the emergency fund is substantial after years of successful defenses of the city, and we will be announcing projects to rebuild and repair the damaged buildings within the week. The worst of the damage is in the Redwood Sprawl, which was closest to the battle overhead, and as such, many buildings there will need to be completely renovated. During that time, there will be a housing shortage, and we ask that everyone has patience with their temporarily unhomed neighbors and employees. If you can provide them with a place to stay until their home is repaired, we ask that you do. I will have additional information for you later, but I would like to assure you that the authorized agents of the city have made preparations for the militia reimbursement. The governor's speech earned a round of cheers and applause from the nearest of the combatants, and then the dock master cast a spell over the dock area which recorded names in a notebook in his hand. Presumably someone would be doing that at the other sections of the docks, and it now made much more sense why nobody immediately went home to rest and recover from the battle. They were all waiting for the spell to be cast to record their participation. Now that the important part was done, the people began to disperse. Those who had gathered at this part of the city either worked and lived close to here, or had been otherwise unable to make it to the region closest to their homes. Such as the ones who had only come after the calls that there was a second fleet incoming. Many of them had been at work, not intending to join the militia and stand around the docks all day if it wasn't actually necessary. So, when the call came, they just went to wherever was closest to work. With the battle over in the city, and the offshore fleet now in full retreat, Hawk also returned to the city. Fighting opponents that kept running away and dragging things out as a delaying tactic was just annoying, even if they were evil water magic people. The army fleet was on its way back, needing nearly 2 hours to make it to the city, while Hawk would be back in minutes. Once they were back, the real work of rebuilding the city could begin. Among the soldiers were many of the more powerful earth magic users, and they were all employed by the city, so there was no need to do a major recruitment project for the rebuilding. The displaced residents of the sprawl just had to wait for the soldiers to get around to their building. Carl knew that was unlikely to be the most efficient way, but when the alternative was paying other local craftsmen, it was best to wait and see if they could get to your home anytime soon. After you had recovered what salvageable valuables you could, of course. Already, the earth element residents were hard at work all over the city, patching up the portions that they could, and ensuring that no more buildings fell in the next few days. The rubble after the battle would be taken care of by the city, but trying to explain to a tired soldier that your building fell 3 days later due to structural damage would sound a lot like a scam to get a new house to them. Especially given how old most of the buildings in the Redwood Sprawl were. That moment of calm is when Carl finally took stock of their gains. Or, more specifically, Car's gains. What in the world did you do while we were fighting? Loot the national treasury? Boat presents. Kara replied simply, as if that should explain everything. Carl led the group to where Lotus was set up, just in case Remy and her bodyguards weren't enough to quell the inevitable chaos around the healing tree. But on the way there, they encountered an odd sight. The boardwalk along the river had the food carts pushed against the buildings, and the street was filled with merchants frantically purchasing everything that they could. Carl's first thought was that this was a full city looting event, but the people lined up were mostly dusty civilians, and there were guards every few steps. What sort of event is this? Carl asked one of the senior guards. It's a yard sale. The guard looked confused, as if there was no word for what was a tradition in the city. Whenever there is large damage to the city, the merchants buy up anything of value so that it can't be stolen in the aftermath, and the locals have some funds to live on. Then they head out and sell it for profit, and donate to the city's rebuilding fund. The more that they make, the better the rebuilding process is. Most of this stuff wouldn't survive weeks out in the weather, and even if it would, the owners have no way to keep it safe until they have a new house. An inventory only holds so much, so they start over with a bit of cash to their names, and nothing else. The guard finished, doing his best to explain the situation to outsiders. Carl would have thought the logical thing would be to load it into crates in a warehouse, but these were keepsakes and valuables, and money would be needed to buy new furniture and whatever else was needed for the new houses. Carl nodded and headed for the east side of the river. If you've got anything to sell, the price might not be the best, but the profits come back to the city. The guard called as Carl began to walk away. When the undead bodies vanished, so did their weapons and other items, so there wasn't much to be gained from the battle. But Remy had found some things she didn't particularly want. Carl looked down the line to a man who was buying up weapons and stepped in line. The housewife in front of Carl pushed him forward, as did the locals in front of her. "You've got better stuff to sell than we do, I'm certain. Plus, you were with the healing tree during the first time she visited us. How long will she be there today?" "Some of my boys were still fighting when I left," the first old woman in line asked. Carl smiled at her, then placed the stack of ugly and oddly shaped cursed magical weapons on the table where the merchant's men were sorting items. "Those are," the merchant began, "stolen magical weapons. Royal rank, with a few negative attributes," Carl explained. "Well, I don't know how you did it, but that is impressive. They're all unbound, so they're fair game. I can give you a flat 20 gold apiece for them. All profit when I sell them goes straight to the city coffers." Carl nodded and shook his hand, then gave the 400 gold coins to Kara. "We can spend those later," Carl informed her. Kara laughed and gestured to the literal hill of currency she had stolen, much of which was local. "Good point. We can donate it to whoever you think has the best snacks, or can make good stuff for the city if you'd like. Lotus is getting famous, and I'm sure it would help if we paid off someone with a furniture factory," Carl suggested instead. "Oh, that is good. We can make Sister Lotus really famous in the city. They already love her," Kara agreed. Thor and Remy suspected that she was up to something, but Kara wasn't elaborating, so they had to guess what her plan was in making Lotus famous. Carl suspected it was actually simple. Kara loved sweets. Lotus also loved sweets. If Lotus got famous, they got free sweets. "No, but now that you mention it," Kara laughed. Great, now he was the one giving her ideas. When they reached the tree, there was chaos everywhere, but not in a dangerous way. Local gangs were sorting out residents, passing out blankets and the relief supplies that the city had distributed via the guards, and making sure that there were no fights in the market area. Outside of that, tensions were high, and people were clearly staying away from the edges of the area if that was not the part of the district that they lived in, but it was functional at the very least. Many of the elderly were in rough shape with all the dust and the injuries that they had taken during the battle, both from the aftermath of the attacks, and from the collapsing buildings. There were also many mournful faces, as the worst of the casualties had been at the start of the battle, and much more than the minimum time had passed to resurrect even the ones whose bodies could be found intact. The undead curse tended to raise those slain or seriously injured by whites as zombies, so it was a priority to get everyone who had been fighting to stand within Lotus light for at least a few minutes until everyone was sure that they were not going to turn. Carl wasn't sure how the south side of town was dealing with that threat. He hadn't even considered it during the battle. But the locals had been pulling the severely wounded back to Lotus anyhow, so it wasn't really a concern on their portion of the docks. "Mister, did you need help?" a young girl asked as Carl approached with the others. Carl shook his head. "We're with the healing tree and the Naga Queen. We just came to make sure that they were all right." Tessa gestured towards a clear spot near the edge of the market closest to the grass. "Let's set up there. Little miss, can you find us a huge pot, one from the restaurants? I'm a priestess, and I can create food for everyone," she explained. The girl smiled. "Oh, that's even better. The healing tree has food too, but she can't cook." Well, not when she didn't have hands or arms. Once the locals found out what Tessa wanted, slightly damaged pots were quickly procured from a collapsed restaurant, and the Naga bodyguards rinsed them out before filling them with water for Tessa to make stew. There wasn't any shortage of things to cook today. Not with so many buildings collapsed and their coolers inoperative. Much of the food had been moved to other locations, but partial packs or excessively damaged items hadn't been touched. Some of those were sorted through, and the salvageable bits were brought to Tessa, along with dozens more large pots. Carl quickly drew temporary runes on the ground to heat the pots, and Tessa got to work making dinner for 10,000 or more. She had plenty of help, so Tessa's role was more of food creationist and executive chef, who loaded the pots, while Remy's bodyguards used the weakest possible casting of tsunami to fill them with clean water. Rice and beans were the staple of the clergy, but today, she had added garlic and onions as well as a rich spice. Fortunately for everyone's stomach, the beans were fresh, not dried. Half an hour later, when the rice was ready, everything else would be as well. On a whim, Tessa made alternating pots in different flavors. That way, the people could pick from a spicy or mild dinner. Hopefully, it would suit the tastes of more people. One pot at the end was left as plain rice and beans, the blandest possible option for those with sensitive stomachs, but imbued with a touch of holy magic from their creation. On the other side of the market, near the collapsed buildings, grills were being set up to cook all the meat that wouldn't survive the night. It was cold now, but not for long. Cooked or smoked into jerky, it would last longer. With so many mouths to feed, there were bound to be long lines, but everyone was too exhausted or mentally weary to cause trouble today. Thousands of bowls had been brought for the vegetable biryani, obtained from the same restaurants that the pots had been. For simplicity's sake, the workers just put one large scoop in each and handed them to the closest person, unless they pointed at a particular pot. Row upon row, the citizens of Drode were being fed, which brought everyone within the aura of Lotus healing. The day was still a disaster for the residents of the Redwood Sprawl, but there was hope for the people to recover, and the locals were actually working together for the first time in decades. Lotus kept up her tree form all night long, and Tessa kept cooking until nearly midnight when the crowd was mostly dispersed. Then, the pots were covered, and the heat turned off so that they could be reheated in the morning. The locals would happily sort it out themselves once the sun came up, and by afternoon the next day, the city's governor should have plans in motion. It was nearly dawn when Lotus changed forms and the whole group headed back to the inn. The Laughing Dragon was already cooking breakfast as they stumbled in, but everyone was too tired to eat. Instead, they went straight to their room and collapsed to sleep. Late that afternoon, Carl was awakened by the sound of someone knocking at their door. "Sir, ladies, there is an envoy from the governor here to speak to you," Beth called, barely more than a whisper. Carl gently swatted Dana on the backside to get her to release him, and the mage gave him a sleepy squeeze. "Send Kara to replace you," she complained. Kara was asleep in her space, her nest of blankets sitting on top of a hill of treasure, so Carl moved her to the bed as he got up, and Dana settled back to sleep. Carl got dressed and followed the barmaid down the stairs to a table in the corner where a man in a bright gold and red coat was sitting. He was most likely a demon, Carl decided, but it was honestly hard to tell him from a human, except for the aura of his magic. That and his eyes. Once Carl sat across from him, the eyes were a clear distinguishing mark. They had sideways slotted pupils like a goat, and the sclera was entirely red, seeming to glow faintly. "War champion, thank you for coming so swiftly. After yesterday, I can see why you hold such a lofty position as a monarch. We just ran into a small issue with the distribution of rewards for the battle. It appears that you are from a foreign enough location that your guild bank does not have a branch with access here. Would you prefer to set up a branch account at the castle's guild bank access point, or would you like the payment directly?" the demon explained. Carl checked his nameplate for a moment. Exchequer Mills, Carl knew that was a word, and he might have heard it before. But by inference, it most likely meant that this was the big boss in charge of money. Carl smiled. "Guild functions have not properly activated in my homeland, so there is no official guild bank or other options for people like me. Only the approval of the gods that grants us titles and status." The demon paused, then nodded slowly. "So, you're from another continent. That makes sense. Until 3 months ago, the guild function in the Dragon Isles was completely inactive, and only recently has it come back online, including the guild bank terminal in the castle, which has withstood the test of time." Carl thought about that for a second. "If it's not too much of an imposition, do you think that you could bring me to the terminal? Perhaps it could activate the guild functions fully for me, and then I can make a proper decision." The exchequer nodded. "That is acceptable. Your guild's team contributed greatly to the effort, and once this payment order is settled, the governor would like to speak to someone known as the Healing Tree about continued assistance during the next week until new apartments are built in the sprawl." Carl smiled. "She's a royal high priestess of the Green Dragon. Her name is Lotus, and I'm sure that she would love to help. However, if it is possible, I would like to provide a few designs for the rebuilding. My home nation is known for its high-rise buildings, and they are much more durable than the ones which collapsed during the fighting. Or, they could be All the windows would have been blown out of his apartment tower during the battle, but the building itself would have been fine. The exchequer nodded happily. They were always happy to have plans to improve the lower income sides of town. The majority of the housing there belonged to the city, and it was rented to the residents, so there wasn't much to be done except rebuild. They were about to rise when Beth brought over juice, with plates of fried eggs and potatoes. "Eat before you go. I'm sure you'll both be busy all day," she insisted. Carl smiled at the demoness, and she vanished back into the kitchen to finish helping prepare something. "I think she's sweet on you. Normally, she yells at people to pay before their food comes out." The demon across from Carl laughed. "Meals are included in our room fee. They've been quite good to us here." They ate quickly, and Carl left a few copper coins on the table to pay for the other man's meal. "This one's on me. Let's go get some work done." It was a short trip to the castle, with the sun high overhead. But the guards all smiled at Carl on the way in, and no questions were asked about his identity when they simply bypassed the line of visitors, which extended all the way to the docks from the southern main gate. Carl gave the exchequer a sympathetic smile. "You, sir, have a very hard week ahead of you." The demon laughed. "My subordinates even more than myself. I just need to sign off on the orders. They are responsible for the prioritization of complaints, and the plans to rebuild the city. While we walk, how about you tell me more about the apartment buildings that you are planning to recommend?" Carl gave a brief description of the steel frame construction with concrete floors and divider walls, which were not only massively stronger than the existing brick and shiplap floor construction of the apartments in the redwood sprawl. The demon called for an assistant, and a dwarven girl, or young woman, came down with a notepad to copy Carl's description, then alter it with his instructions. She instinctively understood what he meant, as the concept was the same as bracing a mine roof for a layered dig, and a dwarven architect knew all about that sort of thing. They just hadn't been involved in the last round of construction of the redwood sprawl. "So, how do people get up and down?" the demon asked as they happily chatted. "There are stairs, but mostly via the lift. There are two options, either a counterbalance and pulleys like an ore lift from the mines, or magic. I don't know which one your people are better with. But either one will let you move a whole group of people up dozens of floors with minimal effort." "Well, much less effort than walking up 10 flights of stairs," Carl amended. The dwarf smiled. "We have magical pulleys in the mines. Simple earth magic. We can make elevators with a counterbalance and pulleys easily enough. Just put in a switch and it's on and off, all sorted. The safety standards would be a bit different from the Golden Dragon Nation, but with the retractable gate in the design, nobody should get squished," Carl assumed. The demon was doing mental math as they explained the process, calculating costs. Then his eyes brightened. These buildings were expensive to make due to the labor of skilled artisans, but they would hold so many more people that the overcrowding issues would be solved for years. The dwarf split off to go to the city planning department as they reached the vaults, where the guild bank was likely to be. The door was opened by a pair of guards, then another pair followed Carl and the exchequer into the vault itself. There were 2 stone podiums in front of them, and safety deposit boxes all along the sides of the massive vault. But it was the system notice that caught Carl's attention. City Stone of Drode, current governor, Shin Kawai. Actual leader, Madam Shin Elizabeth. Carl couldn't help laughing, and the demon gave him a sheepish smile. "I forgot that you would be able to see that. Kindly do not mention it to anyone. It appears to be a glitch in the city stone," he insisted. Carl shook his head. "No, it's not a mistake. It appears that the governor values his wife's opinion very much. Now, on the right of it should be the guild stone, right?" The demon nodded and Carl walked up to put his hand on the guild stone. Verifying, Dark Light Host membership confirmed, guild branch not established. Please purchase a home location of at least 20 sleeping rooms, or 300 open acres. Hidden class skill unlocked, home. One-time use skill. The Packmaster may designate a target location as their permanent home, granting various bonuses as the location is improved. If the home is deemed unsuitable, a new location may be designated every 5 years. Effect increases if the territorial skill is known. Territorial, all attacks by the Packmaster have a chance to cause intimidation. Carl turned to the demon with a sheepish look. "Well, I know the problem now. We don't have a guild home in the Dragon Isles. It requires that I purchase either a large portion of land or a 20-bedroom house." The demon suddenly looked way too excited. and Carl began to wonder if he had just accidentally converted his reward into a house in Drode. Not that it was a bad thing, but he wasn't even sure that they were planning to stay in this country, much less in this city. Well, it was no loss. It wasn't like they were short on money and needed the reward. Plus, he could turn a portion of it into a dragon god temple, which didn't exist in this city. It would make both the green and red dragon gods happy. If that is the case, please accompany me to see Governor Shin. I believe that we have a solution for your group, the exchequer announced. They started the long walk to the governor's wing of the castle, and members of the city development department quickly joined them, asking Carl questions about their plans, in case he knew of drawbacks. What they wanted to make were massive complexes, twice the footprint of a regular high-rise building, with dozens of small apartments on each floor, including ultra-low-cost inner units, which would have no external windows. Instead, they wanted to light the hallways with magic and windows at either end of the hallway. For a dwarf or an earth element demon, it would be great. For everyone else, it would be a claustrophobic nightmare, with interior units under 20 square meters. Carl explained his concerns, and the group began to laugh. Most of the buildings now have been subdivided into units smaller than that. Units under 10 square meters for a family of 3 are quite common, in order to save money. But going this way, we can reclaim some wasted space, and the extra height will allow us to house twice as many people, while still allowing the new homes to provide twice as much space per person. Now, they'll likely still divide it into smaller units later, but that's not our problem after the building is constructed, the architect explained. How is the earth magic of the construction team? Carl asked. The demon from the architectural team shrugged, mostly commander rank. Good enough that a magical building isn't going to collapse, and the metallic support beams can be created from the ground up to the roofline to support the concrete slab that you recommended to prevent another incident like this. The windows and balconies will be the first to go, but those are easier to fix. Carl nodded in understanding. I have one more recommendation, not a necessity, but something that was quite popular at home. Building the base deep underground stabilizes the structure. But as those levels aren't really suitable for apartments, you can put in storage areas for shops on the main floor, or even an entire shopping area on the ground floor and first basement, with storage underneath. Then put common areas on the second floor, and start the apartments from the third floor. At street level, everyone will see the shops, with more hidden behind the ones on the street. And it won't feel like they have to go across the city to get essentials. The exchequer snapped his fingers. Like how I order everything to be delivered to the castle instead of walking to the market to get them. The architect facepalmed at the bit of new information about the man's laziness. Or perhaps his shut-in nature. Yes, exchequer. Just like that, but with only a few products available in each building, so they might have to go a few blocks. The demon shrugged. Good enough. We can try that project with the dozen buildings surrounding the market. Do those first, and if the people react well, we can make more of them after. The row behind them doesn't need all the fancy shops. They're already used to going to the market, and there's nothing wrong with putting the poor in underground apartments. The architect was clearly ignoring the moneyman's opinion, but he nodded along with the recommendations. We will add some decoration to the lower levels as well. City beautification. The sprawl might be the residence for low-wage employees, but it doesn't have to be an eyesore. Carl resisted the urge to point out that it was overrun with gangs, and that most of the basement levels would quickly be turned into brothels and casinos. The multiple-level basements were actually perfect for the purpose, and with the basement entrances being internal, it would move the illicit businesses' guards off the street. That made it invisible to people walking by, and should reduce problems between groups. The buildings themselves would likely turn into gang territories, but that also wasn't Carl's problem. The locals would have to sort that out on their own. Carl was led up to the governor's office with an increasingly large retinue of castle workers. Not just finance people and architects, they also now had castle guards and a few maids with food and drinks for what was promising to be an important meeting. The guards knocked and informed the governor of their presence before letting the important people into the large office. To everyone's shock, the governor actually stood to shake Carl's hand when he entered. Then he motioned for everyone to sit. War champion, I see that you have once again proven your title. Thank you for your assistance. The battle at the central docks went flawlessly, Governor Shin greeted. Thank you, Governor. The exchequer passed over a note, and the governor smiled. It seems that your guild branch needs a local home in the Dragon Isles to activate the guild functions. Now, I know just the thing for you. It's not the most glamorous of locations, but I believe that it is perfect for a guildhouse. You see, there is a building at the western Frostfire Gate on the south side of the city. It was once a guard barracks, as its courtyard touches the city wall. But the barracks have been moved, with a location outside the walls and one in the Stone Chapel district, closer to the castle. It has more than enough sleeping quarters to be counted as a guildhouse, and the courtyard is large enough for your beasts to rest outdoors when you enter the city, or for deliveries to the guildhouse to turn around a wagon train. The governor explained. You would offer such a grand location as a war reward? Carl asked. The governor laughed. I don't know if you've not yet noticed, or if you're just used to it. But your team are heroes to the people of the city. Doing something grand for you is good for publicity. I had thought about giving you a guild house in the Redwood Sprawl district, but the overcrowding on that side of the city is already too severe to make room for such a thing, and a guild house cannot be part of a shared accommodation, no matter how large it is. So, the Frostfire Gate would be perfect, even if it is a fair walk to the river and the major shopping areas. What do you think? Carl considered it for only a few seconds, while Thor sung a nonsensical song about wagons in his head. Being a wagon merchant was a great time. Slowly, he nodded. Even if we happen to move on to take care of tasks outside the city, it would be nice to have a home to come back to. I will gladly accept this reward on behalf of my team. The governor clapped his hands, and a man came forward with a folder. Governor Shin signed off on the bottom of the page, then the folder was passed to Carl. Your team can go check it out at your leisure, then come back to adjust your guild functions if necessary. Now, about those housing designs. Carl settled in for a long day of meetings, while everyone else was beginning to get out of bed at the Laughing Dragon. The inn was incredibly busy today, mostly with soldiers who had come to greet the group. Some had fought in the streets, some had been at sea, and wanted to thank Hawk for softening the enemy fleet to make it easier to break their shields. That had saved them many lives during the battle, and while they had fallen into a trap and had been pulled away from the defense of the city, they had still managed to fend off one of the two fleets without any major losses. The group ate a quick lunch and headed back for the market square, where Tessa was planning to make lunch again, and Lotus would be a tree for the day. She only had one request. Keep the local dogs away from her roots. They had no respect at all. It was nearly dark when the construction crews showed up at the market, led by Carl, who had been nominated as the spokesperson for the construction teams as they cleared the area. Carl walked behind where Tessa was serving dinner, then lifted himself on a pillar of earth barrier stone. Everyone, your attention, please. Construction is to begin immediately, at the order of the governor. The first areas to be rebuilt will be the ones surrounding the market. New high-rise multi-purpose buildings will be erected. There will be 4 in total, each of them encompassing a quarter of the circle around the market. As for the territories of the groups in the sprawl, the governor suggests you not cause trouble. There will be wide-scale rebuilding of the Redwood Sprawl to a much higher standard, and groups that seek to stop that progress will be eliminated from the city. These new buildings will have space designated for shops on the ground floor, as well as the basement levels. There will be a total of 20 levels of apartments above the shops, including 2 floors with 6-meter ceilings for larger species. The housing department will be present from tomorrow to help those who lost homes in the immediate vicinity get registered for new units. Now, some of the buildings in the area are still partially or mostly intact. Those will all be removed tonight. Please remove all property still inside, and the city guard will provide security over your possessions until the buildings are completed. Carl didn't know that all of the surrounding buildings had already been emptied, as they were too heavily damaged for people or business to continue staying in them. Teams were sent from the construction crews to double-check all the surrounding buildings for personal belongings or residence, and then when the all-clear signal was given, a group of Overlord-rank Earth mages began remodeling the area. When the dwarves had explained their vision for the buildings, it was too good to resist. So, the strongest Earth mages in the city had agreed to work with the architects, and they would be able to create the bare structure of the buildings in a single night. There were 8 in total, working in pairs. All 4 of the buildings were to be identical, except for the main floor, which would make a history of the city in a circular pattern around the market. For the next 100 years or so, until they were destroyed or renovated, it would be a visible reminder of the city's rich history, ending with the battle against the undead that had prompted the building of the towers. As they worked, Carl explained their reward to the rest of his team. The former barracks at the southwest Frostfire District gate to the city. They're really just giving us a huge house? Ophelia asked. Carl nodded. Yeah. And once that is up, we will apparently be able to get guild functions active. I don't know what that entails, but there is a guild bank function, so storing and transferring funds and items should be easy, and all of you are already registered as members. We can probably also hire some workers to keep a steady stream of income, even when we move out to see the rest of the continent. Assuming that we do keep pushing to improve our power levels at the fastest possible pace. That was a given to everyone present. The people here were much more powerful, and royal rank was not as safe as they had once thought it to be. In fact, the royal rank was much more likely to get called store manager than princess in the city of Drode. It didn't take long before the rubble of the buildings was cleared, and huge pits were dug with earth magic to form the basement levels. Carl could see the excitement of the local casino operators and other illicit businessmen when the basement walls were constructed, revealing multiple underground levels, along with a sloped rear entry for deliveries. Not only could they work in a secure area, but they could bring large shipments right inside the building. Someone was really thinking of them. Not just their criminal enterprises, but their legitimate businesses on the ground level that provided a veneer of legitimacy. Layer by layer, the buildings were constructed around the enchanted central metal beams. The mages were going by the blueprints, focusing on the construction in parts so that nothing was missed or misplaced. While one formed the various spells, the other guided them. That way, the second mage wasn't overexerting themselves as they ensured that the new layer seamlessly integrated with the ones below and didn't introduce any sort of design issues. Every few layers, they switched. That let them recover from the heavy workload part of the construction without cutting the pace. The scale of the rebuilding was shocking, but more than that, the buildings themselves were magnificent. Monarch Carl, are these buildings just for flying creatures? That's a long way up. One of the demons, a deep red man just under Carl's shoulder tall, asked. No, there is a magical platform inside to lift residents to their floor without walking. We planned for the issues of getting things back to your home on upper levels, and the lift can hold a whole group of people, or a few people and a lot of shopping, or furniture as you move in. The word quickly spread through the crowd, who mostly hadn't been paying attention to the first announcement, other than the part where they needed to get out of the way for the magical construction teams. Technically, there were 2 elevator platforms. They were side by side in the building, each 2 meters wide and 4 meters deep. Some species were large, and they would need the space to get personal possessions up to their units. Once they had new belongings, that was. The balconies appeared to be the most popular feature, though. They weren't standard practice in the city, and while these had solid exterior doors and bars on all the windows, the majority of demons could fly. So half the residents could simply fly up to their apartment and enter from the outside for daily use. There were even exterior doors at the ends of the hallways on each floor, for those in internal apartments without windows or balconies. Carl had objected to some of those floor plans. However, he was informed that some species liked that, and it would keep building costs down, as they wouldn't have to build a central courtyard to create internal windows. Away from the market, most of the designed buildings were tall and narrow, with just one hallway, and every unit would have exterior windows. It was closer to the existing design of the roads, so they didn't need to redesign the whole district to add more homes. But these centerpiece buildings around the market square would be the crown jewels of the redwood sprawl when they were finished. They might not be as shiny and glamorous as the glass-sided high-rises in the Golden Dragon Nation's capital, but they were still an architectural marvel. Carl's group went home before midnight as the buildings were getting close to complete. The locals could celebrate and fight about their new homes without their presence. They returned to the inn for the evening, then made their way to the new house right after breakfast. The first thing that Carl noticed when they got close was the dilapidated condition of the building. But a split second later, the recognition that the building was not empty slowed his approach. That could be problematic. If a group of homeless demons had made the abandoned building their home, he would ruin his hard-earned good reputation to just throw them on the streets. But if it was a criminal organization using this building as their base, it would be even more problematic. Perhaps this gift wasn't all that it seemed to be. Carl walked up to the simple stone wall around the courtyard, barely shoulder high and more of a boundary marker than a serious deterrent. Then he waited a moment to see what the response from the people inside would be. They didn't seem to notice he was there, but Carl could clearly see with soul sight that they were all smaller, and mostly in the awakened realm. So, most likely it was children playing. After all, if you couldn't make it to ascended rank as an adult, You would be chased out of the city to the outlying regions or the Black Shade slums. Carl led the team into the courtyard, and finally the occupants noticed them. But now that he had a clear view through the open door, Carl could tell what they were doing as well. It was some sort of martial arts class, with tattered uniforms that didn't fit quite right, and one small but elderly ascended rank female trainer. "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Carl," he greeted them. A number of the kids nodded happily. "We know you. You beat up the undead knight champion," a young boy insisted. "That's right. And as a reward, the city governor transferred me the ownership of this building and its courtyard. It looks like you've been training hard to become guardsmen. Or were you hoping to become ship's guards?" Carl asked. The boy raised his fists and shadow boxed the open air for a second as a demonstration of childish might. "I'm going to be the next arena champion in Lared," he announced, determined in his path to greatness. Lared was the capital of the nation to the south, and a major trading partner of Drode, just across the border. One of the girls laughed at his ambition. "But aren't all the arena champions overlords? Your mom is a satyr." "But my dad could be powerful," the boy insisted. Carl's team tactfully ignored the fact that the boy didn't actually know who his father was, and let Carl continue with their introductions. "So, how often do you all train your skills here in the main hall?" Carl asked. "Pretty much every day. We come down, mop the floors, and then we start training while Teacher Joe goes to find breakfast," the boy explained. Carl turned to Tessa. They were firmly in her territory if these kids were living here without parents. "How about you continue your training, and we will borrow Teacher Joe for a moment?" Carl asked. The elderly demon waved her hand for them to get back to work, and Carl led her out into the courtyard, where he could see a number of nosy neighbors watching intently. "I would do this inside, but I don't want to worry the kids unnecessarily. I take it you all live here?" Carl began. The diminutive demoness nodded. "I was the housekeeper here when the guard left, and I couldn't find other work. So, I just stayed. Most of these kids have parents in the district outside the gate. Just not good ones. Once they finish their training in the morning to help them grow, they go looking for part-time jobs. It's not a permanent group. The boy you were talking to has been here 3 weeks, and he will be starting as a baker's apprentice in a week. A few of the others have been here for months, but it's only myself living here long-term." Carl nodded in understanding. "So, it's something like a hostel. Cheap living for young workers who just arrived in the city without backing. And right at the gate, so they don't have to go outside and then find another silver coin to get back in?" he asked. "A silver? The fee is 3 silvers an entry," Teacher Joe replied, clearly confused. "Odd. They only charged us 1 each at the forest gate, and that was the price they quoted to get back in from the Black Shade, though they didn't charge us." The elderly violet-skinned demoness laughed, which made lightning crackle between the curved ram horns on her head and her hair stand on end. She smoothed it back down in annoyance and shook her head in dismay. "It depends on who is entering. A war champion at the monarch rank and his friends. It might be a silver. If you were an overlord, they would likely waive it entirely. For children and ascended workers, it's 3 silvers. For awakened adults, it's 5 silver for a visitor's day pass with a tracking spell on it," she explained. That explained why the city was so crowded when there was a suburban area outside the walls. It wasn't danger, it was economics. By Carl's math, 2 or 3 silver was a day's wages for most workers. They simply couldn't go back and forth every day. Carl looked at Dana, who just shrugged. She didn't care about this place one way or another. Sure, they owned it. But this was the first time they had seen it. If Carl wanted to sell it, they would take the loss and consider it a goodwill gift. Remy had a better idea. "The whole place is full of tiny workers, right? Why don't we make them our tiny workers? We can use the main floor as a shop for runic items and potions. Then people can come to us to buy them, and we don't need to pay someone to sell them. Well, other than the workers. But workers are cheaper than runic reins." Carl smiled at Teacher Joe. "I have a proposition for you. I am going to renovate this building as a branch guildhouse. I will hire you to stay on as the caretaker, just as you have been, but now with funding to actually fix things. Then we will turn the main floor area into a shop, where we sell the items that my teammates make. You see, we're all pushing to make it to Overlord rank, but that is going to need money and opportunities, plus countless visits to the dungeon, unless there is a higher rank one nearby." The little demon smiled. "Does that mean there's a budget for cleaning supplies? I can go get everything that we will need right away. I don't know what you're going to change, but I can make everything clean as can be by the end of the day." Her excitement level had shot through the roof when she found out that she was going to have an actual job again, but the ladies were giving her looks that said they were concerned with her mental health. "Sorry, I'm an obsession demon, and my obsession is cleanliness. You have no idea what hell it has been being unable to afford to properly clean," she rambled. Carl winked at Dana. "I guess that means no shoes in the house." Teacher Joe, or Caretaker Joe, as she would be in her new role, looked horrified at the concept of shoes outside the common areas of the house, and Carl noticed that everyone inside had left their shoes by the door, despite the poor condition of the floor. The city will be short on construction workers for a bit, as they have to take care of the portions of the city that collapsed in the attacks, but do what you can, and we will get started on the renovations as materials come available. Caretaker Joe smiled. "I know people. They're outside the wall, so nobody will be likely to call on them for the repair, but we can hire them to do the renovation with earth and nature magic. One of them is a dryad, and they've got a great sense of style. You'll just need to pay their way into the city as part of the fee." Carl nodded. "Just give me the name and location, and I will go get them. While I do that, you can lead the ladies on a walk through, so they can see what we have to work with." Joe wrote him a note, including a rough map of the Frostfire Gate suburbs. The location was further east, toward the ocean, but it shouldn't be too hard to find. Carl nodded to the guard on the way out, and the man held up a hand to talk to him. "Did you buy the old barracks?" he asked. "The governor gave them to my team for our efforts during the battle. We're planning to make it a combination of our guild house and a shop," he explained. "Oh, not tearing it down to build something bigger and better?" Carl shook his head. "That might break Caretaker Joe's heart. We've hired her on to keep the place up. I'll have to hire a few more professionals as well, but I'm going to get a renovation team that she recommended." The guard nodded and smiled. "If you get back within the next 3 hours, come through this gate. I lived in those barracks for most of my youth. It will be good to see them back in top condition again. But I have to warn you. When an obsession demon says she's obsessed with cleanliness, she's not joking. That tiny psychopath used to chase us with a whip if we didn't shower after morning training." Carl laughed. "I'm sure that the ladies in my team will be on her side. The bubble bath stock goes almost as fast as clean socks." The guard laughed and waved farewell as Carl jogged off to go find the recommended workers. 30 minutes of brisk walking brought him to a beautifully decorated Gothic mansion, with a carefully groomed hedge maze in the yard. That was what he was looking for, but there should have been a sign out front that marked it as a furniture maker. Hopefully, the place hadn't changed owners. Carl walked up to the front gate and knocked, not entering the yard. Half a second later, a dryad simply appeared out of the bushes with a smile. "Hello, how might I help you?" she asked. "Caretaker Joe recommended your services to renovate the old barracks building. I have just been awarded the location as a combat bonus, and it needs some work to get it back to standards," Carl explained. The dryad nodded and motioned for Carl to enter. "Please come in and tell me your plans. My daughter runs the business now, and the shop entrance was moved to the back last year. But for Joe, I can likely flex my magic a little bit," she agreed. "Well, I don't object to hiring both of you, and whoever else you think might be necessary," Carl shrugged. The dryad gave him a curious look, and Carl took out 10 gold coins, placing them on the table between them. She smiled. "In that case, you can call me Misty, and my daughter is Rain. Do you have any magic users on your team that might be helpful?" Carl smiled. "I have a royal rank green dragon cleric. She might be useful. Or she might not. It depends on how long she can focus for." Misty laughed, the branches of her hair shaking. "All right. I will bring a stonesmith with us as well. It won't take long, but the fee isn't cheap. Though, I can see that's not going to be a problem on this job." "What are you going to be selling?" she asked. "Alchemical potions for healing and progression, runic jewelry, and once I can find a source for weapon blanks, runic weapons as well." The dryad paused. "I don't think that I follow. What is a runic jewelry?" she asked. Carl saw the problem. If she was going to make display cases, she needed to know what he sold. Carl took out one of the royal rank rings that he had inscribed for giant strength and placed it on the table. "That sort of thing. But also amulets, necklaces, bracelets. Whatever I can get from my supplier. Mostly royal and monarch rank, but I might eventually make some lower grade budget items," he explained. The dryad was stunned into silence. "She might need a minute," Hawk laughed. "Positively shooketh. Flabbergasted. Discombobulated, Remy agreed. Then Remy dropped a monarch-ranked healing potion on the table between them to see what happened. Misty sighed. I am going to have to hire a security expert as well. I know a mage who specializes in barriers. You should have enough magic to help him, and he's already in the city. That sort of inventory can't just be left in the open. That was understandable. Though, Carl suspected that this renovation project was going to get extremely expensive. Just a barrier that could keep away the threats of local thieves would be costly. Unfortunately, while Carl could make runic barriers, he had limited experience, and Dana only knew a few basic barrier spells. Neither was up to the task of erecting permanent barriers over an entire property. With the decision made, Misty led Carl into the back of the property, where the sounds of singing were coming from what looked like a carriage house with the sides boarded up by living vines. Rain, come out and say hello, we have a VIP customer, she announced, and the singing stopped. A young dryad poked her head out of the vines, and Carl knew immediately that Lotus would not be getting anything productive done. Perhaps Kara could keep her under control, but this little creature was adorable. What's up, Mom? I just finished that project for the Davidson family, she answered. This lovely young demon is going to renovate the old barracks, and he wants a full makeover for the main floor to turn it into a high-end magical goods and jewelry shop, Misty explained. Seriously? Where will he even get the goods for that? The young dryad asked, rolling her eyes. I make them. And if you can make me pretty enough wooden items, I will buy them and enchant them too, Carl replied with a smirk. Rain giggled. Oh, he's good. Dryads aren't even magical beasts, and I almost got sucked in by that charm. Then she stepped through the vines, revealing a green floral dress but bare feet. All right, we're good to go. I will lead the way, so we can get Stonesmith Jones on the way. Rain skipped happily along beside them as her mother led the way through the winding streets of the outer Frostfire Gate district. They stopped at an unassuming fieldstone house that appeared centuries old, and in stark contrast to the newer construction all around it, which was mostly wood or brick. Jones? We've got a stonework job for you. The old barracks is getting a full renovation, Misty called. A demon with black skin that showed glowing red from various cracks in the leathery surface stuck his head out. No, not a demon, Carl realized. That was a transformed magma dragon. His soul was definitely that of a dragon. Stonework, you say? All right. I think that I can take a job today. Do you have something interesting for me? He asked. Carl took out a royal rank earth element stone. That was worth significantly more than he had paid for the rest of the job, but this was an overlord ranked dragon, and bribing him was probably the best way to get his attention. Oh, now that is pretty. All right, I will come over and make those barracks the single best guild house in the city. And just like that, Carl had obtained all of the team members that they needed, except for the mage who would make the barriers. Jones and Rain were singing together as they made it back to the gate beside the old barracks, and the guards smiled at them. War champion, it looks like you found quite the assortment of workers today. I'm sure the lovely ladies of your team will be pleased. The guard greeted them. Carl wasn't sure how he knew that the team was lovely ladies at first. Then he realized that the kids had all been chased into the yard so that Joe could clean the place before the renovation team arrived. That meant Tessa followed them out, Lotus came to play, and Dana had joined Ophelia on the porch for a drink. Jones cleared his throat, a rumbling noise like boulders rolling downhill. Ladies, if you would kindly find the caretaker and clear the building, I will get to work on the stone structures, he announced. Caretaker Joe came out as soon as she heard his voice and waved to him. Oh, you brought over all the big guns. How did you get this one to come help fix the building? I asked him dozens of times when he passed by, but he never agreed, she asked. The stonesmith snorted, sending out a small puff of soot. You never had good stuff to offer. There was something admirable about that strictly mercenary dedication to his ideals, Carl thought. Even though they knew each other, if you couldn't pay for his services, you weren't getting his services. Carl could likely learn something from him before he went into business, but he didn't have the level of self-awareness necessary to realize that he had an issue in that department. Fortunately, Dana did. The entire property was covered in an overlord-ranked flood of earth and fire magic, that unique combination that constituted a magma dragon's racial powers. As it settled in, the barracks building shifted a little until it was perfectly squared at the corners again, with no more bulging or leaning where the mortar had crumbled. Then the outer courtyard wall began to grow, returning to 3 meters tall, and the exterior doors crumbled to ash before being replaced with thick bronze replacements, including a black cast iron gate separating the wall from the street. The roof tiles shifted into thick black slate over the pale gray and white fieldstone walls, and even the well in the yard was brought back to pristine condition. How good the water was would be questionable this close to the ocean, but they were a little uphill, and the well was shallow, so it might have some groundwater flow. Or, perhaps not. As Carl realized a few seconds later when he felt the spell on the well collapse, it didn't need groundwater, as it had been enchanted with water magic. The well was actually just an outdoor cistern. Once the dragon was done and staring smugly at his creation, the dryads went inside with papers in their hands. They went straight to the second and third floor to begin their work on the secondary kitchen, bedrooms and common areas. Carl could feel the nature magic soaking into the structure of the building as they rapidly moved through the house, using the wood as a medium to move between rooms and floors freely. For 15 minutes, the magic continued. Then they opened the main door and bowed politely to Carl. "According to our contract, the work is done. All the wooden furniture has been replaced, the floors and joists have been renewed, and the roof trusses are fresh. Your home is ready for another century of occupation," Misty announced. "That's all it takes. And here I thought that it would take days," Carl noted. Rain giggled. "We're still dryads, aren't we? Or have you never seen a dryad work before?" Carl turned to Lotus and Misty began to laugh. "While both of us have similar nature magic, the priestess leans more to healing, while our most powerful abilities are the regrowth of vegetation. We can regrow dozens of acres of forest in a full day. Fixing the structure of one large house is nothing at all. Most of the wood is already there." The unexpected attention on her stopped Lotus from subtly sneaking over to the younger dryad, but Rain grabbed her hands and dragged her inside. "Kick off your shoes at the door and follow me. Let me show you the new rooms," she laughed, running through the house with Lotus in tow. That went much more smoothly than Carl had expected, and if his senses were right, then the overlord-ranked mage headed their way might be the final contractor to fix their house. If not, it was likely someone from the castle, wondering what they were doing. Sure enough, the mage swung the gate open and stared around the compound with an impressed look. "Oh, Jones, it's you. How are you doing today?" he asked. "Jones Jr., are you here to cast the barriers?" the stonesmith replied. The slender dragonkin mage smiled. "Assuming that I can get paid," he agreed. Remy handed Carl a mana jade ring, engraved with spell power and mana storage runes. Carl quickly poured mana into it as the mage watched in shock, then when it got to the royal rank limit of the item, he handed it to the dragonkin. "I don't suppose that will get us a proper barrier for the house?" he asked. "I think that it might. I don't suppose that you were looking for an apprentice? I've got one just about to start looking for training in a career, and her mother's a magic demon. Quite the skilled young prodigy." The mage, who looked almost human with whatever disguise spell he had activated, replied. Carl shook his head. "I'm not sure that I'll be here enough to provide proper training for an apprentice. But I do need someone who can identify and appraise items brought for trade, so perhaps we should talk. If the student is self-motivated, the teacher doesn't need to be around every day." Rain looked down from a third-floor window with a curious frown. "Why is he Jones Jr., but you're not related?" she called, loud enough for Jones to hear. Both the stonesmith and the mage began to laugh. It was the mage that answered her question. "You see, my name is Jacob Jones. But he also goes by Jones, as nobody can pronounce his full name, and he is much older than I am, so he is the senior Jones, and I am Jones Jr., or Mage Jones." That was less interesting than the young dryad had hoped, and she pulled her head back in the window to continue showing Lotus around. Mage Jones walked inside the main room, followed by Carl, so he could explain the situation. The others waited outside, wanting to be surprised once it was all done. "Oh, this will work wonderfully. They even built railings to define the edges of the barriers. I will give you an access stone, so you can add employees to the list as necessary. I specialize in this, so I will make you proper jewelry cases," the mage explained, then tied his long black hair back and out of his face. The room looked like one of the elven residences Carl had seen on the other continent when he was sent to the past. It was all organic curves, not planed flat. Except on the inside of the display cases. But the walls were white stone, polished smooth, and the floors were hardwood and similarly well fitted. In the back, hidden behind a door that looked like the back storage room, was a large kitchen complete with a freezer that the mage enchanted, and the actual storage room, which was accessed through the kitchen. It was an odd setup, but Carl suspected that it was meant for dried goods storage for the guards, so the location actually made more sense, as it was opposite the freezer, allowing a group of cooks to work efficiently during meal prep. Once the display cases and the kitchen were finished, Jones Jr. put an overlord-rank barrier over the whole house, and then Carl followed him to the second floor, where he saw a large central room surrounded by small rooms. They must have been guard dorms in the past, barely 2 meters wide. The doors were currently all open, revealing single beds, a desk and a dresser inside. There was one large restroom at the back of the building, and 2 shower rooms. So, the layout hadn't been changed since it was a dorm for the guards. But that did give them far more than the 20 required bedrooms for the guildhouse standard. The mage cast a soundproofing spell over the rooms, but not completely deadening the sound, if Carl guessed the details correctly. It would make regular noises inaudible, but those in the common area would still be able to hear if someone shouted for help. The third floor was much more fancy, with 6 large bedrooms and 1 slightly smaller one, plus a smaller common area with a kitchenette. The smallest of the rooms on this floor was piled high with neatly organized stuff that had to be caretaker Joe's, maintained as her own room since she was actually employed here. But the others were all immaculately clean. Her stuff would be arranged soon enough. It was just that the room had been renovated, and she needed to put it all away again. On this floor, he cast a temperature control spell, the usual soundproofing spells, and a ventilation spell that drew air from the lower floors up and out through the chimney of the fireplace column that ran through all 3 floors and both kitchen areas. There was no such thing as a modern stove here, but the fireplaces were fire magic, and had an oven above them, as well as a magic burning stone stove top that was definitely not child-safe by the Golden Dragon Nation standards. There we go. I will put a perimeter spell around the property as well, and that should be enough to keep unwanted visitors out when you're closed without confining your members to the house," Jones Jr. explained. "Wonderful, thank you. This is perfect," Carl agreed. Ray stepped out of her space with an armload of cloth and a serrated smile. The mage gave her a confused look, as he hadn't seen anyone by that description earlier. But she was putting new silk sheets on all the beds, so she must belong here. Ray also hung new curtains, and arranged a number of rugs on the floor, which were made from the fur cloaks pilfered from the frost giants. The oversized cloaks were perfect for throw rugs to dampen sound in the rooms, though the white color would be a nightmare to keep clean. She hoped that caretaker Joe was not only passionate but competent about her obsession. Before long, she had all fresh bedding and pillows on all the beds that the dryads had made. They weren't a solid mattress, more like an extra fluffy cushion, but they looked comfortable to sleep on, as both Rain and Lotus had flopped down on one the moment Ray had put the bedding on. Ray gave a thumbs up from the front window when she was done, and the others came inside to see the contents of the house after the renovation. Unlike Carl, they knew what it looked like before, so their sense of awe was much higher after the hour's worth of work. "So, you will be selling all your goods here?" Mage Jones asked. Carl shook his head. "I intend to make some lower-grade items to sell at the Royal Jewelers. The sort of items that can be spread on the mass market, instead of one-off and exclusive items for sale here. But the potions and other items will be exclusive to our shop, unless someone is going to resell them elsewhere for a higher price." When Carl went back outside, there was some confusion among the children about what was happening now. The building had a new owner, and they had fully renovated it, so it wasn't suitable for their morning martial arts training anymore, and it certainly wasn't going to remain an ultra-low-cost hostel. Carl smiled at them. "The goal is to get you all gainfully employed. Until then, caretaker Joe will continue your early morning practice either on the second floor or in the yard. There are enough rooms for now, and with our help, I think that we can get you good placements." Many things in life were not about what you know, but who you know. Now that they knew Carl, he could ask around for people who needed apprentices in jobs suitable for their young residents. Joe had a hard time of it, as she was not powerful and not respected, but still, she had managed to maintain a steady flow of apprentices through the hostel. Carl was standing in the yard when a familiar face entered through the open gate and smiled at him. "Monarch, thank goodness you're here. This is nice, you did a beautiful job renovating. I know that we're just business associates, but I was hoping to ask you a favor," Loris asked, her usually vibrant white skin looking pale and dirty. "You look like you've had a rough day. What happened?" Carl asked. "The landlord, the guy who runs the furniture shop beneath me, offended someone he shouldn't have, and they trashed the place. I managed to save my materials, but my apartment is completely destroyed, and there are no hotel rooms anywhere in town. Before deciding to sleep on the street until I can rebuild my cart, I thought that I might come and see if you had some spare rooms in your new house. I think that half the town already knows that your team got the old barracks as a reward. They're making jokes about it because the place totally isn't worth as much as your reward would be, Loris explained. Carl chuckled. Well, we have it now, and it's all renovated with the help of all these good people. I think that we might be able to work something out more long term. I want to turn this place into a shop for the goods that my friends make. So, if you would like to stay here and make your jewelry, I can sell it downstairs after it is upgraded. We will hire a few more staff as well, but we've got a caretaker already. Laura's eyes lit up in joy. This place was nice, definitely in better condition than her old apartment, even before the debt collectors had smashed down the divider wall, thinking that her space was a hidden room where the furniture store owner was hiding what he owed them. I will take you up on that. I'm carrying everything I own already, she replied with a sad smile and turned toward the door. Caretaker Joe ran outside with her arms wide and a look of panic. Laura's was covered in plaster dust, stone dust, dirt and alley grime from her day, and the cleanliness-obsessed demon was not ready to let her into the freshly renovated building. She can't get clean if you don't let her in, Carl reminded Joe. For a few seconds, Caretaker Joe hesitated, then she pointed at the well. There is a place to wash, she realized. The upgrade used fire magic and broke the water spell. I will have to fix it later. Lotus laughed and pointed at the back of the house. The emergency exit leads to the bathroom window. Or we can just have Remy carry her through the house, she suggested. Remy appeared in the main room, and leaned out to grab the sculptor. I will make sure that she's clean before she comes back out. Ray put towels and bathrobes in the showers. Then she can pick a room and get settled in. Carl looked around the yard, and noticed a small building against the city walls. What is that? He asked. The old stables. It's been converted into a storage room. Did you want something done with it? Jones asked. I was thinking that it would make a good stone sculpting workshop. I can see already that Joe will cry if we let Laura's carve Mana Jade in the house, Carl joked. The transformed magma dragon renovated the building in a matter of seconds, and then Misty went in to add work benches and tables to the space for various crafting. It would be easy enough to store bulk stone on one side, and there would be room for a half-dozen artisans to work in comfort. Rain stuck her head in the crafting space and nodded in satisfaction. That was a good space. Not as good as her own workshop, but good. I will let Loris know when she's out of her shower, so she doesn't set up right away, Remy informed Carl happily. Carl wasn't sure why she was in such a good mood until he realized that the second floor had a communal bath for the guards, as well as the rows of showers. It was huge, and even in Naga Queen form, she would have room to soak. Normally, she took baths with Kara in snake form. But while that form was great for bathing, it did rely on Kara to scrub her down, thanks to the lack of arms, and the mediocre scrubbing that, minor water control, gave her. So, things were all but settled for the day before lunch. All that was left was finding salespeople who could appraise trade items, which meant old enough to have a system interface, and some skills in either appraisal or training in magical item valuation. Usually, that sort of ability was related to a chosen trade skill, and it took time to master, which was the point of an apprenticeship. Oh, and a cook. They would need someone in the kitchen to take care of this group as well. He couldn't expect the clerics to be cooking for everyone every day when they were at home. They might still be asked to make most of the ingredients though. The gossip mill turned out to be their strongest ally in the search for employees. Out of curiosity, Mage Jones' daughter came to see what they were up to, and before she had even finished talking to her father, a small group of people arrived together with hopeful expressions. How can I help you today? Carl asked, motioning them to come in off the street. We heard that you might be looking for workers. The man who led the group into the compound explained, bowing slightly and flaring his large black feathered wings that perfectly matched his long hair. That was fast. How did word spread already? Carl asked. You're talking in the yard next to a guard station, the man replied simply. He had an excellent point. They weren't being secretive about their activities, and Carl had openly told the guard what they were planning, so he should have expected them to pass the word on. Especially with so many people out of work until their employer rebuilt. Assuming the previous employers did rebuild instead of trying for something that they thought might be more successful. What position are you looking for? Carl asked. I have the merchant class, which is good for all sorts of trade and sales jobs. But I was hoping that you might have a managerial position available. I have references that can be verified and a stable history in the city. Carl looked at the boring beige color of the man's name in the system interface. All right, Davis. I think that we can have an interview, Carl agreed, then took out the Sword of Champions and 3 green mana jade rings. Only 2 of which were activated, though all 3 were carved with runes. Please give me a valuation for all of these items. The merchant laughed. We have 200 gold coins, 200 gold coins, 15 gold coins? Why is that? Oh, that one isn't active, it's just carved. And then? That's not a number. That can't be a valuation. I have no idea how to value that blade. It appears to be worth more than my skills are capable of determining. However, if I were purchasing it, I would value it as a Monarch rank epic blade, which is 1100 gold wholesale purchase, and 1900 gold for resale. Carl smiled and put all the items back in storage. So, you have a system skill that tells you the real value. That is very convenient. Davis smiled. Yes and no, it only works with system-linked items. For common items, it's a separate skill for valuation, and it just gives me a condition and quality. I reference that against recent sales prices in the city to come up with a number. That can be a bit unreliable in a hot market, but I have a lot of experience. Please wait for the rest of the team to come out. They will give me their opinion before a final decision is made. Then Carl turned to the others waiting behind him. They were all similarly violet-skinned with curled horns and short tails extending from their skirts. The outfits looked like they were uniforms from some shop, so they must have worked together. And who might you all be? I can see that you all worked together, Carl asked. The tallest of the young women stepped forward. We were the kitchen staff at the Abalone Grill. It was next to the market in the sprawl. The boss got a new spot in the towers, but he decided that he's not going for a restaurant this time, but a seafood wet market. So, we're all out of work, but we have practice with a full menu, including baked goods. Carl whistled, and Lotus stuck her head out a window, unable to resist knowing what was going on. Hey Lotus, come down here and talk to these chefs. If they're good, they can work in our kitchen. Lotus quickly grabbed the applicants and pulled them around the back of the house, where she could make ingredients for them in the kitchen to test their skills. Hopefully, a practical test was part of the usual hiring process for cooks, and they wouldn't be offended. From the sounds in the kitchen, Lotus didn't have any major problems with their applicants, so Carl began preparing for the evening. The others were still busy inside, but Carl decided to just go ahead and give the appraiser the job. If things didn't work out, they could always fire him later. But he appeared to be quite competent at his job. Davis, do you have somewhere to stay tonight, or will you be moving into the house? Carl asked. Davis smiled. My grandmother lives at the castle, and I am currently caring for her in the evenings, as her age is catching up to her. Thank you for your consideration, and I may wish to stay here if business is especially hectic some days, but I do not require full-time lodging. Carl nodded. Let us know if anything we have can help your grandmother. You will find that we can offer generous employee discounts. If you can be back by 9 tomorrow morning, we will be starting to stock the shop. Davis bowed and flared his wings for balance, an act that made Kara want to know what they felt like. Hawk was sure that feathers felt like feathers, but the motions were the part he was interested in. Being humanoid was hard, but the appraiser was good at being a human with wings. Davis left for the castle with a powerful flap of his wings, and a few minutes later, Carl turned to the mage and his daughter. So, Miss Jones. I hear that you're interested in becoming a runesmith or similar form of artisan, Carl began. The girl nodded happily. Yes, sir. I've always loved working with magic. I'm already a commander-rank mage, but I haven't taken an official trade skill yet. I have been looking for one that was just right. But you can enhance jewelry and weapons, like an inscriptionist can do paper scrolls and books. That is wonderful. I love magic, and Ia really loved new magic. Nobody else I know can do what you do. I even bought one of your rings from Royal Jewelers and tried to replicate it, but no matter how I write it, it simply doesn't work. Carl laughed as her face turned bitter and sad at the end. That's because you need the appropriate skill for the ability to work. It's the difference between copying the pages of a skill book and actually making a skill book, Carl explained. You can make skill books, she asked, startled. Well, yes. But that's a whole different topic. I have a skill to let me make them of skills I can use. But that's not new magic, is it? I can teach you that if you would like, But I don't need an apprentice skill bookmaker. Well, not full-time, but I would happily sell skill books if you made them. Mage Jones, the girl's father, laughed quietly. The governor would box your ears. All skill books have to be sold through the city library. It's a security measure to keep people from selling forbidden dark magic in the city. Senior Jones, the magma dragon, winked at Carl. If you happen to have an interesting one, I might be willing to purchase it outside the city. Carl smiled. I will keep you in mind if I happen to have a good one. There is a ghost fire thunderbird among my friends, and he knows some lovely fire skills. I am a bit short on earth element skills, though. The magma dragon shrugged. Come talk to me after you're settled. I'm sure we can work something out. Jones Jr. thought about the future for his daughter, then patted her on the head. Why don't you see if he can get you started on an appropriate trade? If the apprenticeship doesn't work out, then we can find you another job. But I think that you might be happy here, he suggested. Wendy Jones nodded happily and extended her hand to Carl, her red eyes sparkling with excitement. Like her father, she could almost pass for human, if it wasn't for her eyes. But Carl could see that she did have a tail, as it swished under her skirt when she was excited. Her father had said that her mother was a magic demon, so Carl had expected feathers or wings. However, it was possible that she had a feathered tail. That might be a bit impolite to ask about if she kept it tucked. Besides, if he really wanted to know, Lotus would find out soon enough. There wasn't much that the Green Dragon cleric was shy about asking, and finding out if a new friend had a feathered tail was well down the list of things that might cause her to hesitate. Carl smiled at her as he shook her hand, then activated, "Follow me, little one." Wendy got an odd look on her face as he transferred the apprentice runesmith skill to her, then threw herself into Carl's arms and began planting kisses on his cheek, much to her father's dismay. And Dana's annoyance as well, Carl realized as he gently removed the young demoness and placed her back on her feet. I taught her the apprentice level of the necessary trade skill. It's one of my talents. She just got a bit excited. He apologized sincerely, looking towards Dana. She sighed and nodded, while Mage Jones looked confused. You granted a skill with a touch? He asked. Carl nodded. As I said, it's a unique skill for my class. She is my apprentice now, so she got the necessary skills. Starting tomorrow, I will begin teaching her the basics of runecrafting, and the other craftspeople here will help her with her sculpting skills. I should likely build a forge as well. But that's not a big deal, I can do that myself when we need it. The mage nodded politely, accepting the arrangement. Carl might be an outsider, but those rings he sold were an untapped market. Now that his daughter was going to learn the art of making them, her future was nearly guaranteed. I should get everyone settled in before we lose the whole day. Thank you all for coming on such short notice to upgrade our new home, Carl announced, with a slight bow, towards the two remaining craftsmen. Mage Jones hugged his daughter, then waved goodbye on his way out. The magma dragon simply nodded to Carl and walked out the gates beside the compound. The house was close enough to the wall that he wouldn't even need to pay an entry fee to get Carl's attention if the Beast Master forgot about bringing him books. But he had young whelps in his extended family as well. Perhaps one of them might be a good fit. If nothing else, he could send one of the oddballs to the Beast Master. If he could tame a bloodbath spider, he could deal with an unruly crossbreed dragon. You can really do many wonderful things. What sort of class is Beast Master? Wendy asked once they were alone in the courtyard with Dana. Dana wrapped her arm around the new apprentice. He can bond with magical beasts, and most of his skills are based on training them. Tell me, what did the system message say to you when he granted you a skill? Wendy blushed and whispered in Dana's ear, but not quietly enough that Carl couldn't hear her. It said that he was offering me the apprentice runesmithing skill, and then it called me a fragile Wendy doll. Or fragile doll, Wendy. Dana frowned. That's an odd one. Tell me, what is your family like? Wendy shrugged. Pretty good. I have 4 older brothers who live at home. They're all training to be mages with our father. They buy me gifts at random. The maids are all very nice to me when they bring my food and pick my clothes. Sometimes father even has them take me for sweets in the city. Dana resisted the urge to facepalm. The new apprentice likely never had a chance to have her own opinions. She had become Carl's apprentice simply because she was told that she would like it, and never questioned her father's wisdom. If she was going to be a creative crafter, someone would have to teach her to have a backbone, and that someone couldn't be Carl. He would just pat her head and tell her she was doing a fantastic job on her work. Carl could see that Dana was planning something, but he didn't know what, so he went with relevant questions. "Do you like painting and sculpting?" he asked. Wendy nodded rapidly. "I love to carve things. I make wooden toys with wind magic all the time. Here, look." She took out a small wooden carving of a dragon, which was detailed down to the scratches on the creature's scales. Her eyes were begging for acceptance, and Dana patted her head. "That is beautiful. You have a natural talent for sculpting. I think that you will get along well with Loris, our jeweler. But first, I should ask, what did the system classify you as? I know that obsession demons have some peculiarities." Wendy shook her head at Dana. "It actually calls me a magic demon. My father is part, and my mother is full-blooded, so I'm a magic demon by default." Dana led Wendy inside, and Carl followed them after taking a few seconds to carve a water creation rune inside the well, and then charge it, so it would fill the open cistern to the level of the rune. That way they would have plenty available for washing, if someone should get excessively dirty while working, or for thirsty trainees, who would likely end up doing their morning workouts in the courtyard. Once inside, he looked around the main room and began planning where to put everything. He had a whole stack of items to finish from Laura's, but Mana Jade was only one option. Many creatures preferred wood or other materials instead of stone, thanks to their nature. "Lotus, how is the cooking coming?" he called to the back room. "Lunch is almost ready. Did you need something?" she called back. "After lunch, I would like you to make some wood with good mana transferability for our two sculptors to work on. You can make a few rough weapon blanks as well. I will put out an ad for weapon makers later," Carl explained. "Oh, like you were doing in the lab with the Blue Dragon clerics? That should be fun. We can make all sorts of wild things with two sculptors." Lotus agreed, then returned to her kitchen work. Things were coming together well for this new branch of the Darklight host. Once they had a base stock and a few more people, they could finally start making daily visits to the dungeon to get everyone up to the Monarch rank. Lunch was sent up to the second floor with a dumbwaiter lift, and Tessa set all the dishes out on the table for examination before they started to eat. This was the employment test for their new team of 4 chefs, and none of them had been to the restaurant where they formerly worked. Sure, they had experience. But what if the food there was terrible? It actually smelled wonderful, and Lotus surely would have stopped them if they were making mistakes, so Carl wasn't too concerned as he took his seat and waited for everyone. "What is the order?" Wendy whispered as she noticed there were no assigned seats. "Everyone just sits wherever they want. If you're speaking with someone when a meal starts, it makes sense to sit together. Or if you want to spend more time around someone, move to be near them," Carl replied with a shrug. That was how he ended up with Dana on one side of him and Wendy on the other, with Kara taking the chair beside Wendy, much to the young demoness' confusion. Once everyone was seated, Wendy turned to Kara and introduced herself. "Hello, my name is Wendy Jones. It's a pleasure to meet you." Kara replied with a bow and motioned for Carl to respond. "That is Kara, our resident winged void badger. She can be a bit of a prankster, but she's really a sweet person. Unfortunately, she cannot speak any of the common languages due to her form," Carl explained. Kara nodded in satisfaction. That was a good description. Wendy smiled and slid her hands up the side of her head. Then, she removed the black wig that she was wearing, revealing a pair of short, flesh-toned horns on her bald head as her skin tone changed slightly, and her features became more demonic. Oni demon, Carl realized. That was what her father was, and likely hiding his horns with a spell, the same as Wendy had been. Wendy put the wig on Kara's head, and the void badger shifted to a humanoid form similar to Wendy's. "There, now you can speak at dinner," the young mage announced proudly. Kara giggled and carefully picked up the utensils, something that she had never tried before. Her first attempt was a failure, and all the food fell off before she could eat it. The second went slightly better, but Kara was already out of patience, and carefully rearranged the wig on Wendy's head before digging into her meal face first with her front paws on the table. "I guess she's not big on talking," Wendy giggled. "I think she just got frustrated with the fork. I will work with her to learn a humanoid transformation ability later if she wants it," Carl suggested. Kara waved off his concern. Badgers were much better than humans. The kids who had been boarding at the house under caretaker Joe's supervision were completely stunned by the quality of the meal. They had taken turns cooking before, and it was rarely what anyone would consider good, and often considering it edible was questionable. But this meal, it had all the richness of a high-class restaurant meal. Carl watched them wolfing down the meal with satisfaction. With a proper reference, they should be able to find work quickly, and staying here would no longer be a stain on their applications. But in the aftermath of the attack, there would be countless people shifting homes and looking for work, so it really was a great opportunity for them in the middle of a disaster. It would be hard to judge people on the neighborhood that they were staying in when a large portion of the city was destroyed, after all. After lunch, caretaker Joe took out a piece of paper, then shook her head and ran out to the guard station to go get something. While the guards had been rather disdainful to her the first time that they had spoken about the caretaker, this time they seemed much more accommodating. They handed her a new piece of paper, and the caretaker came back in with it in her hands. "I have the day's new job listings. I know we're a bit late, but this one just updated for tomorrow's jobs," she explained. She began drawing circles around various jobs, and then writing notes for different residents. "Here, take this. I know that they have been looking for workers for a while, and they lost 3 during the battle. Then for you, and you." One after another, she made job notes for all her charges and sent them out into the city with their referrals to go apply for work. Carl noticed that the letters had his name and the Darklight Host Guild on them as a home reference, as they were staying with him, while the work history was individualized to the residents. That left the house somewhat empty, with just 6 new people in addition to Carl's team, while the house was designed for close to 60, an entire guard unit. "What do you think the chances that they find permanent employment are?" Carl asked the caretaker. "I would say pretty good. I have a skill that tells me what the best way to take care of people and keep my place clean are. Finding them work does both," Joe explained. Carl laughed quietly. That was a rather unique way to use an obsession magic skill. "Well, I suppose that we will find out soon enough whether they have found work. Then we will have to find them a place to live," Carl agreed. Caretaker Joe shook her head. "If they find work at these places, they should be given rooms in the new towers and the buildings that will be going up behind them today. The towers are empty concrete, but they all have systems, so they've got their bedding and other essentials with them until they can get their first pay and get settled in. It would be strange having the house so empty already, but once they started hiring crafters and sales staff, they would have a decent portion of the second floor full. Well, if they don't, we might be able to hire 1 or 2 as general salespeople, with Davis as the appraiser," Carl agreed. Thor nodded in satisfaction. A larger pack was better. Over the course of the next 3 hours, messengers came one after another, each of them informing either Carl or Lotus personally that their boarder had been hired. Obviously, they were mostly hired out of respect for one of the two, and even the ones for Carl mentioned Lotus in some way. Mostly a message requesting that she return occasionally to the park as a healing tree. Lotus had no problem with that, and she would happily go be a tree there every so often, just to keep the people in good health. If she didn't, they would start looking for her at home, and that would be even more time-consuming than spending a day a week as a tree of life. During that time, Carl had begun to enchant rings with various simple runes, focusing on the royal rank items. But there was one effect conspicuously missing. "No giant strength rings?" Loris asked, knowing that was what Carl put on the ones that he had sold to jeweler Magos. Carl shook his head. "If I only sell them to the royal jeweler, then the majority of the buyers, the warrior classes, will have to go to them, and we can keep a flow of money coming and our business relationship strong. You see, if something happens and our personal reputation takes a hit, selling specific items to other vendors will maintain our funding even during times of hardship. If they take a hit and have to close, we can simply nominate a replacement and elevate them with the sale of the reins." Wendy laughed at his analysis. "You have a rather cruel outlook on business. Trade wars within the city are all but unheard of. Most businesses here last for entire generations," she explained. While they talked, Lotus took a number of items out of her inventory and placed them on top of the new cabinets. "You can enchant these as well. I think that the police and the debt collectors will love them," she insisted. Carl looked at the assortment of clubs, batons and baseball bats, plus a few gnarled mage staves for Carl to upgrade. Carl quickly carved runes for stunning on the clubs and bats, making them a non-lethal weapon with exceptional durability. Then Carl decided what to do with the staves. Something simple would be best. "Fireball. Fireball solves everything," Hawk insisted. He even had a whole pile of lower-grade fire element stones that could be carved with the spell. Carl carved the stones, then made the staves royal rank magical items with extra spell power and mana storage. The wood that Lotus made was exceptionally well suited to such mana storage, and dozens of fireballs could be cast at commander rank before it was depleted. That should make them a valuable item on the market. Carl set one on the top shelf of a display case, and locked the others underneath. At the moment, Davis and Carl were the only ones who could operate the barriers, so there was no chance that they would be stolen without breaking the Overlord rank barriers. With the bats and batons put on display, the cases were still sparse, but looked somewhat complete, except for the one closest to the kitchen wall. However, Remy had plans for that one. She had all sorts of potions, and if she put one of each on display, then loaded the bottom of the case with extras, they would have a diverse selection of potion effects available. Most of them were actually failed attempts to make something else, but some of them were truly miraculous. Like the anti-aging cream that actually reversed aging. If you used it as a full body lotion, the skin and muscles of the user, even the hair, would revert to a youthful state. However, if it was overused, you could accidentally weaken someone's body back down an entire rank until it naturally recovered. For an elderly monster, demon or magical beast, regular use could theoretically stop aging and keep them in their prime indefinitely. That hadn't been tested yet, but Remy had been doing it on plants to keep them in their sprouting state indefinitely, increasing the number of sprouts she could harvest for materials. Compared to Remy's fully stocked swamp, the selection of materials for their future sculpting work was not great, but Lotus had created dozens more pieces of wood for the crafters. Alright, Loris, can you show Wendy around the workshop? You will have to share tools until I can get a new set made. But the two of you can make some base items this afternoon, and then I will work to teach Wendy more about runecrafting tomorrow, Carl explained. Loris gave Carl a wounded look. You know, my carving isn't actually a trade skill, just an obsession, she spoke softly. Carl smiled. So, you would like to become a runecrafter as well? I don't see why not. We will all sign a proper work contract so that you don't both run off with the knowledge, and then we can get started in the morning, using the items that you have made today. No matter what it was that you made, we can find a runic inscription that will go well with it. But use the magical wood first, as it's less expensive, and Sister Lotus can make more if you run out. The actual carving was the fun part for them both, and it gave them something to do for the day, while Carl and the team made sure that they had everything that they needed. Ray was hanging curtains over the windows on the main floor, as she had finished the upper levels already. All the beds had new linens, pillows and blankets. The top floor rooms had new rugs, and she had even distributed some of Remy's soaps to the common showers on the second floor. Tessa looked around their new residence in satisfaction. I will go get a few more necessities from the city. Ophelia, come with me for a bit. Ophelia nodded, sure that the war cleric had something secret in mind, and the pair left the house, headed for the city core. Lotus headed back to the kitchen and loaded up supplies, then called in Carl to stock the freezer with some meat so they had options for meals. Now, all that was left to do was wait to remember all of the small details that they had inevitably forgotten. Later that night, Tessa and Ophelia returned with ice cream and cake. They had gone out to collect sweets and other goods to celebrate the establishment of their group as a proper guild. They were now officially, and somewhat permanently, united as a force in a way that anyone who cared to look could see. But more than that, the house belonged to the guild as a whole. They weren't sharing someone's private residence, or sleeping in a military-assigned dorm. This was their home, and as soon as they could create an official guild stone, they should even be able to activate a few more restricted system functions, available only to official guilds. They might not be able to have a movie night here in the city of Drode, but they could still hold a proper party, with good rum, better snacks, and piles of soft pillows on the floor. With Tessa's encouragement, Ray placed a large soft rug and masses of pillows around one of the unused rooms on the third floor, then draped the walls with colorful bolts of silk. There were bookshelves which were currently empty, but once it was fully stocked, it would be a great spot for quiet relaxation. For tonight, it would be the site of their house-warming party. Loris was much more introverted in a large group, when she had been quite eager to tell Carl about her sculpting while they were alone. But Wendy only got more energetic when there were more people around, and Carl got the feeling that she hadn't been allowed to do many interesting things or meet many new people at home. Her father must have had strong rules for her, because for the first time in her life, she was getting to try many of the snacks that they had brought back to the house. But she was still young, and not long after dark, she was beginning to nod off. The little demon had been unofficially adopted for the evening by Kara, who was happy remaining on the pillows for the night instead of going to a proper bed, the way that Carl did with Dana, who also fell asleep early. The rest of the group split along fairly predictable lines. Ophelia took Lotus, Thor went to bed with Tessa, and Loris locked herself in one of the second-floor rooms mumbling about statues as she fell asleep. The next morning, Carl was up early and enjoying a few morning moments with Dana before everyone got up, and they had to start the day. But other than Loris, who was in the workshop at the crack of dawn, carving something, the rest were in no hurry to wake up. None of the boarders had come back. They had all found full-time employment on the first day after they had a proper reference letter. That would hopefully be good for their future, but it did present a small problem for Carl. They had hired Davis, the fallen angel, to be their appraiser. But they had not hired anyone to actually work in the shop, clean the floors, greet customers and all the other tasks that would be needed. Not that the shop was large, but they could use a second person, so that Davis wasn't fully responsible for everything. The black-winged demon came in promptly at 9 in the morning, just as everyone was beginning to eat breakfast. "Come on up to the second floor after you look around. We won't be opening so early. Nobody even knows it's a shop yet," Carl called down to their new employee. Then he sent Wendy down with breakfast for Loris, who would likely forget to eat if she wasn't reminded. During their conversations last night, she had mentioned it was a common problem for obsession demons. If they weren't so poor that they couldn't afford to do their task continually, they would hyperfixate to the point that they would only eat when they became painfully hungry. Davis came up with a sheet of paper in his hands and a smile on his face. "Sir, I have valued the items in the shop, and I must say that some of them are extraordinary. Are you certain that they are all for sale, and not part of the store display?" he asked. "Which one struck you as especially valuable?" Carl asked, already having a good idea of the answer. "The staves for one. Those are worth nearly 1,000 gold pieces each, and wouldn't normally go on the market openly. They would be auctioned individually. But that anti-aging cream." He paused as the ladies began to laugh. "It's an accidental windfall. You see, Remy, our Naga Queen alchemist, was trying to make a new form of healing potion with substitute ingredients. That was the result." Davis sighed. "Might I make a recommendation? Repackage it in 50 milliliter containers. At that point, my skills would value it at 5 gold a container. Right now, it's in 1-liter potion flasks, and that is just excessive. I know that ladies pay a lot for skincare, but paying more than a new house and domestic staff for a single bottle of it is extreme." Carl was going to point out that the staff was worth far more than the skincare lotion, but that was a once-in-a-lifetime sort of purchase that could be passed down in the family. Not a regular-use consumable. Remy nodded in understanding and gave him a thumbs-up gesture, unsure whether he understood Serpent. Almost everyone on this continent had an active system, and they would get translation functions. So, Remy tried her luck after her next bite of breakfast. Davis gave her a strange look as the Naga Queen simply placed a fried egg in her mouth and tilted her head back to swallow it. But it was not the worst form of table manners he had seen. Just a species quirk. "What about my healing potions? Are they fine?" Remy asked. Davis nodded. "Yes. Not many will need such a high-grade potion, but we are on the more expensive side of town, and some of the more powerful species need at least one such potion as a backup for severe injuries. The question is how you wish to price them. The official price is high, but there are numerous alchemists in town, so the price of ascended and commander rank healing potions has been driven down." Remy considered it. "How much have they been driven down?" "As I recall, the guard said we could each get like 4 gold from the dungeon every day." Davis nodded. "Commander rank super healing potions sell at 2 for a gold coin. But monarch rank potions of any sort are rarely on the market, and royal rank potions are usually custom made. I see that you do have a number of commander rank healing potions and mana recovery potions available, which are the mainstay of an alchemist's shop anywhere." Remy smiled. "Yes, I thought so. We can put the really good ones away. Sell the others, and when someone makes a big order or an important someone comes in, we can give the monarch ones as a gift." Davis smiled. That Naga really knew how to bribe an official. With her in charge of making the potions for the shop, they might not even need to worry about the magical item stock. They would get rich just off the potions. Carl looked over the price list, and it all looked good to him. So, he headed down to the workshop to start his training with Wendy and Loris. They could make a shop open sign as well, and then he would see who came into the shop. Being right at the gate had advantages. The word of their operation would spread through town on its own without any advertisement needed. Laura's was way ahead of him, and not only did she have a sign made, she had already varnished it, and it was mostly dry. The sign simply said, "Dark Light Host Guild House," but it had hanging placards beneath it with a rain, a sword and staff and a potion bottle. Carl carefully took the nearly dry sign and hung it on the outside of the wall to finish drying in the sun that should be clear enough for everyone, and while he would have picked a different name, it looked like he didn't have an option about what guild he was in. Carl looked at his system interface again as he returned to the workshop. Name, Carl, Class, Beast Master Packmaster. Rank, Monarch, Constitution, Void Iron Body, Bonded Beasts, 5. Guild, Dark Light Host. Titles, Hidden, Skill Points, 64. Class Skills, the Packmaster gains an increased percentage of base stats from Bonded Beasts. Pack Tactics, damage and healing done by Bonded Beasts and the Packmaster increased by 10% per rank. Bestial Champion, the Packmaster gains a bonus to speed, strength and luck stats when his pack is threatened. Follow Me Little One, directly teach a known skill to a compatible target. Home, one-time use skill. The Packmaster may designate a target location as their permanent home, granting various bonuses as the location is improved. Home location may be periodically moved, but never deactivated. Available skills, 50 points. Pack First, removes the usage and targeting limits on evolution, but adds an increasing materials cost every time it is used on a bonded beast. 50 points. Territorial, all attacks by the Packmaster have a chance to cause intimidation. 20 points. Pack Affinity, the Packmaster has an affinity for all skills that any of his bonded beasts have an affinity for, and may learn them as normal. 50 points. Dominating Power, the Packmaster's aura gains a mental domination effect at will, requiring weaker minds to submit to his will. Hypnosis type ability. Previous class skills expand to view. Carl focused on the last two skills, which had appeared up the skill tree past. Follow Me, Little One. Pack Affinity would definitely help him in the future, as it would let him use every skill that any of his beasts knew. But the last, Dominating Power, was a pure pack leader type ability. Like the largest member of a pack of predators, they could simply force the weaker members to back down. Carl had gotten fairly good at doing that in normal situations, but having a hypnosis ability that would force others to back down would be incredibly broken in combat. Could you even call it combat at that point? He wasn't clear what the difference between that and the intimidation effect of territorial was, but territorial sounded more like it was a fierce skill, instead of a paralysis ability. He was a few points short on being able to get both Pack Affinity and one more skill, but Carl wasn't in a hurry for any of the others. Only Pack Affinity would be a change outside of combat, as well as in battle. It was awfully cheap for a Packmaster skill, though. There had to be a catch, as he already had the skills to simply teach himself anything his beasts knew. Or perhaps that was too easy of a standard, and he should have been looking at becoming a walking skill library? For now, Carl selected Pack Affinity, and made a mental note to check his points again soon to pick another skill. Pack Affinity learned, then, a flood of knowledge hit him like a physical force, making him stagger as he walked across the yard. "Mr. Carl, are you all right?" Laura's asked, running out of the workshop. She had been waiting for him to come back and teach her the runesmith skill, so she had noticed the moment that he staggered, and the trickle of black blood that briefly flowed from his nose before vanishing. "I am all right. Just an information overload when I changed one of my skills. Now, let's get to work, shall we?" Carl replied, before placing a hand on her head, and transferring the apprentice runesmith skill. She dragged Carl into the workshop with surprising strength for someone so small, and began to show off her morning work. She had made some truly beautiful items out of the wood that Lotus had left for them. A few rings with nature scenes, a bracelet with carvings of a naval battle, and then an eye cover, which was currently missing the string to attach it. An eye cover? Healing magic is a thing that exists. You can grow them back? Carl asked curiously. Laura's laughed. "They're not for missing eyes. They're for night watch. You see, you keep one eye in the dark all the time, and it gets more sensitive. So, when the sun goes down, you swap the patch to the other side, and you look out from the eye that wasn't dimmed by daylight. It's an old sailor trick that works on dozens of species." That was actually pretty fascinating. Many people in the mines would complain of headaches from the brightness when they were outside during the day on their day off, so it might be the same in that situation. He had just never realized it. Wendy looked excited about the new information. "What do you do for night watch instead, Master Carl?" she asked. Carl shrugged. "I have echolocation and thermal vision. I just ignore the light input from my eyes and focus on the other optical inputs when it's dark." Loris sighed. "That's cheating." But Wendy shrugged. "I have excellent night vision, but not that good. I still need at least a little light." Carl began the lesson. "Now that you both have the crafting skill, I will go over the basics with you. We are going to make rings that can store mana and increase skill power. Those will be the staple of our shop, so I want you both to learn how to make them right away." He wrote the rune on the chalkboard on the wall, including notes about stroke order and direction with depth changes, then gestured to the pile of wooden rings. "As Miss Laura's got an early start, I will demonstrate one before you both make plain rings to practice on," he added. Laura's gestured to the side of the table, where dozens of ring blanks in various sizes were already made. They had only been roughly shaped into circles, and Carl realized that she had cored the same stick to make two different ring sizes from the same disc. Very efficient use of materials. Carl carefully carved the inside of the ring with the runes for mana storage and increased skill power, then placed it between them. See how the string of runes is placed? Evenly spacing them around the ring creates a more even activation with less chance of overloading a material that is being enchanted to near its magical limits. Now, this wood is capable of taking a royal rank charge, and neither of you can manage that, so slight errors in spacing won't be a major issue. For the first attempt, you will do them on the outside, not the inside of the ring. Trust me, it's much easier to carve the outside perfectly. Just draw them on with a pencil first, then carve the runes." After a few minutes of examination, both apprentices were satisfied with their understanding of the process, and they began working on the runes. It was slow, even on the outside of the simple ring blanks, but speed would come with practice, and they needed to get the runes perfect in both shape and depth. Surprisingly, they both got it right on their first tries. Perhaps that was the advantage of having skilled sculptors as apprentices? Now, focus on your skill and begin enchanting the rings. Wendy, you're more powerful, so you can go all the way to commander rank. The practice will help you both grow your magical strength, Carl instructed. Loris didn't seem upset about the difference, even though Wendy was still a child. She had long since accepted that her bloodline had limitations, and unless she could break them, she would never be moving past ascended rank. Slowly, the color of the runes changed as they upgraded the rings. Silver ascended rank from Loris and golden commander rank runes from Wendy. Perfect. Now, give them a light buffing and put them to let them bond with you. The first item you officially make as an apprentice should be for your own advancement, Carl insisted. A second later, both of them were wearing a simple wooden ring on their hand, and staring at it with great pride. Perfect. Now, you understand the basic concept, so we will up the difficulty a little. I want you to take one of the ring blanks, polish it, then carve a design that will go around the runes before you enchant it. That is the standard that others will want for even a basic purchase. It can be scrollwork on the edges, a full design with the runes carved into the back, or you can even cut and polish some of these flakes of mana jade from yesterday's work as semi-precious stones and make it a decorative ring for those who prefer not to wear metal bands. That would keep them busy for an hour or two, Carl decided as he went back into the house. The shelves had been slightly rearranged, and a small selection of items obtained from the giant wars had been added to a cabinet on the right as you came in the door. It was a bit of a grab bag of randomness, as opposed to the more uniform crafted items, and it would catch the attention of customers on their way in or out. Most of the team was inspecting the new shop, while Davis created a basic pricing guide for the items that were in the shop by quality and rank. That way, if someone else was making a sale, they didn't have to go to him to get a price to tell the customers. The rear area of the shop, by the kitchen entrance, was separated by a divider wall the same height as the cabinets, giving them somewhere to work, and a place for the shop safe. That was an item that Carl hadn't thought of, and the place marked for it was empty. But after a moment's thought, he realized that this issue had already been solved when Mage Jones had enchanted the building. The safe was just tucked under one of the cabinets, and when Carl focused on it, he could see that it was linked to the Dark Light Host Guild Bank, Drode branch. The safe is over here. I will add you all as users, so you can use it for transactions, Carl explained, when he realized that nobody else knew where it was. Oh, alright. That works as well. Now, were you going to designate this location as an official store belonging to the guild branch? Davis asked. Carl focused on his system interface. Sure enough, there were guild options there, and one of them was the guild house. Carl chose his current location, and a message came up in his interface. Guild branch location selected. Please add guild members to the branch. Carl frowned, and looked through the guild members menu. Grand War Champion, Carl. That was the only name registered to this branch of the Darklight host. The rest of his core group were members of the guild, but not assigned to a guild house or location. Carl chose the rest of the group, then sent guild invites to Davis, Loras and Wendy. The appraiser looked startled. Sir, are you certain? Guild slots are limited. You don't need to add a mere employee such as myself. Carl smiled at Davis's expression. I am certain. The manager and chief appraiser is a trusted position, and even if the branch doesn't hold much clout in the city, you deserve the status. Guild skill, inactive. Guild bonus, inactive. Guild perks, 50 luck for all members. It wasn't much, but Carl assumed that it would grow. As soon as he was formally inducted, Davis changed his visible title. Davis, Chief Appraiser of the Darklight Host Drode branch. Darklight Host, that was a pretty cool option. The others had accepted his invitation and changed their titles as well, and now Carl could see that all of their names had a faint gold outline, marking them as guild members, though none of them showed a secondary title with their names, only Darklight Host as a guild tag. No, there was one who had rejected the application. Caretaker Joe did not join. Her name looked the same as always, and when Carl gave her a curious look, she just shook her head. It seemed she was happy as an employee of the house. Then, it occurred to Carl that there were actual drawbacks to being a guild member. He was a war champion, but how had he gotten that title? During a guild-on-guild war for control of a city. The membership would also paint a target on their backs if the guild members were out and about in the city, where someone might have a grudge against them as a group. They also didn't currently have an overlord rank leader, as most powerful groups in Drode City would. There were hundreds, or possibly over 1,000, overlords in the city. With Carl only being a monarch, they were the most minor of minor powers in the city. But with a whole house full of valuables, they did have the advantage of being right next to a guard station, but that didn't mean much if the guards didn't intervene in guild battles. In Bunga, the guards had sheltered in place, protecting civilians while the battle raged. The city of Drode appeared to be mostly stable, as far as Carl could tell. There were some issues between the various factions, but no wide-scale battles between them, thanks to the presence of the governor and his forces. Carl was thinking about the repercussions of his actions when a soft chime sounded, notifying them that someone had entered the yard. A pair of elderly demons, both overlords with powerful builds, and near 3 meters tall, came down the stone path and through the open front doors of the shop. Oh, now this is interesting. It appears that the sign wasn't overstating their inventory, one of the old men chuckled. Davis smiled and made a welcoming gesture. Please, do come in and take a look around. We've just finished setting up for our first day, he explained. The ladies retreated to the kitchen, leaving only Carl and Davis to deal with customers. They looked briefly at the assorted items in the case by the door, then one of the two froze in place as he looked at the staff in the long case on the right of the door. That is magnificent. It's everything that a fire mage could wish for in one spot, and royal rank as well. But that's a bit more than I was planning to spend this year. That made both Carl and the demon's friend laugh. That's more than you were planning to spend this decade, you miser. But look at these. There are mana jade rings for mages. Very similar to the ones that Royal Jeweler is selling for warriors, the other man joked. They came over and looked at the small selection of green jade rings, then the one who had been called a miser by his friend clicked his tongue. If they were a bit higher quality, perhaps, he sighed. Sir, on your left, we have a selection of monarch-ranked items of similar enchantments, Davis offered. Both rushed over, and let out a longing sigh as they saw the white and red mana jade accessories, including a matching pair of bracelets with mana storage and skill power on them. Then above that were matching rings with agility and skill damage on them, the combat half of the set. Skill damage was specific, but stronger, while skill power was comprehensive, but a much smaller percentage. When do these go to auction? The demon asked. They're not being auctioned, good sir. They are available for direct purchase here. If you would like them, we can offer a discount on the matched pair. Only 2,400 gold coins. That was a generous 20% above what Davis had put on the sheet, but this was part of the negotiation process as well. The elderly demon gave him a shrewd look, then returned a longing gaze to the jewelry. "Are there more items like this?" he asked. Davis nodded, and took out one of the more interesting items Carl had made. It was similar in function, but it had an inscription for mana regeneration, skill activation speed and skill damage instead. It was a purely combat-oriented piece of jewelry, and the mage simply stared at it for a full minute without speaking. These were all created by the same person. Carved by one, imbued with power by another. That means you should know who the creator is, right? The shrewd demon asked Davis. That is confidential, sir. But if you would like to place a custom order, we should be able to obtain it within a month's time, if the crafter is able to fill your request. The appraiser agreed. The demon shook his head. No, this should be more than sufficient. I will give you 5,000 gold for all 5 pieces. Davis winced as if the offer caused him actual pain. Sir, that is very near our wholesale price. Perhaps a little leeway could be found? The demon sighed, then reluctantly nodded. And 200 for the house commission. Davis smiled and shook the man's hand, then took the 5 pieces of jade jewelry out of the case. Thank you very much for your patronage. The demon beamed in pride, while his more miserly partner frowned at him. A little hesitation, and he just snaps up everything in the shop. The demon grumbled, then paused when Davis put another ring and bracelet pair in the display case, identical to the last one. There were more? Davis nodded. Yes, sir. They simply didn't fit in the display. More like he didn't want to crowd the display and give an appearance of abundance, which would drive down the price. I will take the pair, he insisted, then placed a bag of coins on the counter. Thank you for your patronage. Should you have any custom orders, please do return. Davis stared at the sacks of gold coins on the counter in awe. This is absolutely insane. We're not even fully open yet, and the shop is already rolling in cash, he stammered. Tessa looked at the bags. You don't need to verify and count that? Davis shook his head and smiled. I awakened the merchant class. I can tell how much money is in a bag with a glance, and whether any of the coins are forgeries at a level lower than my own. But those 2 are from the castle. I've seen them around dozens of times and I know where they live. That was good enough for Tessa. A few minutes later, a curious guardsman came in the front gate, and waved as he stepped in to look around the new shop next to his duty station. He looked around at the expensive magical jewelry, then stopped at the box of random stuff, as Kara was calling the loot drop case, and inspected a few items. I don't suppose that you have any loose gems, do you? My wedding band lost its stone, and I would like to have a jeweler fix it before my wife notices, he asked. None of the items had a suitable stone in them, and there was no obvious junk in the shop. Carl nodded. Indeed I do. They're not part of the usual stock, but I can have our team repair your ring as well and get it back to you before your shift ends, if you're just starting. The guard smiled. It used to have a small emerald in it. Well, a fake emerald. An earth stone. If you've got something that's shade and perfectly round, I would appreciate it. Loris, please come to the shop for a repair request. Carl sent a system message. She came running, and the guard relayed the information. Then Carl held out a selection of the smallest green earth stones that he could find. The giants didn't usually keep bits of stone that small. That color is perfect. How much? He asked. Carl looked to Davis, who sent him a subtle message. That's an awakened grade stone, and it's flawed. Even if you had Loris cut it, a silver coin would be all it's worth for the effort. Carl patted the guard on the shoulder with his empty hand. Don't worry about it. This one's on the house. Wedding rings are important, and it's not a powerful magic stone. Building goodwill with their neighbors in the city guard was never the wrong answer. Loris had the stone polished out to the right size and mounted, with the ring repaired and returned to its owner half an hour later. Just in time for them to get another customer, an elegantly dressed overlord-ranked demoness with a kind smile and an aura that shouted, I come for money. Davis had just stepped to the back to grab a drink, so Carl bowed to the customer and smiled. Good morning. Is there anything in particular that you are looking for? The woman gave him a genuine smile in return and looked around the shop. I have heard from a little bird that you do not just sell magical items, but you can custom craft them, she began. Well, that narrowed down the suspects. Then Davis stepped out of the back and bowed deeply. Madam Shen, it is an honor to have you in our shop. Thank you for your kindness to my mother. She's the governor's wife. Davis informed the others, using the guild-exclusive function of the messages. Madam Shin turned her smile on the black-winged fallen angel. "Little Davis, I didn't know that you were working here. I was having tea with midwife Musa yesterday, and she told me that the man who took over this place was the one that made her a custom fertility charm. I was hoping to have something made for my anniversary." Davis bowed. "She is quite right. This is Carl, and he is the one with the skill you are looking for." She turned back to Carl with a smile. "How powerful of an item can you make? My husband and I are known to be somewhat extravagant in our gifts." Carl smirked as he realized that she was fully intending to one-up whatever the governor managed to come up with as an anniversary gift. "I cannot make items above my own rank. But with sufficient materials and a bit of time, our team should be able to craft you most types of gifts up to the monarch rank. We have sculptors and a nature priestess on staff, but unfortunately no blacksmith at this time." The demoness clapped happily. "Oh, I know what I want." The Drode clan traditionally made all their armor from enchanted wood over a padded cloth base. I have pictures if you are unfamiliar. My anniversary is in 2 weeks. Would it be possible to rush through a set of replica armor at the monarch rank by then? The ceremonial armor should be all black, but with either red or gold details. Carl nodded. Monarch ranked runes were red, so that would work perfectly. Loris crept into the room with a curtsy to the governor's wife, who hadn't noticed her yet. "I know the design very well. I think that we can do it if Lady Ray helps," she whispered. Madam Shin looked down at the shorter demoness. "Who is Lady Ray?" "I don't recognize the name, but I may be able to influence her to assist if she is local." Carl chuckled. "Lady Ray is a monarch-ranked bloodbath spider, and a member of my group. I am certain that she will gladly assist with this project." Carl took the stack of pictures for the armor, then realized he had a small issue. "I don't suppose that you have your husband's measurements, do you? Especially if it is a ceremonial piece. And he is intending to put it on display without bonding the item. It would be best if we made it to his dimensions," he explained. He had met the man once, so they could get it close, but not perfect. "I will leave you 7 for the next few hours. They are often used as my husband's body double." She snapped her fingers, and a large demon who looked a lot like her husband, but who was only a royal-ranked demon, stepped inside, wearing a butler's suit. Ray came down the stairs. "Yes, that is perfect. We will have the armor perfectly fitted. It will be beautiful." Madam Shin nodded her head at Ray. "You are a magnificent example of your species, are you not? I have never met one who chose to appear in humanoid form before." Ray was startled. "You have met one of my people before?" Madam Shin laughed. "Oh, yes. When I was young, I traveled here by carriage from Shatharb City, a 2-month ceremonial journey across 3 nations for my wedding ceremony. In the wilderness of Lared territory, we were attacked by a bloodbath spider, who was displeased with our presence in her territory while she was mating. Though only royal rank, she took down 4 overlord-ranked guards and almost all of my lady's maids before she managed to escape." Ray was shocked. Someone had managed to put on a greater show than she had? How much experience did you need to amass before you could kill overlords as a royal? She sounds like an example for all young ladies. After all, if we allow a mating ritual to be interrupted, the menfolk might start getting rebellious ideas. Ray agreed. Madam Shin nodded in agreement. Precisely. A well-trained husband is essential to a peaceful life. You can't have him thinking that your authority is something that can be challenged. Davis did his best not to choke as he refrained from responding to that, but Carl just laughed. "It seems that you two have very similar opinions on dating. There is fresh tea, if you would like to watch while Lady Ray fits the base layer." That got enthusiastic approval from Madam Shin, and Ray led the lady plus her guards to the 2nd floor while Lotus made tea for everyone. Royal rank nature priestess calming tea should be enough to impress even the most picky of guests. Of course, they would likely need to start stocking it after this, but Lotus didn't mind, even if she had to make 100 kilos of it for resale. She was going to stock the pantry with a few dozen varieties anyhow. The base layer of the armor was just quilted cloth padding, in this case monarch rank silk, that had dozens of ties all over it to attach the enchanted wooden armor plates. Once they were layered, they would make a nearly complete defensive barrier that maintained extreme flexibility. This style of armor was originally an Orcish invention, so the plates should have been enchanted by a shaman. But runecrafting would be close enough for the purpose. Not authentic, but close enough. Especially if he gave the armor some sort of spell effect. Loris was already designing all the plates for the armor while measuring the body double. Once she had the design drawn, Lotus created the rough piece, thicker than necessary so that it could be carved properly. Then they tied them on the base layer as Ray and the governor's wife chatted quietly about the wilderness of this Dragon Isle. She was surprisingly well traveled for what amounted to a princess from a noble house. Now, Ray knew a bit about the wilderness in the area, and that there really were overlord and totem rank wild monsters roaming the wild areas of the continent. Further away, there were supposed to be much worse things. But generations of dedicated hunting had reduced the threat level in Drode and Lared, the nation to their south. In Madame Shin's homeland of Unzatharb, there were wild monsters at the mythic rank as well. But they had an immortal guard to keep them under control. After a few questions, Ray realized that referred to their rank, one above totem, and it wasn't simply a title. Immortal guard sounds like a good job to have. Ophelia joked as she carried lunch up for everyone working on the second floor. Madame Shin laughed. Well, it's job security, for certain. They only take in new immortals when one is permanently killed. And the librarian elder of the guard has been with them for over 100,000 years, since the last full activation of the system and through multiple small resurgences. Kara wondered what his power would taste like, probably musty books. It took hours, but the shop was quiet as Madame Shin had the armor fitted for her husband. Ray stood up as they finished and shook the woman's hand. Give us 1 week, and we will have it all prepared. Black with red runes, just as we discussed. Don't worry, I know what you're after. With that, the customers left, and Ray dragged Loris out the window to get to work on the project. Much to the demon's dismay, second-floor windows were not appropriate exits for demons without wings. But Ray just shadow-stepped as they passed through the window frame and straight to the workshop with Loris tucked under her arm. You learned a new trick, Carl noted. Yeah, if I put her under my robes, I can just carry her in my shadow. Very convenient, Ray agreed. Once Madame Shin left, the flow of customers became much more steady. If she was shopping here, it had to be a good place. It was also newly opened and freshly renovated with overlord rank barriers, which said that the new owner had significant amounts of spending money, or very deep connections. Davis greeted their customers, all from the wealthier Stone Chapel district between them and the castle. A few of the trinkets from the case by the door were chosen, and a selection of potions. Only a few of the rings were sold, as that was far from being an impulse purchase. But 2 hours after Madame Shin had left, a group of uniformed men came in and bought every single bat, baton and club that they had in stock with a stun effect on it. The amount of money transferred during their first day was astronomical by the standards of a regular business, and Lotus was already hard at work on the second floor replacing the wooden weapons that had been purchased. How long would it take to get a custom piece made? A transformed mage asked later in the afternoon. Carl couldn't figure out what species he was by smell, it was muddled by a cologne or potion. But his humanoid form was a very average-looking obsession demon. As Carl had learned, the ones with purplish skin tones were usually designated. That depends on the piece. Rings, bracelets and other accessories can be created by our apprentice in the next day or two. Our journeyman sculptor and our clothing maker are both currently occupied with a custom order placed this morning, Davis explained. The man took out a massive sword and placed it on the counter. My smith just made this, and I want it upgraded. The wielder is a fury warrior, a form of berserker. Davis messaged Carl, who came down to see what the commotion was. Oh, that is magnificent. I can make runes at the monarch rank, but it appears that weapon is already beyond my level, so I would only be adding secondary effects. He explained, while trying to understand what level that blade could be at. It radiated immense power, but raw and unrefined, as if it only just finished forging and hadn't been used yet. The customer smiled, an expression that was completely unnatural on their fake face. That is fine. I have a skill to remedy that. Carl nodded in understanding. The advanced classes on this continent should have all sorts of unfathomable powers available to them after the totem rank. The fact that this man could carry that blade to set it on the counter, but didn't give any indication of his rank, was enough to tell both Carl and Davis that he was far too powerful for them to question his skills. Did you have a budget or particular element in mind? I have a selection of monarch-ranked elemental gems for the enchantment, Carl offered. Fire. It must be fire, the man insisted quickly. A customer with good taste. Hawk cheered from his perch. Carl could have sworn the man's mouth turned up in amusement, but there was no way that he could have heard Hawk, who was perched on the roof of the workshop. Unless he read minds, that was. Carl thought about what he would add to the weapon. Alright, I have an idea. I can give the weapon a collection of enchantments suitable for a fire element berserker. If you could leave your contact information, I will send a runner when the weapon is ready. Carl agreed. The man nodded. I will know when it is complete. Then he set a bag on the counter and vanished, using a teleportation ability that left behind flickering red flames. Davis turned to Carl. It seems that we are being tested by all the powers of the region. Drode City is known for its demonic fleet, and their combination of unholy and water magic. But that sort of flame should be Phoenix flames. Not only that, but I have no idea what is in the bag. It's enchanted to a level that I can't see through with my appraisal skills. An anti-theft container. Carl picked up the bag and looked inside. It was full of fire element gems, bits of stone, and a small branch that radiated intense heat. Yoink! Carrot cheered as the branch vanished from the bag. She juggled it between her hands for a moment, as it really was hot, and then carefully planted it in the center of an open area in her space. The plant immediately took root, becoming more vibrant, and a second leaf began to form on the small sprig. Kara lay on her side, letting the radiated heat warm her belly fur. Oh yeah, that's the good stuff. Outside, Hawk simply stared at his shameless sister in amazement. Should he not have first dibs on fire element treasures? Was he not a giant flaming bird, while she was a void element badger? Whatever. Once it grew out a bit, he would shame her into cutting a sprig for him to plant. But the gems in the bag were immeasurably valuable on their own. They were all totem and overlord rank fire element treasures, worth thousands of times more than the work that the strange flame lover had requested. Carl considered what he would put on this work. He had planned something simple for the man to upgrade on his own. But if he was paying this much, how could Carl give him a couple of strength enchantments and call it a day? Plus, the weapon was huge. There was a lot of room for runes to be added, and it would certainly be able to handle the power. Call me if someone needs me. I will be on the second floor writing a plan, Carl informed Davis, then grunted a little as he picked up the sword. The blade weighed close to 2 tons, far more than it looked like it should, even at that size. But if the user was intended to be able to swing this blade, Carl had a great idea. If he combined runes for damage increase with inertia increase, and inertia transfer, in the form of shatter, it would be equivalent to hitting someone with a bus. A sharp-edged bus. Whatever was swinging this had to be huge already, to be using a 5-meter-long blade. So brutality was out. It would make them too large to fight conveniently. However, terrorize would be great. Terrorize improves damage done by the target by 10% per rank of the user. Add the runes for increased speed and agility to that, and he had a long string of runes that all merged smoothly into a single compound rune. That was the most efficient form of enchantment. But he could get a bit more in this rune if he tried, without breaking the coherency. A short poem about overwhelming power ensuring victory and a legendary legacy stretched out the runic string even further. The overall effect was beautiful, and matched the space in the center of the blade perfectly. Carl would duplicate that on both sides, then on the hilt, under the grip guard, he would add runes to link a spell gem to the blade inscription, and to strengthen the weapon itself as the blade transferred mana. It should help whatever skill that man had to improve runes, as the inscription wouldn't be fighting against him, it would already have that type of growth in its nature. Then, Carl carefully removed the totem rank fire gem from the hilt and carved it with ghost fire body. If that wasn't sufficient for a fire user, Carl didn't know what would be. It wasn't like he had a stronger fire element skill available to him. That made 3 separate strings of runes. It would be a bit of a mess as far as actual use went, so Carl modified the strings that would go on the weapon itself until they flowed smoothly. Mostly that meant moving the string of poetry in between the two, placing it at the base of the blade. But now it looked much better, and the activation of Ghostfire Body would flow through the intention to strengthen the blade itself and the poem about legendary deeds. Then finish with the actual damage-increasing effects that would accomplish the task. Carl coated one of the claws of his bestial form with disintegrate and shivered at the flow of power as his snowy white fur brushed against the blade. He went over the runes one last time, making a few alterations to the depth of the carving, based on what runecrafting was telling him to do with this particular formation. Then Carl began to focus on mana recovery, as he felt his energy draining faster than he could regenerate it. Every single rune was drawing more power from him than it should, and the draw was increasing as he worked his way down the blade. An increase in draw as you made a more powerful runic inscription was normal, but he had already reached the mana flow of a full output monarch ranked skill, and he hadn't even started to upgrade the runes yet. By the time he reached the end of the inscription, Carl was panting with exertion and struggling not to let his claw shake, which would destroy all his hard work. The blade was vibrating with power, and the runes were glowing gold, even before being given any additional power or being activated by Carl. "Everyone, can you transfer me power? I'm going to need it for this. I'm not sure what is up with this blade, but it's requiring entirely too much input for even the grand inscription I made," Carl requested. With a bit of concentration, all the power stored in the beast spaces began to flow to Carl's body, then to the blade as he pushed it from Commander through Royal to the peak of Monarch. Then the runes began to glow with an ethereal blue flame, like hawk's feathers, and the flame gem lit up in the same color, flickering internally. The draw of power finally ended, and Carl let out a sigh of relief. This was a bit different than he had expected, and he wondered if it was something to do with the Ghostfire body ability. He hadn't tried to use that one before, and it was not a simple skill. All he needed now was to have a shower and a nap after dinner. Tomorrow, he would hope that the owner showed up to get his blade, which was radiating power like a shining beacon on the tables in the second-floor workshop. As soon as Carl thought that he should step away from the table, flames flickered in the air above the blade, and the customer appeared in the room with a shocked look. "You did it, you did," he announced, clearly shocked to his core. The amount of power needed for that was immense. "But it is done, what do you think?" The man casually picked up the massive blade in one hand. "Internal damage, inertia increase and transfer, an impressive damage increase, speed increase, user agility, a lovely poem. Then what is this? A soul-bonded growing blade, and the ghost fire body. Monarch, you have really outdone yourself. If I had known that you could create a true artifact of this level, I would have brought you a better blade to work with." Carl stared at him, unable to form a proper response. A better blade? What did he mean by that? Was it even possible to find a blade of higher quality than this that hadn't already been enhanced? A portal opened, and through it stepped a small dragon with an aura so oppressive that it drove everyone in the room but Carl and the customer to their knees. He transformed into a large dragonkin, his head nearly reaching the ceiling of the room. Then the customer handed him the blade. "What do you think, Your Majesty? Is it suitable for your challenge? I told you that I found a real runecrafter," the customer asked. The dragon hummed happily, a noise that shook the building and activated the barriers. "Yes, this is beautiful. Excellent work, butler. Now, I must return to my studies," the dragon agreed, before stepping back through the portal. The customer, apparently that dragon's butler, placed another bag on the table before bowing politely and vanishing. Carl summoned the epic guard to grant healing to everyone, and Tessa struggled to her knees with a trickle of blood flowing from her nose. "Divine dragon," she muttered. Lotus didn't bother getting up, she just rolled over and looked at the ceiling. "Little Green says that he's a juvenile divine fire dragon, fully grown. He will be a demigod without needing to evolve," she informed them. Little Green had to be her nickname for the young green dragon that linked to her. "Hawk, is everyone out there all right?" Carl asked. "All good. The effect didn't leave the house." Lotus had a curious look on her face. "I wonder what sort of challenge it was for. Is he using it in combat? Or did we just help someone cheat on their crafting homework?" she pondered. The group was just pulling themselves up off the floor when the sound of running feet downstairs and a powerful aura caught Carl's attention. Carl made his way downstairs, stretching sore muscles from the effort of remaining standing under the aura of that dragon. Governor Shin along with a squad of his personal guard and his wife were in the main room, looking around with great concern. "Oh, Crafter Carl. It's good to see that you are all right. We had an intruder alarm from the city wards at your location and rushed here as fast as we could," Governor Shin announced. Carl raised a hand in greeting. "It's all fine, Governor." "Well, it is now. There were some inadvertent injuries when the dragon appeared, but he wasn't openly hostile." The demon sighed in relief. "If you have a moment, we need all the details. Entering the city is prohibited to all creatures over totem rank unless they have a pass from the Lord." Carl gave the governor the details of the strange customer, and the divine fire dragon that had entered through the portal when he came to collect his order, though he didn't actually say what the man had ordered. The governor was already aware of Carl's runecrafting, so he could infer that the custom order was something along those lines without knowing exactly what was made. especially as it appeared that the weapon had left the country. The way that the guards in the retinue had breathed a sigh of relief when Carl had mentioned that it was a juvenile divine fire dragon suggested that they were unlikely to see it again, anyhow. Governor Shin finished taking notes, then gave Carl an apologetic look. I do hope that there were no serious injuries, but there isn't much we can do when the royal dragons decide on a whim to drop in somewhere. Just their presence is enough to cause massive issues for a city like ours. It is fortunate that your barriers held the phenomenon within your compound. If there was no structural damage, then I will return to my duties. Carl shook his head. It didn't break the barriers, so the house should be fine. Thank you for your concern. He turned and left with his guards, and Carl saw that Ray gave Madame Shin a thumbs-up gesture as the demon turned to look at the workshop. They had been working hard all day, and with the speed of the three of them, they were already nearly done with the engraving of the armor plates. Then Carl would have to add runes before they could be delivered. But if they weren't flooded with customers or subject to any other surprise visitors that delayed things, it should only be another day or two, and they would have the armor set ready to be delivered to the governor. Having the anniversary present in hand well in advance would be a relief for anyone, and Carl was certain that was extra true for people in prominent political positions. Remy restocked the potions that they had sold that day, while Davis rearranged the stock in the other cases to show off what they had available. They still had plenty, but Carl needed to get to work making more jewelry from the stock of blanks that Loras had provided during the battle at the docks. They were selling more quickly than expected, and he had only provided a few of them for the first few days' business. Their reputation as a quality magical goods supplier seemed to have spread quickly through the city, and while Carl was busy working to make replacements for the items which had been purchased that day, Wendy was busily making commander-rank wooden rings with mana storage and skill power. She brought them in towards the end of the day, and Carl made a space in one of the taller display cases near the back of the room, where the potions were. That was the unofficial spot for items with extremely high sales volumes, directly in front of customers when they entered, but at the far end of the room, so they had to pass everything else. The next customer in, one of the guardsmen, saw them setting up the wooden rings and stopped to wait for them to finish working. "Oh, you sell lower-grade items as well? I was afraid that anything I found might be overkill. While the rings are incredibly tempting, and I will ask about them later, I would like to ask if you have any scar reduction creams? I heard that there is a nature cleric in your group, and they are known to have skills in the healing arts that can help with cursed scars," he asked. Carl frowned. "Is that for you or as a gift?" The guard motioned towards his back. "It's for me. I've got a cursed scar all down my back that limits my range of movement, and I'm worried I'll fail the standard aptitude tests next time. I got it on the last deployment, and even our shamans couldn't deal with it." Carl called Kara out of her space, and sent a message for Remy and Lotus to come to the main room. "Can you take your shirt off? Once the specialists see what they're working with, they can make a better recommendation." The guard wasn't sure who the specialist was supposed to be here, but he pulled his shirt off unquestioningly, revealing a scar from his upper shoulder to his belt. It was still faintly glowing with power, and an angry red of damaged flesh, which was fighting the continual damage with his regenerative speed. Carl tried the obvious first, and placed his hand on the guard's shoulder to extend trollish regeneration over the man's body. That helped, and the wound mostly closed in seconds, but the curse remained as strong as ever, and an angry red line remained, waiting for its chance to expand again. Remy poured a healing potion over it, and the curse began to dim for a moment, then returned to full strength. "What exactly gave you that wound?" Carl asked as the angry line began to overcome monarch-rank trollish regeneration. "I was attacked by a totem-rank nether beast. Well, I was hit by an attack of one. Fortunately, it wasn't targeting me alone, or I would not be here. The wounds it inflicts are cursed, and even at the same rank, they're considered quite difficult to purge. I am receiving treatment from the shamans in the unit, but they aren't sure how long it will take to completely eliminate it." Kara watched in fascination as all the healing methods were tried and failed, then, she went for Old Faithful. Nullify. The red line instantly vanished, leaving a ball of curse energy in the air that aimed back at the guard's body. "Nullify, nullify, nullify, stick it in a jar and put it in Sister Ray's space." Problem solved. Carl wasn't completely convinced that stuffing a damaged curse in a jar and tossing it in a mental space, especially one linked to his own mind, was a great idea. However, once the curse was in the space, it seemed to vanish, dissipated by something related to the power of the spaces. That was unexpected. At least to Carl. But the wound on the guard's back was completely gone, and even after Carl deactivated trollish regeneration, it showed no signs of returning. It looks like that is gone. It was a pretty nasty curse, and you were lucky this time. Kara's ability to remove curses doesn't extend to the totem rank yet, so if this one was full and complete, you could have been in real trouble, Carl warned. The guard gave him a knowing smile. Oh, I remember. The shamans have been reminding me every day how lucky I am to be alive. But if the curse is gone, like truly gone, I am finally free of trips to the infirmary every afternoon. Carl inspected the wound, as did Kara. The joint decision was that there was nothing left to see, so the guardsmen should be good to go. With their decision, the guard turned to the rack of wooden rings. Are these made in-house? He asked, admiring the carvings. Yes. Those are made by one of our apprentice runesmith. They're new to the art, but an exceptional sculptor. The simplicity helps them focus the design on the desired effects, Carl explained. Actually, it just saved time so they could make more of them to practice on, but it wasn't really a lie. How much mana does this ring store? The guard asked, mentally calculating if the posted 55 gold coin price was worth it. That was well under half of what it cost to buy a royal rank ring with a similar effect, but a commander rank ring would not necessarily be even half the effect. Carl thought about it. There wasn't really an accepted standard for measuring mana storage. Use, sure. But storage was a gray area. 6 seconds at peak commander rank spell power, Carl offered. So, 12, cleave, attacks at peak commander? That's about 2 at overlord, or 6 at monarch, I would guess. Not a huge amount of storage, but if I reserved that for my defensive abilities. The guard trailed off. I will take the rein. Please commend your apprentice on their fine craftsmanship, he decided a few seconds later. Wendy had made her first sale, and Carl watched as the guard went out and showed it off to all his friends at the gate. They might not all be willing to buy such an expensive rein, but for an overlord, the extra skill power would be worth the cost, even if the mana storage was more of a life-saving effect than a regular use mana pool. As the sun reached the horizon, Carl went out and closed the gate, marking the business closed for the evening. If there was some emergency, someone might shout and rattle the gate, but they weren't really the sort of shop that people went rushing to in the late hours of the evening. Now that they were getting settled into their new home, Carl had a few ideas to prepare for their next trip to the dungeon. For one, Pack Affinity had given him a much wider array of skills to work with. But that also meant that he had a much wider array of skills to teach. Dana, come here a second, I want to try to teach you a new skill, he called, bringing her down from the second floor, where she had been studying with Remy. Oh, what would you like to teach? She asked, before leaning back against him to let Carl wrap his arms around her. Now that he was huge and furry, he was quite comfortable to rest on. Pack Master Carl offers knowledge, skill, bestial form, will be transferred to his beloved Dana Mage. Dana smiled as she accepted the knowledge, then activated the skill and found that she was not getting any taller. Unlike Carl, whose transformation had made him huge, she appeared to be the same size, but furry. White fur, with black stripes, she realized as she pushed up the sleeve of her robes. You match, Lotus cheered as she ran over to hug Dana and bury her face in the fur of the mage's neck. Carl poked Lotus on the head and activated, follow me, little one, again, teaching the skill to Lotus, then included Tessa in the spell knowledge as well. Tessa smiled as the spell transferred and then transformed, gaining a draconic muzzle as her head reshaped, and scales covered her visible body. Thor whistled in appreciation from his space as Tessa checked the transformation, her long red-scaled tail swishing gently. Then Lotus proudly activated her skill and promptly vanished. No, not vanished, she was under a pile of cloth that was her robes. The cloth began to wriggle, then vanished as Lotus remembered she could unequip it, and a meter-long green dragon emerged, then giggled and took flight, zooming around the room as Kara gave chase. Davis looked horrified. What did you do? Why are there dragons in the shop? He stuttered. It's a spell called bestial form, Carl laughed, as Lotus and Kara flew up the stairs to the 3rd floor, before he heard them flop down on the pillows. So, they're not dragons? The demon asked, confused. Well, they're dragon clerics. But no, they're not full-blooded dragons, no matter what they look like. The appraiser sighed in relief. After the mage transformed to look just like you, I thought it was something that nullified your disguises. He finished checking inventory against his sales sheet, then put the notebook in the safe for the evening. "If that is everything, I will be headed home," Davis announced. "Have a good evening. We will see you tomorrow." Davis placed his hand on the lock of the gate to activate the security spell on his way out, and the two sculptors came in from the workshop. "We're closing at sunset?" Loris asked. "That's long enough for the day. We made a lot of sales, and everyone needs sleep," Carl agreed. "Wonderful. And who are these guests?" That made Dana and Tessa laugh. "That is Tessa and this is Dana. They learned a new transformation skill. Don't they look lovely?" Loris nodded in agreement, while Wendy simply looked stunned. "That doesn't even seem to be an illusion. I know that you're more powerful than I am, but I should be able to see through illusions," she announced. Tessa walked over and hugged her, which brought a startled squeak from the young demon as she was nearly crushed by Tessa's enhanced strength. "Sorry, I didn't realize I was stronger in this form. I thought I had just changed appearance. Somewhere around here is a very small green dragon. That is Lotus. She's upstairs playing with Kara right now," Tessa explained. Loris giggled. First a Rakshasa shows up, then he reveals his friend the bloodbath spider, and now he's turning people into dragons. It's like speedrunning the things lesser demons are terrified of checklist. Tessa laughed and changed back, noting that she retained a few more scales than she remembered. "Well, we're not trying to terrify our neighbors, just fit in a bit better. After all, 4 of us aren't demons, and the 5th one is questionable," she joked. That could be taken a number of different ways, but both Loris and Wendy appeared to agree with the sentiment. Loris realized the doublespeak immediately and winked at Carl. "Don't worry, despite your aura, we all know that you're actually a good guy." That made Carl chuckle. "I keep telling people it's a mistake, but nobody believes me, but it wasn't really an issue until I was around demons who could all see it all the time." Loris waved her hand dismissively. "I wouldn't say all the time. It takes effort for most of us to focus on the aura, and who wants to know all that about strangers? Besides, most demons have a naturally black aura anyhow, so it's almost useless in a city full of demons. Which is ironic, as it's one of our most common racial traits." Wendy stretched with her arms up over her head, wiggled her stiff fingers, then yawned. "Is there dinner soon?" she asked. Carl looked toward the kitchen door, where the head chef was nodding in agreement. "It looks like it's ready. We likely could have fed Davis before he ran away, but I think the baby dragon scared him," Carl joked. Wendy giggled. "His species is instinctively afraid of green dragons. According to legends, once upon a time, they had a more malevolent nature, and all forms of healing and holy spells would cause them massive damage. It doesn't anymore, but the fear of the innately healing species remains." The kitchen staff retired to their rooms once their workspace had been cleaned up, still feeling off after the encounter with the strange customer earlier in the day. A good night's sleep sounded like just what they needed to feel normal again, and the rest of the team wasn't far behind them. Though, Carl noticed that Wendy didn't make it to her room, and ended up with Ophelia. With everyone in their rooms, Carl checked that the door was locked and walked up behind Dana to slide her dress up over her head. She purred, literally purred, as his hands slid up her sides, then unequipped the dress and turned to face him. "Really, you're flirting even now?" she asked. Carl bumped his nose against hers, then licked the rim of her feline ear, which made Dana moan. "I don't see why not. Besides, you're so soft in this form." Unfortunately, she also had claws, as Carl realized moments later as they shredded his back. Collateral damage. The room was a disaster zone by morning, when Carl woke up on the bed with Dana in his arms and the blankets missing in action. Dana shifted and locked her legs around him when Carl tried to get up, then purred contentedly as she fell asleep again. While Carl was in a similarly feline form, it seemed that Dana had truly embraced the way of the cat after she had transformed. She even kneaded biscuits with her hands when she was relaxed and sleepy. 15 more minutes wouldn't hurt. Carl got up and got dressed when he heard Davis come in for the morning. Most of the rest of the group was already at breakfast, but the appraiser was hard at work getting everything ready for the day. Carl took a plate from the cooks, and pretended that he couldn't hear the mournful sounds that caretaker Joe was making upon discovering the disaster that was his room. Dana looked incredibly embarrassed, and Carl realized that for the first time, she could actually hear all the background noise and low conversations on the second floor. The hearing of her beast form was much more sensitive than her human body. This morning, the shop was much more busy than yesterday, and Carl was upgrading the armor for Madame Shin all morning. Remy was making potions while the apprentice runesmiths worked so hard their fingers were cramping, but they were still barely keeping up with demand, and the wooden rings that Wendy had made last night were almost gone by noon when she came in to restock them. But she wasn't the only one finished with a project. Once Carl was finished with the last few pieces of rune work, Ray and Loras had finished assembling the armor for the governor's wife. All they had to do was send a runner to let her know that someone could pick it up. Or send someone to deliver it to her. I am a great delivery person. The best, you could say. Nobody can stop me from making my delivery, Ray agreed. Take Loras with you, so you don't get in trouble, she knows how things are done here. Carl knew that he was killing all of Ray's fun sneaking through the palace, but he didn't know how badly they would take it if she was found in a restricted area. She was going to see the city governor's wife, so it wasn't like they were going to try to stop her from making her delivery. Loras hardly had time to process the news before they were gone. Ray had grabbed her and used Shadow Step to bounce between buildings until she reached the castle gates. A quick sniff of the air let her know that her target wasn't in the line outside the gates, so Ray moved behind the waiting employees with the confused sculptor. Lady Ray, are we really in such a hurry? She asked, still dizzy from the rapid movement skill deployment. Don't you want to see what the inside of the castle is like? We've got the perfect chance, and we get to be praised for our skills when we get there. Ray explained with pride. Loras saw the guards trying not to laugh as they heard her talking in the otherwise silent line. She hadn't been lowering her voice, she wasn't worried to have them know that she wanted to see the place while she was visiting. As she remembered, they were going to give her an escort anyhow. Sure enough, when they got to the gate, an overlord-ranked guard officer was assigned to accompany them even before she had a chance to speak. Delivery? The guard at the gate asked. Loras bowed politely. Yes, sir. A custom-ordered anniversary gift for the governor's wife. The guard nodded. Ordered by Madame Shin, or for her? Ordered by her. The guard motioned for the waiting overlord to guide them, and Ray noticed the moment that he activated a small green crystal. A second later, it flashed green again, and he led them into the building. Ray leaned over to get a better look at it. Is that a communication crystal? To let you know if she's taking visitors or about to bite someone's head off? The overlord chuckled at the curious monster woman. Indeed. It is linked to one that the servants carry. You just choose which one you want to message, and they will reply with a green or red flash of light. We also use them for guard patrol check-in. You're with the war champion, right? What brings a foreign guild champion here to Drode? I see that you've set up a branch house here in the city. It wasn't hard to tell that this was a more official question, something that they had been instructed to find out about if they happened to hear gossip on the topic. Politics. The war champion was advancing too quickly for local leaders, and they were worried that we were going to get ideas about who should really be in charge. Ray replied with a wink. The castle guard laughed. So they kicked you out and told you to be someone else's problem? I don't suppose that you can tell us what the matriarch ordered for the governor, can you? Ray frowned. He's not allowed to know, she says that it's a surprise. The guard laughed, which made the nearby servants look at them in shock. Oh, I won't tell him, and neither will the servants in this wing. But we do have a running bet on whether Madame Shin will manage to outdo herself this year. She went pretty wild last year, with a full renovation of the governor's office. Loras smiled at him, and Ray nodded her permission to share. It's a monarch-ranked set of traditional armor fully enhanced by a runecrafter, she whispered. Seriously? The guard whispered back. Loras and Ray both nodded, while the guard whistled in appreciation. This I've got to see. Don't mind the intrusion. Assuming they let me in. Then he stopped at a door and politely knocked. Ah, my delivery. I got word that it was on the way. Please do bring them in. Madame Shin called from the other side, but the guard didn't open the door. He waited for the maid inside to open it. Madame Shin grabbed Ray by the hands as soon as they were in. Did you really get it done that fast? You didn't cut corners, did you? I want this to be the most memorable present he will ever get. It's our 20th wedding anniversary. She made a motion, and the maid brought in the body double from a side room. The big demon sighed in resignation as he realized that he was to serve as a mannequin again. Ray took out the armor and set it on the table, then began her prepared speech. As you know, the base layer is quilted monarch-rank bloodbath spider silk, then over that, we have created a thematic scene, where the panels of the armor depict the battle against the undead horde. We thought it might be the most memorable event of the year that would relate to armor. If you look here, we have recreated the governor's battle against the captain over the ocean on the chest panel. Down the legs, we have the defense of the sprawl, finishing on the shins with the reconstruction efforts and the new market towers. The right arm is a detailed battle scene featuring the governor, while the left arm features the pair of you visiting the city in the aftermath. The back panel of the armor is the defense at the central docks, and that should cover the outward theme. As for the actual enhancement, we have started with a base of natural regrowth, so the wooden panels will repair themselves, along with extreme durability at the monarch rank. Added to that, we have the user buffs. First, we have enhancements to comprehensive attack damage. We also have a significant boost to the user's strength, but those aren't the primary benefits. As this is armor, we designed it for survivability. This set of armor has had a trollish regeneration buff permanently added to it, which will activate whenever it is worn. And finally, for a bit of over-the-top flamboyant capability, the armor has a truly prodigious amount of mana storage and an earth shield barrier ability added for emergency defense. Ray fit the armor on the body double as she worked, showing off his ancient and dignified fashion. "That is beautiful. What did you do to make the runes glow like that?" Madame Shin asked. "It's a side effect of the process. Unless we attempt to hide them, they will naturally glow red at monarch rank. So, he will be flashy wherever he goes. If you look closely, runes have been deliberately carved into the windows of the houses, so it looks like the windows are lit from the inside. The panels are also carved around the edges for decorative effect. If we turn the lights down, you will get the full visual effect, but even in bright light, it is still magnificent, if I may shamelessly praise my own design," Ray explained. All of the servants were staring at the body double in awe, and a tear slowly slid down Madame Shin's face. "You really did it. It's magnificent. I can even tell which panels feature me and my husband together. You got the faces that well detailed. I didn't know that this level of artistry was possible, even without the enchantments. I know that it's decorative, but this is a mighty set of battle armor in its own right, and I think that he will even wear it to public engagements. In fact, I want him to wear it to our engagement party next week. Someone go fetch my husband so he can bond this armor and show it off for me," she demanded. A maid ran out and came back a minute later with a very concerned-looking city governor, as well as 2 people who appeared to be his personal assistants. The armor was laid out on the table again, and he skidded to a stop as he noticed it. Where did this come from?" he stammered. "Happy anniversary, darling. I had it made for you by the Darklight host. Now, bond the item and put it on. I need to make sure it looks right on you," she demanded. The governor reverently ran his fingers over the carvings, staring at the battle scenes. Then he focused for a moment and the item vanished before appearing on his body. "It worked. She gave it to him early, and it bonded," Ray informed Carl happily. People were so happy with her art that they were crying. The last time that happened was when she made that Eden statue for the battlefield outside the capital. The governor activated the buffs, and his power level surged, while the lines of weariness vanished from his face. Then he raised a hand and activated an earth shield in front of him for a second. "That is beautiful. I can use the shield at my own rank, and there is enough mana storage to take multiple hits. Elizabeth, my beloved. This is too much. How am I supposed to compete with a priceless treasure?" the governor whispered, while his wife beamed in pride. "Everything has a price. Not a cheap one, as this one is a culmination of 2 decades of affection. I am glad that you like it, darling. As lovely as it is, one day when we retire, we can pass it down to our oldest warrior," Madame Shin replied, before being pulled into a tearful hug. Loras was caught up in the emotions, while Ray admired the way that the runes worked with her carvings as the armor moved. Nobody else had noticed yet, but she had designed the overlapping panels of the layered shoulder pads to look like the warriors on different layers were fighting each other when the arms were moved. Ray bowed to the governor and his family as they finished celebrating the gift. "Now, I should return to my duties. Happy anniversary, Madam and Governor. The Darklight host appreciates your business." Then she grabbed Loras and vanished from the castle with Shadow Step. Loras sighed at Ray as they reached the guild house. "You do know that they're all freaking out about a teleporting bloodbath spider being loose in the castle right now, don't you?" Ray stood up a bit straighter. "Apprentice, you have no sense for the dramatic. Can you imagine how boring it would be to simply walk out while everyone else gossiped? No, that's why I waved at the guards as we entered. They know that we're back home already, and they can call off the search." The shop was packed as they arrived, and Carl was busy on the top floor making new royal rank and a handful of custom monarch rank items, based on the people who were looking around the shop. Davis had informed them that a fresh set of items was coming out soon, as inventory would change daily. So, they were milling about and looking more closely at all the ones that were still on display. The vast majority of people in the city were warriors, so it only made sense to make more items that warriors would appreciate. Even among the common workers, most had a warrior class, and not a specific crafting class. That seemed odd to Carl, but perhaps they didn't get to choose any more than those awakened by the divine serum did. The topic of how system interfaces were awakened wasn't something that he could easily bring up without having to explain why he didn't know, and it was better not to spread around too much about the group's background. When Carl came downstairs with the next group of items for the display cases, he noticed that there was one girl waiting in the corner who was clearly not a customer, but who was giving him a hopeful look. So, Carl let Davis place the items to introduce them to the customers who had been waiting for similar items. "May I help you?" Carl asked the girl. "Are you hiring?" "I have the appraisal skill, and I'm free to start anytime," she asked. She looked fairly young, so this might be her first attempt at employment, but Carl decided to ask anyhow. "Do you have a letter of reference from your previous employer or instructor?" he asked. The girl shook her head. "I came from Could looking for work. I haven't had a previous employer." The first part looked like she was saying the truth, but the second was clearly a lie, as she couldn't look him in the eye. "All right, how about this? I will start you as an assistant under Davis for a 3-day trial. Follow me upstairs, and we will get you ready for work," Carl offered. Her face brightened, and Davis gave Carl a confused look. The girl was freshly showered, he could smell that much, and the shop didn't have a dress code. At least not one he had been informed of. But Ray had other ideas. She had made the cutest store clerk dress in black and white, like the gilt tabard, and she wanted someone to wear it. Having the crafters do it would be impractical. Nobody wanted sawdust up their skirts. Carl brought the girl upstairs, where Ray was rapidly setting out items as she created or found them in her space. One after another was held between her and the new employee until she decided on her first dress idea. "Yes, perfect. Pick a room without a name tag. That will be yours, and you can change for work. The dress should bond, so you can just equip it clean before work every day," Ray explained. She changed quickly, and Carl led her back down, so he could help take care of the backlog of customers. "Seriously, she is adorable," Davis sent as a guild message, which brought Lotus and Dana out from the kitchen area. With the change of clothes, it was obvious how pale her skin was, and how red her eyes were. Carl didn't recognize the scent, but Lotus did. "She's a vampire. That's weird, how did she get here?" the nature priestess asked. Vampires wouldn't usually catch fire in sunlight, unless they were common rank. But Lotus knew that it was supposed to be incredibly painful, and the girl had come in the middle of the day. Maybe that was why she was hiding in the corner of the room, where the light from the opening door wouldn't touch her. At least the second floor rooms didn't have windows. A comfort measure for guards on night shift. Or possibly for security when it was still a barracks. The young vampire smiled at the customers. "Good afternoon everyone. You can call me Mick, please bear with me as I am new here. But I assure you that my appraisal skills are perfectly accurate." Davis nodded in satisfaction. It was best to mention that you were appraising with a skill, not a judgment call or a store sheet. It bred trust. Carl had already memorized what everything was supposed to sell for, so he watched as she worked with the customers in the potion area, leaving Davis to work with the high-value customers as the manager. That left Carl standing by the wooden staves and the miscellaneous items. And it didn't take long before someone came in looking. "You do have the ability to make more of them." "Oh, thank you demon gods for small mercies." A young mage breathed a sigh of relief as he saw Carl standing at the counter. "Sir, my master would like to inquire as to whether you would offer a bulk discount on multiple custom items. He wishes to commission combat wands for his graduating class at the Lorette Academy of Magic," the young man asked. "That depends on the requirement and the volume," Carl asked. "The graduating class is 50 mages at the commander rank. He would like 49 commander rank wands of fireball, and 1 royal rank stave. The one on display would be perfect for that purpose," the mage explained. "For the valedictorian, I would assume?" Carl asked. The mage nodded, and his hood shifted a little to reveal curled ram horns nestled in his curly black hair. "Well, the staff, I obviously have in stock. The wands will take a few days to make. How much is he prepared to pay? The mage set 2 tomes on the counter. Skill Book of Recall. Creates a stone with a marked location. Allows the user to return to the marked location. 24-hour cooldown. Skill Book of Teleport. Allows the user to travel. Ranks 100 meters instantly. Totem rank and higher may travel. Ranks 1000 meters per activation. 600 meters was a pretty decent travel distance. But that increase at totem rank was so much better. Instead of 800 meters, they could go 8 kilometers with a simple teleport. The recall skill, though, that was incredibly useful, though Carl suspected that it was a standard training spell for academy students on this continent, as neither was an epic grade skill book. Carl tapped the 2 books, learning the skills, and extended his hand to shake the mages. Return here tomorrow morning and I will have your order ready. You may take the staff with you today, Carl explained. He took a copy of the item from under the counter, and the mage looked startled. You have more than one of them? He asked. Carl nodded. I made a few in advance. Fireball is such a wonderful skill that it is worth keeping in stock. And those staves have all the basic powers that a mage would want. The mage took the staff and retreated from the counter to let someone else come forward while he sent a message home. It was close to 300 kilometers by road to Lared, and his teacher would want to know right away that the deal had been made, and not in 4 days from now when he returned to the academy by trade ship. While the mage talked, Carl sold a number of the assorted commander rank rings, which posed a small dilemma for his team. They needed the apprentices, or at least Wendy, to keep making wooden jewelry, while Loris made the more detailed stone items for Carl's work. But he had just taken a rather large order for wands. He really should have thought that one through. Lotus, can you make me 49 wands with at least commander rank potential? I need to inscribe them with fireball and a basic combat buff, so either make them long, or leave room for a small stone. Carl requested via guild message. Alright, I can make 50 branches in a matter of minutes, it just takes energy. Carl chuckled, knowing that she really meant motivation and not actual magical energy was the lacking factor. Carl used, follow me, little one, to teach, recall, and teleport, to Dana, so she would keep the nature cleric on track. He would teach the others, recall, at the end of the day when Lotus wouldn't get sidetracked. She still hadn't changed back from her tiger form, quite comfortable in her new fur. That should help motivate Lotus. When do you think that business will calm down? If we're overrun with customers every day, we're not going to get any progression done on our own, Tessa noted. Give it a few days and I think the initial rush of people who have been looking for items will make their way through our doors. Then we should be able to spare time to actually work on ourselves. Carl replied, though he wasn't sure he believed it himself. As the crowd was thinning, thanks to having 3 people on the floor working, Carl decided he could retreat and go work on the wands that Lotus had already made. She had made the wands out of some sort of black wood, roughly 40 centimeters long, and as thick as one of Lotus' fingers. That was more than enough for a basic fireball and skill damage with a rune for mana regeneration. These didn't need mana storage, they were just combat weapons of a ranged sort. Carl quickly began to inscribe the wands to get through them. It would only take a few hours, and then he could get to the rest of the items that were waiting for him. Dana sat on his left, reading a book and purring idly as Carl petted her head. She didn't even seem to notice that she was doing it, but it was taking all of Ophelia's willpower not to say anything about it when she passed by the 2nd floor. Carl managed to get the wands finished without incident, and noticed on his way out to the workshop to check on the sculptors that the mage was still nearby, at the bakery a few doors down the street. Carl waved to get his attention, then walked over. I had some wand stock that I customized for your purpose. Fireball with skill damage and mana recovery is fine, right? At the commander rank, of course. They're all identical in effect, but not in appearance, Carl explained. That fast? The mage asked, shocked. When I only need to tweak them a little, it doesn't take long. Fireballs are popular, Carl offered, covering for the fact that fireball was one of the easiest effects to replicate with runes. The only one he could think of that was easier was a lightning bolt. Once the mage finished his snack, he followed Carl back to the house and straight to the 2nd floor, where 49 wands were laid out in 2 rows. What do you think? Is this suitable for your graduates? You did say a combat wand was what you desired, and this will help them with combat. The mage examined them each closely, and noticed that while the appearance changed, the actual effects were uniform. This is perfect. Exactly what the dean had requested, and much faster than any other wandmaker we contacted had quoted. Most wanted a year or more to acquire the materials and make that many, he explained. Carl chuckled. That was their loss, then. We just happened to have the materials on hand, as we were opening a new shop. I appreciate your business, and I am certain those spells will prove to be a great benefit to the guild. The mage smiled. If you are interested in additional skill books, we have a trade envoy in the city once a month. Or, you can take the trip down to see us, it's only a few days by ship. Carl chuckled and gestured toward the door. I have a Ghostfire Thunderbird at my disposal. I am certain he can make a few 100 kilometers in less than that. That made the mage laugh. I would say so. How did you convince him to let you ride without burning you to ash? Trade secret. The mage bowed politely and turned to leave. Perhaps we will meet again soon. I am certain that my mentor will be overjoyed with the success of this mission. Only 3 months remain until graduation, and we feared that we would have to wait until next year to begin granting the rewards. Once he was gone, nearly skipping with joy on his way out, the house fell silent for the first time all day, and the kitchen staff prepared to serve lunch. Mick, their new vampire clerk, looked at the meal being served with regret. Then she turned her head in shock as the staff brought out a wine bottle of what was definitely warm blood. We know that you need both for survival, but we didn't know the proportions. Lady Ray generously donated a sample of her reserve stock for your meals. If you can inform us of your dietary needs later, we will make preparations, the chef explained. Mick poured a small sample of the blood into a wineglass and sighed with pleasure as the scent hit her nose. Earthy and lovely. Such a powerful vitality. I won't need more than a glass or two of this a week. The bottle will last me roughly a month with just regular meals. Ray patted the vampire on the head. It's not bad, right? Royal rank hill giant. Mick nearly choked on her drink as she turned to look at Ray. This is from a sentient being? I shouldn't drink that. Drinking from the intelligent species is widely considered barbaric. Ray shrugged. He's already dead anyhow. It's not like using a bit of his blood for your survival will hurt anything. As long as it's not addictive or toxic. The vampire shook her head, making her long black hair ripple and flow over her face. No drinking from live targets is, though. It's also very intimate, and, why am I telling you that? So embarrassing. Ray giggled. Don't worry, you'll find the one you really want to bite one of these days. From his space, Thor snorted in amusement as he ate. That phrase just sounded odd coming from Ray. What do you usually drink? Carl asked, so the chef could keep some for emergencies. I usually drink blood wine. The vampires make it, and there are some batches in stock at the local butchers, made from the awakened and ascended rank sea beasts that the fishermen bring in. It's a bit fishy, but not in a bad way. Like eating sushi. Ray made a mental note to try that. Blood wine sounded like a truly refined lady's beverage. Carl worked late into the night, making dozens of jewelry pieces of different sorts. A few more fireball staves, a dozen more fireball wands like the ones for the academy. That should be enough to take the shop through the next day, as the collection was now larger than what they had sold during the previous shift. With the shop closing at dusk, they were able to work a few extra hours after and get ahead of their anticipated sales. When the next morning arrived, Carl realized that Remy had been up all night, and she had made a massive supply of potions, enough that she likely wouldn't need to do it again for a month. She had cleared large patches of her space for materials, but that would grow back quickly enough. The important part was that she hadn't used up any of her resources. So she didn't lose anything, other than some time. Everyone gathered on the second floor, and Carl outlined his plan for the day. We made more than enough items for the shop last night, so everyone should be free until at least noon today, other than Davis and Mick. Carl stopped to give Mick an apologetic look, as Davis wouldn't be in for another 2 hours. So, I have a plan. What I would like to know is if having some of my beasts go in first will block me from going into the dungeon separately. If they can go on their own, and we can go as well, then we can build up a huge amount of loot, as long as we take the time to gather the junk and raw materials. What I'm thinking is that we send Ray, Kara, and Hawk now. Then, once they're done, the rest of us will go in a couple of hours. If it doesn't let me in, then Remy and Thor will do my share of the grunt work, and we will know what to do for next time. If it does let me in, even after they have cleared the dungeon, then we can get 2 shares of the loot and nobody has to sit out. That sounded like a good plan to everyone involved. Well, everyone involved in the first trip, as Ray was already carrying Kara out the door as Hawk circled overhead, waiting for them. Tessa pondered the potential issues with this plan, and then decided that it should be alright. Dana had golems and her epic guard. Remy had her bodyguards, and they would have Thor. If something went wrong with that plan, then they could just leave and take the gold coin loss. It would be a massive understatement to say that the guards were startled when a strange woman appeared between them and the dungeon portal carrying a winged void badger, while a massive thunderbird swooped in from above, and only barely tucked its wings to fit in the portal. In fact, they were still talking about it an hour later when Kara had finished looting the place dry, to the point that they had even taken some of the likely-looking plants, just in case Remy might want them for decoration. The shop was fairly quiet today, and they had only sold a few rings and a dozen jars of ridiculously expensive beauty products Remy had made. Interestingly, they had even sold a small jar of shadowbranch paste, which was used to turn Thor black as a disguise. It wasn't exactly useful, unless you were sneaking around in the dark and didn't want it to wear off, so neither Davis nor Mick really understood why the customer in question had purchased it after understanding what it did. Now that Team 1 was back, and sorting through loot in their spaces, trying to come up with a plan for what to do with all the trash they collected, it was time for Group 2. Once they got close to the dungeon, Carl realized that there was a second issue that they had not considered. Guild cooldown. 1 hour 58 minutes remaining. It appeared that a guild could only send one team in every 3 hours. Well, how about we taste test some local beverages and then head back to the house? We can go back in later, Carl suggested. Not much else that we can do. Ophelia agreed. Guild coordination would be an important aspect of management if they had more people, but at least at this point Carl knew that they should be able to enter, just not right away. He was about to lead them all to the coffee shop where he had found the mage when an oddly pained aura caught his attention. Carl couldn't locate the source of the distress, but there was something wounded nearby, and he was almost certain that it was a beast. One moment, I want to find something before we stop. I can feel something's distress, and I might be able to help. He explained quietly, not wanting to alarm the others walking down the street, as they wouldn't understand that he was likely talking about an injured pet, not a person in need. Carl turned left until the sensation of distress felt like it was in front of him. Then he walked down a side street in between a pair of large manor houses. They were headed for the shore, and that was where Carl got the feeling that the distress was coming from. They were well past the docks, close to the wall, when they reached the shore in the wealthy district of Stone Chapel. Now, even Lotus could sense it, and she was looking for the distressed animal. Neither of them could see it, so Carl started searching with other forms of vision. Right at the wall, when they were ready to double back and try again, Carl spotted it with soul sight. There was a crystalline cocoon on the shore, and it gave off a powerful aura, as well as the sense of distress. Carl reached down and picked up the chrysalis. It was heavily damaged, but hard and smooth as steel. He still couldn't see it, but with it in his hand, he could feel the magic. Whatever was evolving must have cast invisibility on itself. "What did you find?" Lotus asked. "A crystal of some sort. I think it might be a cocoon. It's definitely the distressed creature, though, and there are bite marks in the hard shell," Carl explained. The creature was still in agony, but Carl didn't know what to do. Lotus had some ideas, though. First she cast a healing spell on it, then transferred it some mana. That gave Carl an idea. He took out one of Remy's mana and stamina potions and dropped the crystal in it. The crystal became visible and began to glow with power as it absorbed the potion at a rate that defied everything Carl knew about how volume and physics worked. Then the whole potion bottle vanished, and Carl felt a new presence in his mind. A tiny, terrified presence. Did he get a new brother or a new sister? Thor asked. I honestly have no idea. It's not hatched yet. Everyone watched the newly occupied mental space as it began to transform. An entire stone city with an ethereal beauty began to form in the space, and the crystal in a bottle was lifted off the ground with a small stone altar. Moments later, the bottle shattered as the crystal began to melt and then reform itself into a new form. A butterfly with transparent wings a meter wide, and an impossibly blue body shaped like a crystal. The creature was curious about where it found itself, and why there were others in spaces like the one it was in, staring at it. The green one seemed friendly, so the butterfly made it a flower and sent it through the barrier between the spaces. Oh, it's an illusion. A solid illusion. Beautiful, thank you. Thor thanked the butterfly. Carl examined the creature's stats, glass-winged illusionary butterfly. Evolved stage, newly hatched, rank, overlord, innate talent, illusionary domain. Known spells, invisibility, illusionary domain. Creates a solid illusion near the caster, or in a separate space no larger than 20 meters in diameter per rank of the caster. Damage to the illusion destabilizes the effect. Lotus was staring impatiently at Carl, waiting for an explanation. It moved itself to my mental space. Or perhaps I did it subconsciously. Either way, it's there now. The system says that it's a glasswing illusionary butterfly, he explained. Lotus stared at him for a moment. You now have a butterfly? An overlord rank 1 that can use illusions, Carl agreed. Skill. Skill Master 4, activated, skill. Invisibility, has improved by 1 rank. Ray smirked as she saw that message. I think that me and this little butterfly are going to be good friends. Thor wasn't sure about that. I think it's absolutely terrified of the outside world. It also didn't have any combat abilities. No attack spells, no venom, no limbs. It didn't even eat meat. It was eyeing Thor's plants with a growing sense of hunger. Thor passed the butterfly a few long grass blades it had been staring at, and the butterflies slowly began to nibble. Well, in a way. The plants seemed to just soak into the crystalline body, which had no visible mouthparts. Lotus frowned. There is only one problem. Have you considered the lifespan of a glasswing illusionary butterfly? What do you mean? Lotus frowned. Well, they're immensely powerful, but 12 hours after they evolve, they run out of energy and die. They breed as caterpillars. That was inconvenient. Carl had no idea what happened if a beast in one of the spaces died of old age. But for now, the butterfly was happily eating and the fake city in its space was beautiful. Carl couldn't see any reason that the butterfly should be dying so fast. It looked healthy and happy, eating in its space, soaking in the power of the space, and it was practically brimming with vitality. Nothing about it screamed, 12 hours to live. Carl got a mental image of the black elf grass that the butterfly was eating, and wondered if that was just an expression of happiness or an explanation. Was it possible that the only food it could digest as an adult was extinct? Thor had brought this back from a dungeon instance that was set in the distant past. Not long after, the butterfly fell asleep on the long blade of grass, and the illusionary realm of its new home began to get a bit unreal. There were 2 copies of Thor wandering around. An illusionary Remy was making potions while reading a book, and a winged void badger flew the skies, which were now full of multicolor swirling smoke. Hey, this is private property. Someone shouted from behind Carl, who was fully distracted by the events in the spaces. Suddenly, the world in the space was all around them, and the terrified butterfly had created 2 hawks and a ray for defense. Little butterfly, calm down, he's not going to hurt anyone. You can bring your illusion back inside your safe space, Carl whispered. The illusion quickly faded, and the butterfly fell asleep again, dreaming of its illusionary city. Sorry about that. Illusion element pet got away from me. We will get off your beach right away, Carl apologized. Then he cast invisibility over the group, leaving the homeowner to stare at nothing. That skill was going to be a lot of fun in the future. As it turned out, invisible targets could see each other, but nobody else could see them. Carl led the group back into the city before the irate demon who owned that portion of land could stop hyperventilating. For a few seconds there, he thought that he had been sent instantly to the afterlife as the world changed and monsters appeared. By the time that he recovered, they were gone, and he realized that he hadn't gotten a good look at the group. If he knew who they were, he would go have words with them for scaring years off his life. After he found backup, they walked to the busier streets and Carl hastily released the spell before someone got run over by a pedestrian 5 times their size. The dungeon could wait, they had things to do now. Davis was startled to see them back at the house so quickly after leaving. That wasn't long enough for a full clear of the dungeon at all. There is a guild cooldown timer, and the beasts trigger it as well. So, we had to wait. But we made a little detour, and found an interesting thing. Carl explained, not going into detail, as there was a customer in the shop, a young warrior with some sort of badge on his shirt. Carl guessed that it was an employer tag, marking employees of the company. The boy didn't have a guild tag, but he did have the look of someone who had seen things that most teens didn't. That was a look that Carl was familiar with. He was doing mental calculations, so it was likely to afford one of the cheaper rings. Carl noticed that there were now ascended rank wooden rings in the case, as well as commander. But Laura's had gone in a very different direction than what Carl had been teaching them yesterday. Instead of combat runes, she had made functional inscriptions that had translated surprisingly well to system stats. Ring of Cleaning creates a vortex around the ring that draws in loose debris and dust from up to 5 meters away. Alright, maybe she had just gotten frustrated after dropping a small piece, or constantly cleaning her space. But there were other functional ones after that. Ring of Refill fills a container under 1 liter in size with water. Ring of Cleanliness rinses the user with a veil of water from head to toe. They were expensive for people who made ascended rank wages, but for an adventurer or caravan guard, some of those would be fantastically useful. She wasn't a powerful demon, and nobody in the city really needed combat skills at ascended rank. However, those useful items would make life so much better that keeping a few of them for employees or on a trip was worth it. A young mage came in academy robes, and ran over to the case where the young warrior was standing. Then he smiled and pointed at the Ring of Refill. "Good sir, how much for that ring?" he asked. "The ascended rank functional items are 2 gold coins each," Davis explained. That really was a lot for an ordinary worker, but the student smiled and nodded. "If you would, please. I will take that ring." The boy placed out stacks of silver coins on the counter, and Davis slid 2 back to him. "You miscounted, dear customer. Thank you for your patronage." The boy noticed Carl looking at him and smirked. "I'm an earth elemental mage, and we're not allowed to carry anything with us around the academy but a wand. I can't cast water magic, but now I can make myself a drink while studying." Carl smiled. "You will be popular very soon." The boy looked confused until Carl elaborated. "You're not the only one who can't use water magic, right? But you can make cups and fill them now." The student smiled and ran out of the shop, headed back for his school to show off his new item. Presumably, the restriction on items was intended to make the students work together, but self-sufficiency was always an option if you had enough resources or skills. Carl headed up the stairs with the ladies, and settled on one of the many large cushions in the 3rd floor's lounging room. Ray had made so many that they didn't even try to decorate in here. All that fit was the cushions, pillows and the bookcases along the walls, which were still distressingly empty. He would have to order a shipment of books for the house. "Well, you said that there is a butterfly. Since they don't last long, can you show us the glass-winged illusionary butterfly?" Lotus asked hopefully. A fluttering creature appeared before her and darted around the room, then settled on Lotus' outstretched hands. Carl could see, by the lack of soul energy, that it was an illusion. But by thermal imaging and every other standard, it truly did appear to be real as Lotus gently stroked its crystalline body. "So beautiful," she whispered. The illusionary butterfly sprinkled a sparkling dust over Lotus, which its wings spread around the room, and Carl sensed the real glass-winged butterfly's annoyance as the energy level in its space dropped but everyone else's energy level increased. "Indeed, your evolution is troublesome for you," Carl consoled the beast as it calmed down again. Not only was it hard to find food, but when it got excited, it leaked its limited energy away. If it hadn't been in his space, able to regenerate itself, just that dump of energy would have left it crippled at this early stage after evolution. As such, Carl was beginning to suspect that it was not that the butterfly had an innately short lifespan, but that it had evolved in a strange way, and it simply wasn't suited to life in the outside world. It needed a huge amount of mana input and specific foods to survive after emerging from its crystalline shell. It could feel the contact with its clone, though. Having the priestess stroke its back was very comforting, and soon the butterfly was sleeping again, while the clone wandered around the room, letting out a small waft of mana-infused dust every time it found something exciting. But the mana dust wasn't entirely a negative aspect. The mana level in the room was rapidly rising as the dust dissipated, and it wasn't dispersing into the atmosphere. Instead, it was making a perfect resting room for the growth of magical creatures, and system users who could absorb magic from their surroundings. For example, Carl, whose beast spaces were rapidly increasing in quality now that the newest member had joined them. Dana and the others were also growing rapidly, infused with mana far more powerful than their own. Most likely, this ability had been intended to create a nest, a safe spot where the glass-winged illusionary butterfly could rest without deactivating its illusionary domain ability. Carl watched the illusionary domain in the butterfly's space as it slept, and the others whispered encouragement to it, so it would grow up big and strong and not have a short life as Lotus studies said it would. Well, most of them. Ray was whispering fun ideas to it because they influenced the dream world. Currently, the Ray clones in the butterfly's world had a crystal attached to their back, from which giant butterfly wings sprouted, allowing the spiders to fly. The glasswing illusion butterfly could create solid illusions, but Carl wasn't certain that something as large as Ray could fly in the nimble manner that she did in the dream world. He was 100% sure that it would give children nightmares, though. Intermittently, the room would flicker with illusions as the butterfly dreamed of strange and fantastical things, based on the limited amount of the world that it had seen. Then, an hour into its nap, just as Lotus was certain that she would finally catch the bright pink Kara which had been created in the small library, the small room transformed into a sprawling cityscape, with their mound of pillows in what looked like the tower of a castle. There were windows all around them, and Carl could feel the breeze on his face. The mana level in the room was nearly stifling for the others, and Carl could sense their unease, though Lotus was still happily chasing illusions around the altered room. So, he thought he would explore a little, and see what the illusion domain could do. There was only one door to the room they were in, but when Carl swung it open, he found the hallway to the guildhouse outside. Davis was speaking with a customer, the apprentices could be heard working in the shop, and the guards were chatting idly at their station outside. Nothing about the situation said that anyone was aware of the changes that had been taking place in this room, and none of them even seemed to sense the immense amount of overlord-rank power that was in use. Location significantly upgraded. Use class skill. Home, YN. Home. One-time use skill. The Packmaster may designate a target location as their permanent home, granting various bonuses as the location is improved. The home location may be periodically changed, but never deactivated. Carl stared at the message for a few seconds before making a decision. They were here now, and while they planned to travel, this place did belong to them. It was home, at least for the foreseeable future. Home, location selected. Upgrade made, expanded illusionary space. Upgrade made, registered guild shop with guild bank access. Upgrade made, basic security system, bonuses applied. 1A, improved recall. Recall spell will activate with a shorter delay when returning to the home location. 2A, recreation. The addition of an illusionary space for recreation improves mana recovery within the home location by 20%. Carl felt the changes take effect, most noticeably the mana recovery, which made all the beasts sigh in pleasure at the influx into their spaces. The spaces improved slowly, as the beasts used the majority of the mana that was provided to refine their own power. But with an extra 20%, the space itself was receiving a significant boost. Carl stepped downstairs, and realized that he couldn't sense the illusionary realm at all. Except for the fact that he could feel the butterfly's unique magic signature. He watched quietly as the two in the store finished with their customers, then Mick took a broom and began to clean the floor, though it was already nearly spotless. Caretaker Joe would be proud. Speaking of which, where was she? Carl extended his senses and found the cleanliness-obsessed demon hanging from a rope, polishing the outside of the windows clean. The ones at the east end of the house, facing the castle, did not open, so she had taken it upon herself to polish them by hand instead of asking Remy or someone with better water magic to clean them for her. Hey, there is room to fly. Kara cheered in Carl's mind. That didn't sound right. Carl jogged back upstairs, and found that the Void Badger had flown out the window of the illusionary room, and out into the fake city. Lotus was right behind her, and she had climbed out the window of the tower to slide down a vine ladder she had created. There was a whole magical city to explore, and Lotus wanted to know what every magical plant was. The fact that it was all an illusion and none of it was real didn't matter to Lotus, it was all new things. But Kara had discovered a limitation to the spell. They couldn't be more than 70 meters apart, or you would hit an invisible barrier, past which you couldn't proceed. That was the maximum radius of the spell, and while it appeared that you could explore the whole city, only a small portion of it could be active at one time. That was a disappointment to Hawk, as his body was already considered huge. 70 meters around himself would be fine if he was flying alone, but with others in the space, it wasn't enough room to really even take flight. However, with everyone else distracted by the illusion, it was a perfect excuse to sneak out for a little flight. Hawk knew that the farmers hated rodents nearly as much as Hawk liked eating them, and he had yet to sample the delicacies of this continent. Maybe once he flew out of the city a few dozen kilometers, he would be able to find something tasty? Carl sensed him leaving, but the guards wouldn't hassle Hawk. He had been sitting on the roof right next to their station for the last few days. He wasn't a stranger. They should also know that he wasn't an invasive threat either, as he hadn't bothered anyone in that time. Stepping back into the room reminded Carl that he had things to do to finish the project, and he immediately turned to go back downstairs. "Davis, do you know where we can find books, just regular books, to fill the library space upstairs? We've been upgrading it, and it's feeling a bit empty." Davis nodded, then turned to Mick. "Go fetch a runner from the gate and give them 3 gold for a mass book purchase from Grimoire's bookstore. Tell them that we don't mind if they're used, and we don't mind some duplicates. We're stocking a full library in a new guildhouse." He handed the assistant the coins from the store vault, and the vampire ran outside with a fancy silk and lace umbrella, created by Ray to match her work uniform, and to protect her from the afternoon sun. The uniform dress that Ray had made her, black on one side and white on the other with long sleeves and frilly skirts, was cute, but the sleeves were loose, so her arms might have been exposed, and it didn't protect her face. The response from the bookstore was incredibly fast, even given that it was only up the street a few blocks. Within the hour, workers were showing up with wheelbarrows full of books, and being ushered through the shop, past confused customers. "Right in here. This room is the library, pardon the chaos, we were just tweaking the illusions," Carl instructed. All the curtains had been drawn, and Kara had returned to her space when the guests arrived, so there was no indication that the room wasn't actually shaped this way, though it would be a waste of interior space, as the illusionary space was round. It was also 2 stories tall, and Carl noticed that there were bookshelves all over the second floor, which was only accessible with a small spiral staircase. That had to be a nightmare for the workers, but they didn't appear to mind. Carl was concerned that he might have to restrain Remy, though. The Naga Queen was interested in every title that entered the house, even though there were thousands of them for the workers to place. The problem was only solved when Remy found an alchemy textbook among the titles, and settled in on a cushion along the far wall to read. "Where did all these come from? It's quite the wide range of books that you found for us," Carl asked as a worker loaded the shelf beside Remy. "Oh, everything here is a return. They're all used novels from the castle, the academy, or the lending library that were retired and repaired. The shop has a whole basement full of boxes of books that were fixed and never made it back for sorting and resale. Now, they have a bit of space in the basement again, as we will have delivered nearly 10,000 titles to you by the time that we're finished with these last shelves. A lot of them are fantasy and romance titles from the ladies of the castle. They tend to be voracious readers, and the noble ladies like variety, so we have a contract to replace their selections once a year. Most of those books end up in the basement, and now here. We went all along one wall, though, so you don't just have recent arrivals. Some of the books that made it to your shelves have been in that basement for nearly 100 years, preserved by the shop's magic," the worker explained. That was great news, as they would have the chance to get some forgotten knowledge in the mix with their random selection. Remy had noticed there were an awful lot of educational tomes as well, so they actually had a rather large training library now. "Were they sorted in any way?" Carl asked as the workers finished the shelf and began loading another. "Yes, as well as we could. There are 4 sections upstairs: educational, historical, skill knowledge, and magical knowledge. On the lower floor, we have fiction, romantic fiction, modern affairs, and that final shelf will be full of introductory training tomes from the schools. We have found that acolytes and assistants from the guilds like to sneak into the library, and they make a smaller mess if they think that they got lucky and found the introductory tomes that they were searching for on the first few shelves." The worker loading that bookshelf smiled and winked at Carl as he put a leather-bound tome labeled, "Introduction to Water Magic," on the very bottom shelf, against the edge, where it would escape sight from the door. Someone looking for it would notice it quickly, but it would appear to have been forgotten at the bottom of the shelf, where dust would normally accumulate more quickly. Not that Caretaker Joe would tolerate dust. Hopefully, her magic was suited to gently cleaning the ancient tomes and well-worn schoolbooks. The book dealer's workers finished, then looked around the room. "I know that you said there were illusions in play, but this room is spectacular. I think that most noble homes would be envious of the library that you have amassed now. Enjoy your space, sir. We have been informed that the bill was settled in advance." Then they were all gone, and Remy began to pull the curtains open again to reveal the view of the city. Carl heard a commotion downstairs just after they left, and the sound of someone drawing a sword. He raced down to the shop, Ophelia and Tessa right behind him, and found a man in the black and white tabard that he had seen the first day he entered the city standing with his sword tipped down, lodged in the floor. The tabard wasn't halved, it was 2/3 white, but other than that, it looked very similar to Carl's. "Who is in charge here?" the man demanded. "I am." "What seems to be the issue?" Carl asked, noting that the man was an overlord rank warrior. "Our Truelight host challenges your imposter guild for possession of this guild house and rights to remain in the city. The loser will be expelled from the city, or exterminated," the man announced. Guild War activated. The man's name immediately turned red in Carl's sight, and an alarm sounded at the guard station. "Did you wish to settle this by champion, or by a full guild war?" Carl asked with a smirk slowly spreading on his face. The man whistled, and 6 more warriors in matching tabards marched into the yard, all overlords. Carl activated his armor, the gold trim of the Guild War champion tabard shining in the light. The man's glare faltered for half a second, but he continued. "War." Carl activated invisibility, and the full suite of buffs at the same time that he drew his sword with the haint claw on his other hand. Then he moved 2 steps left with silent movement, and attacked. The warrior hadn't even located him yet when a sonic boom shook the walls of the shop, and Carl's blade pierced through the challenger's armor, while a shoulder slam carried them both out to the yard. Carl reappeared so that the others could see the soul being torn from the overlord body. Ray and Kara were out, ready for battle, when Carl called his summons out with Remy's. "Hey, I can see glowing red people in the city," Hawk noted. "Avoid collateral damage," Carl warned. "No problem, I can see their house." The warrior in front of Carl spun to face behind his position and lashed out with a skill that tore half the roof of the workshop off as it passed through Ray's incorporeal and invisible body. She only solidified her limbs as she tore into the warrior, targeting the weak spots in his armor. Unfortunately for him, his first instinct had been to use slash, which was fast activating, but a physical damage skill. Physical skills did nothing to the Night Haunter incorporeal form, and before he could recover, it was too late. Carl went after the man closest to the building, distracting him for an instant before Kara ran between his legs and cast disintegrate straight up. The groin of most armor sets was the weakest spot, as the warrior needed to move his legs freely, but that meant that attacking from below was especially brutal. It didn't cause the sort of deadly damage Kara had expected, but by the pained howl the man made, it had gotten through his armor. Carl didn't let up, driving him backward and onto his back, where he was struck by a massive bolt of lightning that left him twitching until Thor's massive foot came down on his skull. Tessa was on the Cerro's back, and Lotus was in tree form behind the house, where she couldn't be seen by enemies approaching from the street. Whistles were sounding all over the city, and Carl turned to face the gate as a squad of guardsmen ran inside. "Halt! Public guild wars are prohibited in the city." They had been fast, but not fast enough. In the minute it had taken them to realize that this was more than just a fight in the yard and organize a full squad, 3 of the 7 overlords were dead, and Hawk had begun the mass bombardment of the enemy guildhouse, as well as their members in the streets. Carl didn't relax his guarded position, though the surviving warriors of the Truelight Host Guild were lowering their blades. They came and challenged, then refused a duel by champions, insisting on a full-scale guild war to annihilation, Carl insisted. "And who called for reinforcements?" the guard captain demanded. "I don't know what you mean. We've all been here since the start of the fight," Carl replied, and the 4 overlords nodded in agreement. None of them had called reinforcements, and the fight was on guildhouse property, not in public. "Hawk, stop the bombardment, I think we broke a rule," Carl warned. Hawk mentally shrugged and flew close enough to return to his space. The guard didn't reply for a few seconds as he used a communication spell. A group of Truelight Host's junior members was ambushed by an unknown assailant in the Fool's Walk boardwalk area. They were incinerated by an overlord rank ability, and heavy damage was done to the surrounding area. Then a group of them was seen firing spells in the Forest Gate district, upward toward the Ghostfire Thunderbird who is often perched here at the Dark Light Host Guildhouse. Both are violations of the city code on guild wars, which restricts battles to guild properties, the captain explained. "So, the attack on their guildhouse was fine, right?" Carl confirmed, as Hawk had done heavy damage to that building. The closest of the 4 surviving Truelight Host overlords took off their helmet, revealing a vibrant red demoness with her horns filed to nubs. "What do you mean, the attack on our guildhouse?" she asked. I had one of my bonded beasts bombard your guild house with ghost fire. It's gone, along with everyone in it. Well, most likely everyone. The house is still on fire, but ghost fire isn't easy to put out. The demoness went so pale her face faded to pink, and she collapsed to her knees. No, there is no way that they could know where our guild house is, one of the others muttered. The one with 30 of your people in it, to the west of Forest Gate? Carl asked. The guard verified something with a communication gem, then shook his head and sighed. The guild war is over. The guild master of the True Light host is dead, he announced. With that, the red highlight on their names faded, and the 4 overlords' faces morphed to expressions of horror, visible only as widened eyes under their helmets, except for the one with her helmet off, who was openly weeping. How could the guild leader die? She mumbled, with a hopeful look at the guard, begging for it to be a lie. Some sort of overlord rank flaming tornado. He tried to rescue the wounded from the flames, and ended up trapped in the spell. That made sense. It wasn't easy to escape, Hellstorm. The guard captain patted her on the shoulder. He was a bastard, but he was your bastard. We will allow you 24 hours to gather the guild's belongings before you are escorted out of the cities as the defeated party. Tessa raised a hand to stop the guard before anyone left. As a high priestess of the war god, I have to know. Why? What possessed you to start this guild war that took so many lives in minutes? One of the warriors took off his helmet, letting it vanish into his storage. The tabards. The guild leader was upset that your colors were so similar to ours, and he demanded that we run you out of town. Ormeth should have accepted the challenge, where the guards would have supervised and stopped him from being ambushed, but he was always prideful. Ormeth must have been the first one to die. Tessa shook her head. Foolishness. Pure foolishness. There are few things that the Red Dragon goddess despises more than senseless wars. The other 2 warriors picked up their traumatized member, then moved the bodies to their inventories. Much to Ray's dismay, the man with his helmet off turned to the guard captain. We will be out of the city within the day. Where were the wounded taken? Into the care of the guard's healing department. If they're too injured to move, they will remain in our care until they are discharged, so don't plan to move too quickly. The 4 left, and the guard captain turned on Carl. The only suspect for the damage to the boardwalk if your Ghostfire Thunderbird. Do you require a payment plan for restitution? He insisted. Sorry, Hawk apologized, as he realized they were being made to pay for the damage to the ground around the red targets. How much is it? I will pay in gold. The guard captain nodded, and a soldier behind him handed him a sheet. These are the itemized damages. The guard will distribute payments to ensure they are made. Carl passed it to Davis, who nodded and brought out a small bag of gold from the store's vault. Restitution, with the collection fee and city levies added, he declared. The guard smiled. He liked it when they came across smart people. A little lubrication kept the wheels of bureaucracy moving smoothly. Carl sighed. We might need to reconsider our magical item selling operation if it's going to put non-combatants in danger. Davis chuckled. I think you misunderstand. This fight will be the talk of the city for months. One major guild war a year is already a lot. But targeting the same guild multiple times is unheard of. They lost 4 overlords today, and it's our word against speculation by the shopkeepers down the street on which side rejected the offer of a duel. I don't think that anyone will be eager to challenge the Dark Light host during the next decade, and now that we've been challenged, the guild house will have the option to recall a champion if we are challenged again. So there is no need to keep a powerful member on call at all times. At least someone knew how the system worked. Within the hour, word of the guild battle had spread through the city, and the timeline had already gotten blurred by gossip. The rumor going around the city was that someone had attacked the Thunderbird while he was scouting, and the beast had retaliated by wiping out a group of initiates while they were shopping. The thought was horrifying to the people, but not as horrific as the storm of swirling flames that had eaten the True Light host guild house. There was so little chance for them to defend themselves, even when the attack had come so long after the alarms signaling a guild conflict had been sounded. That had to mean that the attack had started at the Dark Light host shop, and they hadn't been given the chance for a challenge. Under normal circumstances, you would not openly attack and try to take over a shop if you didn't have overwhelming strength. Not only did you need to win the property, you needed to convince the city governor that you should be allowed to keep it. The full activation of the system was relatively new, even here, and the old rules were still in place. Those rules said that whoever the owner had designated as the inheritor got the property, and if they were permanently dead with no heir, it went back to the city. The rule of law did not support taking over shops by force. However, the guild function allowed the victor of a guild battle to force the other guild's members out of the city. It would remove their guild house designation from the property, and make the members physically unable to enter it after 24 hours. So, the city generally took over the loser's property, and gave them the net proceeds after it was sold. Already guild alliances were forming, so that entire regions would be pulled into a larger battle, which essentially prevented wars from starting, but both parties involved this time were independent of such alliances. The guards were still waiting in the yard, so the kitchen staff brought them out tea and snacks while they waited. The guards had called over a repairman for the roof of the workshop, but Carl suspected that just fixing the roof tiles would not be enough to calm the two unfortunate sculptors who came meters from being bisected. Somehow, the whole thing felt like a loss, even though it was objectively a crushing victory for their side. Davis, if you can get a hold of the mage who did the barriers, some of them were damaged during the battle, and we will need stronger ones for the workshop made. I know it was an afterthought, so we didn't put much of a barrier on it last time, but now it appears that we need to prepare for a much more violent future for the property. Carl instructed. Of course, sir. The guard captain turned to Carl. Were there any casualties on your side? We can bring over shamans to resurrect. Carl shook his head. There were no casualties on our side, but we have Lotus, she can resurrect. The guard blinked slowly, as he realized that the fallen overlords could have been resurrected right where they were. Well, in theory, as the priestess was unlikely to bring enemies back to life even if her goddess agreed to it. Loris and Wendy finally came out of the ruined workshop, allowing Tessa to check them over. We're all right, really. The barrier on us never broke, even though the workshop did. Who creates that, by the way? It's a really comfortable barrier, Loris explained. Thor stomped his feet to get her attention, and lowered his head to accept her praise. Oh, it's Thor, right? Thank you so much. I thought that we were in real trouble, but when the roof tiles collapsed, they hit the personal barrier, and nothing hurt us at all. She was loving on Thor, leaning against his head to rub the good spot between his upper horns. The Sero was having a great day. Thor settled on his belly, so his scales could be more effectively rubbed, and decided to ignore the commotion outside the gates, where someone was shouting. The city guard had stopped someone from approaching, but the shouting caught Carl's attention. An unfamiliar woman was screaming at the guards and threatening to kill someone, so Carl went out the gate to see what was going on. You, the war champion. I demand satisfaction. You killed my husband, the woman screamed. Carl and the guard captain stared at each other in confusion. Of course, he had, that was how guild wars worked. But the woman wasn't done. The shaman can't bring him back, his soul is damaged. You bastard, what did you do to him? She screamed, as the neighbors came out of their shops to watch the shows. It's divine punishment for stupidity. He refused to accept a challenge and demanded annihilation. That's what he got, Carl explained calmly. The gods have nothing to do with anything, you murderer. Carl didn't even know how to argue with that. He had used the Haint Claw for extra damage, knowing what would happen. But did he regret it? Surprisingly, no, not even a little bit. Now, everyone on the street understood what had happened. The losing side hadn't been able to resurrect all their overlords. That was a tragedy for the family, but the demons generally didn't get too worked up about such things. If you tried your luck and ended up becoming the year's find-out champion, you deserved it in the minds of the majority here. The major concern that they had was what that Dark Light Host war champion had done to him. Carl's tabard now had 2 golden rings around it, marking 2 above-ranked defensive victories, so this was not a new feat for him. Whatever hidden skill he had must amount to an instant kill assassination technique. But Carl was also getting incredibly close to the overlord rank, they could all feel it in his aura. So, while this one did count, he was just generally a monster in combat by any standard below totem rank. It was probably best to make friends with his people, as they had the secret to crushing a numerically superior force in less time than it took to drink a coffee. Carl shook his head in dismay. I'm sorry for your loss, but he refused the challenge. Safety isn't assured during a guild war, and it was his choice. Then he walked back in the gate and motioned for everyone to head in the house. Once they were back inside, the change that had overcome his beast spaces with the addition of the little butterfly was much more obvious to Carl. It hadn't spoken yet, so he had no idea if it was a brother or sister, but it was curious about everything, and the influx of power that it brought to the previously empty space made a huge difference to the power flow in the spaces as a whole. Some of that would be because the new addition was an overlord, but it wasn't putting any pressure on his mind the way that Carl had expected from a beast above his own rank. That might be because he was already close, but the amount of power flowing in and out of the butterfly's space was at least twice what anyone else's did. It was also aggressively increasing. The sparkling dust that the butterfly gave off coated the surface of the space like glittering snowfall, and as it dissipated it was absorbed into the space without being able to escape, which forced the power level and mana density even higher. Davis looked up as he felt Carl surge with power, and smiled. "It seems that our large demonic friend is going to break the Overlord rank bottleneck in one go," he noted. "Seriously?" Tessa asked. "Can't you feel it? Just a bit more of a push and he will soar past the breakpoint. I don't think that he will get stuck at all with the way that his aura is surging. His weapons absorb soul energy, and he just killed an Overlord. That alone might be enough to push him through. That's how most of the Carnage demons do it, and some of the Obsession demons as well. But his magical power is increasing as well, and that's how the magic demons do it. They build up power in either their bodies or a storage item, then let it flood them to force all of the old mana out and break the bottleneck." Dana blinked slowly as she realized that was an option. She was close to Monarch rank, as were the others. If she concentrated mana in a few items in her body, then released the pressure, she could definitely break the bottleneck. It was a bit annoying to realize that every demon in Drode City knew such things, while the Golden Dragon Nation was still in the dark. But that also gave her a brilliant idea. "Tutor Ahmad, I don't know if you can receive messages from this far away. I learned something new from the demons today. If you concentrate high-grade mana in an item or your body, then release it as a flood, you can force all the existing mana out of your body and break a rank bottleneck. Instead of trying to upgrade the existing mana, let the foreign mana strip every bit of the essence of your magic away and replace it. Hold that mana until your body adapts, then use it up and let your body replace it with new mana at the increased rank," she sent. 30 seconds later, a response came. "I didn't think that anyone of lower rank could send or receive a message across continents. It is very faint, and I had to use magic to recover it. It is good that you are not in trouble. I will try the technique with other mages who are stuck. If it doesn't kill them, we will owe you a huge debt of gratitude." That was something that Dana hadn't considered. The reason you didn't strip away all your mana to replace it with outside mana was because it was equivalent to a massive magical attack on the body, like trying to bathe your insides in an arcane missile spell. Perhaps demons were better suited to it, but if she was really in danger, she could always let the influx of mana flow through her. Plus, she could do the whole process with Void Body active, as Carl had never deactivated the Epic Guard after the battle. Hers was still active as well, and it had taken a liking to Laura's, who looked very similar to the pale violet construct, though Laura's was a rich ivory color with only a hint of purple undertones. "Carl, can I get you to make something for me?" she asked. "Of course. What do you need?" "I need the largest mana storage item that we can feasibly create. I'm almost at the Monarch rank bottleneck, and that should help me break through," she explained. Lotus perked up as she said those words. "Oh, that is a great idea. I know just the thing. I will make it in the yard, and then Carl can put runes for mana storage on it, and make it a blessed item," she insisted before running back into the yard through the kitchen. Carl wasn't sure what she planned to make in the backyard, but he could feel Lotus going all out with her magic. Remy transformed from Naga Queen to Spirit Serpent form and raced through the house to go see, then sent back a mental message. "Oh, she's making a lotus tree. I know just the thing. Under the Leridian alchemy tome on the altar, there is a loose piece of paper. That should be the runes to create a healing totem effect with runecrafting. If you put that in blessed item, along with tons of mana storage on the tree, wouldn't we have a real lotus tree statue?" Carl wasn't sure how well that would work, but now that he had activated Pack Affinity, he could use the totems. Pack Affinity. The Packmaster has an affinity for all skills that any of his bonded beasts have an affinity for, and may learn them as normal. In theory, it should be possible to inscribe that spell like any other. So, Carl dug out a Monarch-ranked nature stone from Hawk's space, a green stone the size of his fist, and began to carve the spell. Carving the totem spell was easier than Carl had expected. Unlike other spells, which were a complex set of system-designed mana flows, The totems were pure elemental force given direction. When carved on a nature stone, getting the healing effect felt natural, and the process was finished even before Lotus called to announce that she had grown her tree statue. Or perhaps it was an altar to the nature gods. When Carl walked out back, he realized that it was definitely an altar. A face had been carved in the tree, and a small platform for offerings had been grown near ground level. But that was perfect. Lotus, open the mouth a little, I need to put this inside, he instructed. She complied without question, and Carl placed the carved stone in the tree statue's mouth. The face looked clearly draconic, partially emerged from the statue's surface, but there was no spot there for runes. Instead, Carl went to the back of the tree and began his work. He hid the activation runes in a long poem about the green dragon that appeared in his mind as he scratched the runes into the wood. Most of the focus was on the ability to store mana, and the blessed item spell that was added to the main runes. The totem stone was linked to the tree's magic, and then Carl began to upgrade it. Bronze, silver, gold, amethyst, then ruby red. The runes progressed smoothly, and Carl kept going, intending to create them to the maximum of either the tree's or his own personal capacity. Then, his aura soared, and he felt a sense of joy from the little butterfly. The runes turned from rich red to a ghostly green, shifting from monarch to overlord along with their creator. The leaves on the statue turned from wooden carvings to vibrant green ones that looked absolutely real, except for the fact they didn't flutter in the wind, while both the eyes of the face on the tree and the interior of its mouth glowed with a soft green light as Carl loaded the tree with mana. Carl could hear the guards running into their compound for the second time today, having jumped over the walls, as the gate was closed. But he wasn't concerned. Nothing about this statue would harm anyone. Quite the opposite, actually. As Carl finished the work, the statue pulsed with healing power, and a wave of healing energy spread from the tree through the courtyard, stopping at the walls and not spreading through the streets. Monarch. Someone called, then the voice hesitated. Overlord Carl. Congratulations. We sensed the power and thought your guild might have been attacked again. But what is this? The weariness is gone from my bones, and I'm feeling like a young demon again. The guard captain greeted them. A new addition to our home. A healing totem altar, courtesy of the green dragon goddess, Carl explained. The group of demons stared at the tree statue in shock. That was clearly an overlord rank healing spell, though it was a minor healing spell, with a healing over time effect. One of the guards came forward and dropped to one knee in front of the tree, then smiled and placed a sandwich on the altar before standing. As soon as he did, the sandwich vanished, and the guards chuckled. The green dragon was easy to please. Your offering just had to be appropriate and heartfelt. Offering her your lunch was better than gold and jewels. But even as they celebrated, the guard captain had a conflicted look on his face. This isn't to become a temple to the dragon gods, is it? He asked carefully. Lotus shook her head. No, it's just the home of dragon clerics. Naturally, we would have an altar at our own home. The captain breathed a sigh of relief. Thank the dark gods. Drode is a demon city, after all. Temples, except to the demon gods, are prohibited. However, everyone is free to worship as they will. The demon gods like the conflict. The tree pulsed again, and Carl heard Laura's laugh from the second floor. Someone must have injured themselves with the carving tools, and triggered the totem. Carl saw a notification in his sight, hidden at the bottom corner, where he had moved all the other notifications so they didn't distract him in combat. Requirements for next class advancement: a reach totem rank. A fill all beast slots or combined spaces to remove redundant areas. A visit any dungeon, instance or relic with system integration. Carl considered that for a second. Shouldn't the class advancement come at overlord rank? He was quite certain that was the case. Was it something with his class that he had to advance later than others by a rank? Perhaps because his class was more advanced from the start? But there was one more notification appearing in his messages. Home upgrade made, healing altar, bonus applied, pacifism. Pacifism causes holy damage to hostile targets within the home and calms their minds. That should help Davis deal with the worst customers. Carl didn't think that anyone other than the attacking guild had dared to get physical with the staff so far, but the new effect should prevent any such incidents in the future. Or at least mitigate them. Carl also noticed that he was now back over 50 skill points again. Thanks to the successful defense of the guildhouse, he was at 68 points, and would be able to choose a new skill from among those in his skill tree. The obvious choice was pack first, which would remove the usage and targeting restrictions on evolution at the cost of increasing materials cost every time that it was used on a bonded beast. He was also interested to see what skills might be hidden behind that one. The second tier was directly related to the skill chosen before it. So, once he improved evolution, what skills would reveal themselves? It certainly wouldn't be anything weak, even if it wasn't the most urgent of skills. Carl considered using up his skill points, and quickly gave in to temptation. Skill learned, pack first, removes the usage and targeting limits on evolution, but adds an increasing materials cost every time it is used on a bonded beast. Remaining points, 18, new skills available, 100 points, benevolent elder, unbonded beasts evolved by the packmaster gain the ability to form a contract with eligible targets before the target's initial class selection. 20 points, limitless, passive skill. Beasts evolved by the packmaster have an increased chance of surpassing milestones in development. Carl stared at the options in shock. The second one was in line with what he had expected from evolution. Evolved beasts having an easier time growing was precisely the sort of skill that you would expect. But that, benevolent elder, skill, that was wild. It was like gaining the power to just directly select an advanced class for someone else. Not only that, but they would be forming a contract with an evolved beast, with immense potential. Everyone else noticed the faint smile on Carl's face and waited for him to finish whatever he was doing and explain to them. It took him a few minutes to come back to reality and realize that he had become the center of attention. Sorry about that. I selected a new skill after advancement. But it unlocked the path to 2 new skills, and one of them is incredibly interesting. Not at all what I expected. He explained, but Lotus and Dana were not going to let it go that easily. The skill I unlocked is one that helps me allow my beasts to evolve and grow stronger. However, the skill that it unlocked targets beasts that I have evolved but not bonded to. It allows them to pick a partner, like the system quest tokens that help create the Beast Rangers. Carl elaborated. Lotus giggled. So, it lets you evolve magical beasts, then let them pick a pet partner? That sounds like fun. Carl could see that she had grand plans for this ability already. Only ones that don't have their class active yet, sorry, Lotus. The nature cleric seemed to deflate. First it's a shy butterfly, now a skill that won't let me pick my own fluffy friend. Your skills are no fun at all today. Carl shrugged. Well, I guess they just didn't make it with green dragon clerics in mind. Or, they might have thought that you would get too focused on your new friend and forget that you were supposed to be doing priestess-type things. Tessa laughed. That second part. Definitely the second part. Life is full of disappointments for the green dragon clerics. Simply because all they really want to do is spend more time with animals, and they would never leave their rooms if more beasts kept coming to them. Lotus sighed in longing. That sounded like the perfect life. Just sitting in a room full of pillows, with new friends visiting every day. If she had the glasswing illusionary butterfly as her bonded partner, it would be even better because they could use that solid illusion skill to make different scenery every day. Why don't we stay closed for the rest of the day and relax? No need to tempt fate while the angry families of the defeated guild are still in the city, Carl suggested. Lotus smiled at him. Definitely, we can also make some fun new stuff for the shelves. We've got plenty of the basic items because we closed early. But I bet if we made some orbs with mana storage, the mages would love us. Or we could make weapons for the warriors. Hawk could make a nice forge in the workshop once we get the roof fixed. Davis nodded. I will speak to the mage when he arrives to repair the workshop. It shouldn't be difficult to get a basic forge made in the corner of the room. Then Hawk would upgrade it. It would also give them a place to get rid of the trash items from the dungeon, which were mostly commander and royal rank, but contained very little innate magic. The materials should still be good for crafting other items, though. Unfortunately, that meant hiring another employee, if anyone was still willing to come work for them. They didn't have a blacksmith among the team. It would have to be a fairly powerful one as well. The base stock of the weapon relied upon the rank of the artisan creating it. Davis nodded. If that is the case, I will return to my home. Mother will surely be happy to have me around for a bit more of the day than usual. Carl patted him on the shoulder. Take good care of her. Family is important. And if you know of a royal or monarch-ranked blacksmith in need of work, send them our way tomorrow. We will start gathering materials for them and cut them a good deal on the profit sharing. The fallen angel bowed slightly, a motion that always caused his wings to spread, and then headed out into the streets under the watchful eyes of the city guard. They had seen enough trouble for one day, they didn't want any more. Plus, who knew what sorts of dangerous weapons an employee of a magical item shop might be carrying? The butterfly seemed to be all in on the idea of a relaxation day. Carl realized when everyone sat down for an early meal, so the kitchen staff could clean up and call it a day. It was enthusiastically showing him images of scenes from a book that Remy was reading, played by actors on a stage. The book was wildly inappropriate for public consumption, but there should have been a number of proper plays and storybooks in the collection that could replace Remy's beloved romance novels. However, in a city full of demons, there might actually be a market for such scandalous performances. If they were traveling in the future, Little Butterfly could put on a very convincing minstrel show for them, telling folk tales and acting as a bard to retell recent events in a fanciful way. Carl could feel the butterfly considering that. Then the scene in its space changed, and the romance was replaced with a flamboyant rendition of the battle at the South Docks, near where it had been washed up on the beach. Yes, that would work perfectly, Carl agreed. The realism level was incredible. So, with the assistance of the butterfly, a new evening hobby was born. In the theater of the illusionary city, just below the window of the library tower, everyone gathered to watch a live-action play, based on one of the many books that had been brought into the illusionary space. The butterfly turned out to be just as voracious of a reader as Remy was, but it had a distinct advantage. It was aware of what happened in its illusion, so when it made an illusionary clone of a person, it could have that illusion read various books to prepare for the evening's show, or even just teach the butterfly a bit more about the world in general. The lead actor of the show looked out at the crowd and bowed. For tonight's presentation, we have a classic saga, Hans and Greta. The man's deep voice boomed through the space, and Carl had to do his best not to laugh. He had noticed that book earlier, when the workers were bringing it in, and it was most definitely a children's storybook, complete with pictures. Perhaps that was why the butterfly chose it first, because it had an idea what the cast should look like. The backdrop of the auditorium changed to a dark and misty forest, where two young demon children were being led along a path by their parents. The couple ditched the kids in the woods, then went home to a swingers party, and Carl began to suspect that the butterfly's mind had been corrupted by age-inappropriate reading material. But Remy disagreed. She had already read this one, and the demonic version of children's tales were much different than human children's stories. The children were discovered by a benevolent witch with a grudge against their parents, who trained them to be assassins and take vengeance on the couple who abandoned them. Parents who were brutally murdered at the end of the show. The moral seemed to be to guide your children well, or someone else will raise them to their own ends. The demons in the room were all cheering as the final scene of Greta throwing her parents' corpses into a pool of magical magma ended, and the actors came out to take a bow. That was absolutely incredible. I've never seen a show that good before. How does this place do that? One of the cooks asked, and Carl realized that he didn't know any of their names. They were 1, 2 and 3? That couldn't be right. Do you mind if I ask about your names? Carl replied curiously. The head chef, conveniently named 1, sighed and shrugged. We were sold by our parents to the owner of the Abalone Casino as children to pay off a debt. The owner renamed us, and when the system granted us classes, they stuck. At Ascended, we petitioned the city to have the debt discharged, and the city governor agreed that we had paid long enough. But the names won't change, no matter how we try to give each other nicknames. The demon known as 2 smoothed the white hair between her curled horns. It's convenient sometimes, though. People think that it's a disguise skill, and nobody wants to anger a potential assassin. Carl smiled as he remembered that when his system was only partially activated, when he disabled the display, it would turn off the visibility of his name to others as well. That had caused a lot of suspicion that he was an infiltration-type class. What would you like me to call you instead? He asked. Abby. They replied in unison. All of you? They nodded, all determined that they wanted the same name. Carl suspected that the reason that they couldn't get the system to change their tag was because they couldn't agree on unique names. But it was also possible that you couldn't change it at all. Mick's name tag still said Michelle, even though the vampire never used her full name. A few minutes after Hans and Greta ended, a new group of actors appeared on the stage. Please join us for our rendition of the defense of Arad River crossing by the Leg Regiment during the Drode-Luridian War. The man, dressed as a noble courtier, announced. That sounded like it could be interesting, Carl decided. It was local history, a war between Drode and their neighbor to the south, and the Leg Regiment was well known within the city. They were stationed up the river a few hundred kilometers, and often escorted riverboats to the docks with crops. This one was a military docudrama, and the special effects that could be made by a glasswing illusionary butterfly were better than anything Carl had seen on television at home. You could even feel the thumping of spell explosions as the battle was replayed, ending with the dramatic duel between the two regimental champions, both mythic-ranked demons. Nearly 10,000 acres of forest and cropland were completely obliterated during the fight, which ended with the Leg Regiment commander victorious, but his regiment almost annihilated. Fewer than 1,000 of his 50,000 men survived the siege. Dana fell asleep in Carl's arms during the second show, and most of the others were rousing themselves to go to bed once they realized it was over. "Thank you for the shows, little butterfly. You did an incredible job." Carl congratulated the newest team member. One of the actors reappeared on the stage and bowed to Carl in response, then vanished again. Perhaps that was how the butterfly preferred to communicate, not directly or through a verbal mental link, but with their illusions representing them. That might actually be easier to interact with than some of the others. At least you knew when the butterfly was paying attention. Carrot could be staring right at you and still not listening. That made the void badger laugh. "It's not my fault that life is boring. But this place is fun, I like it here. I think I will nap here today."